Chapter 101, Consuming the Dragon Whiskers to Achieve Minor Accomplishment in the Core Formation Stage. Chapter 101, Consuming the Dragon Whiskers to Achieve Minor Accomplishment in the Core Formation Stage. In the next moment, spiritual energy burst forth within the residence, accompanied by a sudden flash of light. Then came the dull thud of a body hitting the ground. The immense commotion left the nearby itinerant cultivators momentarily stunned, and they turned their gaze towards the source. A few breaths later, a streak of light shot out from the residence, swiftly leaving the town. This streak of light immediately caught the attention of every cultivator in the town. Everyone realized that it was a core formation stage cultivator. However, there was only one core formation stage cultivator from the Flying Frost Sect stationed in the town. He wanted to give chase, but he was far too slow and could only watch helplessly as the figure rapidly disappeared into the horizon. A dozen breaths later, the streak of light descended outside a small fishing village dozens of miles away. Shen Mo gently set down two women. The strongest among the Poison Dragon group was a cultivator nicknamed Poison Dragon, but he was only at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. With Shen Mo now at the entry level of the core formation stage, he could obliterate those people with a mere flick of his fingers. In less than 10 breaths, everyone was wiped out completely. The two women were immensely grateful to him, pleading with Shen Mo to take them back to their original village. Since it was within his capabilities, Shen Mo obliged. However, this was all he could do for them. Cultivators far surpassed ordinary people, and the latter had no power to resist anything a cultivator wished to do. Not only that, but powerful cultivators could also dominate and exploit weaker cultivators as they pleased. The only thing Shen Mo could do was to keep getting stronger until he was more powerful than anyone else, enough to control his own destiny. After transforming into a streak of light and leaving, the two mortal women knelt and bowed to his departing figure, crying uncontrollably. Thornwood Town. The itinerant cultivators quickly gathered outside the residence once occupied by Poison Dragon. There they found the ground littered with corpses. The Foundation establishment peak cultivator nicknamed Poison Dragon had died a death more miserable than a dog's. His limbs were crushed, his head was blown apart, and red and white matter splattered everywhere. Some were shocked, some terrified. Some rejoiced in his demise. Some clenched their fists in gratitude to the unknown core formation stage cultivator who had acted righteously.
The elder is here, make way, make way.
A commotion erupted in the crowd as they parted to make a path. An elderly, white-haired elder appeared, carefully inspecting the scene. This person was the elder sent by the Flying Frost Sect to guard Qingxuan town.
It must have been a core formation stage cultivator. Otherwise, Poison Dragon wouldn't have had no chance to fight back. Judging by the concentration of spiritual power and the speed of flight, it's at least a mid-core formation stage cultivator.
The elderly elder marveled.
A mid-core formation stage cultivator? Poison Dragon actually offended such a person. Poison Dragon deserved to die. With him gone, his territory is ours. He had it coming. Everyone knew he secretly tortured many mortal women to death. His men were even worse, eating human flesh.
The itinerant cultivators buzzed with discussion, many showing expressions of disdain. The elderly elder waved his hand.
Let's pretend this never happened. You can divide Poison Dragon's territory among yourselves.
After the elder left, the itinerant cultivators looked at each other before suddenly rushing forward, frantically seizing Poison Dragon and his men's corpses, desperately trying to get their storage rings. Chaos ensued once again. Outside Thornwood Town, atop an unremarkable stone mountain, Shen Mo sat cross-legged, examining 3 white flesh-like strips before him. The strips were about the thickness of a finger and 3 feet long. These were the dragon whiskers Shen Mo had found in Poison Dragon's storage ring. Only dragons over 100 years old could grow a single dragon whisker. The outer skin of dragon whiskers was extremely tough, requiring core formation stage cultivation to break through. As for dragon beasts, they were demonic beasts with dragon bloodlines. Poison Dragon must have accidentally acquired these 3 dragon whiskers, not knowing what they were and unable to break their skin, so he threw them into a corner of his storage ring to gather dust. Shen Mo channeled his spiritual power, enveloping 1 dragon whisker. Scorching fire spiritual power surged out, quickly wrapping around the dragon whisker. A few breaths later, the tough outer skin of the dragon whisker gradually softened. Shen Mo peeled off the skin like peeling a banana, revealing the blood-red flesh inside. The flesh didn't have the foul smell of ordinary pork or fish. Instead, it smelled fresh and fragrant like plants. A gentle poke made it bounce like jelly. Shen Mo opened his mouth and swallowed a dragon whisker whole. As he digested the dragon whisker, Shen Mo applied the same method to peel off the skins of the remaining 2 dragon whiskers, consuming all the flesh strips within. Moments later, Shen Mo felt a gradual warmth spreading through his lower abdomen. It was as if a small sun was continuously radiating warmth. When he looked inward to examine his dantian, he found his inferno golden core spinning rapidly, growing visibly larger. 1 day, 2 days. The time required to digest the 3 dragon whiskers was longer than Shen Mo had anticipated. By the evening of the 3rd day, he finally finished digesting all 3 dragon whiskers. At that moment, his inferno golden core reached a certain limit. It suddenly expanded by a large margin. Buzz! Shen Mo's aura burst forth at that moment. Everything within a radius of dozens of feet was pushed away. Giant trees were uprooted and collapsed instantly. Rocks were blown away immediately. Dust was dispersed far and wide. The area around Shen Mo became spotless. He suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the increasingly robust inferno golden core, and revealed a hint of joy.
Minor accomplishment in the core formation stage. Faster than I imagined.
Shen Mo smiled slightly, feeling an itch to test his newfound strength. He immediately headed into a nearby deep mountain, looking for Tier 4 demonic beasts to practice on. However, as usual, he took a look at his life's fortune panel. Recent fortune? Today you break through to minor accomplishment in the core formation stage, feeling an itch to fight. You enter a deep mountain to find demonic beasts and easily slay a Tier 4 accomplished demonic beast, obtaining its demon crystal. After some searching, you find a tiger's den and discover a storage ring with a bottle of essence-boosting pills inside. Shen Mo's eyes lit up. Sure enough, he was destined for good fortune. Before long, he found his unfortunate target. It was a white tiger that had reached the Tier 4 accomplished stage. Its body was over 4 zhang long. On Earth, it would be a giant beast over 10 meters long. At that moment, the white tiger was descending the mountain in search of food. Man and tiger faced each other. The white tiger immediately pounced. Its iron claws were sharp, aiming straight for Shen Mo's face. Its steel teeth were pointed, targeting his throat. The foul breath from its gaping mouth was dizzying. Shen Mo did not use any martial techniques, nor did he draw his thunder sword. Instead, he decisively used his inferno golden core. He opened his mouth, and the inferno golden core shot out suddenly. Like a scorching fireball, it hurtled directly at the white tiger. The white tiger's huge eyes shrank instantly, sensing the extreme threat, and instinctively raised its front paws to block. Boom! The inferno golden core shattered its forearm directly. The white tiger let out a miserable howl but became even more ferocious, lunging at the golden core. It had realized the opponent's strength. If it didn't give its all, it would surely die. It wasn't its first time facing a core formation stage cultivator. On the contrary, it had killed several before. It knew that the golden core was one of the strongest methods of a core formation stage cultivator, but also a weakness. If it could heavily damage the golden core, the opponent would be severely injured as well.
Don't be in such a hurry. The strongest attack of the Inferno Golden Core hasn't been unleashed yet.
Shen Mo smiled faintly, his palms suddenly opening. In midair, the spinning golden core abruptly exploded into 45 fragments. Like a meteor shower of fire, they rained down on the white tiger. Each fragment caused incredible damage. The white tiger's fur was burned to a charred mess. Its robust body was riddled with holes. The roaring gradually weakened. Finally, all the fragments abruptly merged again, passing through the white tiger's body once more, causing secondary damage. Only then did the white tiger collapse with a thud. Shen Mo cut open its body, and indeed found a palm-sized demon crystal. Then he searched the vicinity and found a cave surrounded by bones. Among the bones was a storage ring with dozens of high-grade spirit stones inside. Most importantly, there was a bottle of essence-boosting pills to accelerate the growth of his golden core.
Fortune acquired, time to head back.
Chapter 102, The Ruthless Woman Pang Ziyu. Chapter 102, The Ruthless Woman Pang Ziyu. Heavy Weapon Hall. When Shen Mo returned, the disciples greeted him with bows. However, he noticed worry and panic on everyone's faces. At this moment, he saw Luo Shengnan and inquired about the situation. Seeing him, Luo Shengnan exclaimed joyfully.
Shen
Mo was puzzled. With Liu Yuanfeng, Song Keofeng, and Elder Li around, any major or minor issue should be manageable. Among the surrounding sects, Spirit Beast Sect's visible foundation establishment cultivators were fewer than Qingxuan Sect's, so it was unlikely they'd suddenly attack like madmen. As for Flying Frost Sect, most of their foundation establishment cultivators were still being held up by Stormy Rain Sect in Thorn Forest. They wouldn't have the manpower to deal with Qingxuan Sect. What could require his personal attention? Luo Shengnan lowered her voice and said,
It's Flying Fish City. Flying Frost Sect suddenly attacked, seized Flying Fish City, and captured our deacons and disciples. This news came from a passing merchant caravan.
Shen Mo frowned slightly. Flying Fish City was one of the 4 cities previously controlled by Heavy Weapon Sect. After Qingxuan Sect annexed Heavy Weapon Sect, they naturally sent Qingxuan Sect's deacons and disciples to take over these 4 cities. The remnants of Heavy Weapon Sect either surrendered or fled. The takeover went smoothly. Unexpectedly, within just over half a month of stability, Flying Frost Sect initiated conflict. Shen Mo suddenly recalled a few days ago when Luo Xuanghen, sent by Jai Shilong, came to recruit him. Luo Xuanghen had mentioned that he was heading to Heavenly Water Sect next.
Jai Shilong knows I won't be recruited, so Luo Xuanghen must go to Heavenly Water Sect. He must be following Jai Shilong's orders. Flying Frost Sect is aligned with Heavenly Water Sect.
Thinking this way, it's possible Heavenly Water Sect gave either a hint or an explicit order, prompting Flying Frost Sect to act despite most of their foundation establishment cultivators being held up by Stormy Rain Sect. Shen Mo asked,
Where are Elder Song and Elder Li?
Luo Shengnan pointed to the main hall.
They're all waiting for you in the council hall.
Shen Mo nodded and was about to head to the council hall. At this moment, a sudden exclamation came from the entrance of Heavy Weapon Hall.
Deacon Zhang, who was sent to take over Flying Fish City, has returned.
Shen Mo turned and looked towards the entrance. He saw a middle-aged deacon covered in blood. Zhang Waihu also saw Shen Mo from afar. Struggling, he took out a letter from his chest and said weakly,
Young Sect Master.
Shen Mo quickly approached, his gaze unintentionally scanning Zhang Waihu's life panel. Destiny stuck at the peak of qi condensation. Poisoned with explosive blood poison by Flying Frost Sect's young sect master, Pang Ziyu, and sent back to Qingxuan Sect to personally deliver an important letter to Shen Mo the moment the letter is handed over. A toxic explosion occurs internally, causing immediate death. Shen Mo's eyebrows shot up, and he immediately surveyed the surrounding disciples and himself. Sure enough, after Zhang Waihu appeared, the life panels of those near him changed. Some with lower cultivation levels and closer proximity died instantly from the toxic explosion. Those with higher cultivation levels were seriously injured. Even Shen Mo, despite being at Foundation establishment, was caught off guard and poisoned. His recent turn of events was clearly written. The poison seeped into his bones, destroying his physique. Murong Yue gave up her cultivation to heal him continuously for 2 years, eventually purging all the poison. Shen Mo suddenly shouted,
All disciples, stay away from Zhang Waihu.
His shout made the disciples who were about to help Zhang Waihu freeze. The disciples were confused. Zhang Waihu was in such a state and they shouldn't help. But Shen Mo's high prestige and authority within Qingxuan Sect meant no one dared disobey. At this time, Liu Yuanfeng and Song Keofeng, along with other Foundation establishment cultivators, also came out from the council hall. Liu Yuanfeng frowned at the scene and said sternly,
Young sect master, what are you waiting for? Treating the wounded is urgent. This deacon surely knows what happened in Flying Fish City.
Shen Mo glanced at him coldly.
Elder Song, elderly, please immediately prepare red fire root, white crane branch, and black frost flower, 10 grams of each.
Song Keofeng hesitated for a moment, but Elder Li, having great faith in Shen Mo, went to prepare the items immediately. Heavy Weapon Hall wasn't known for its medical skills, but did have a warehouse of medicinal materials. These were common yellow and mysterious great herbs, not hard to find. After a brief hesitation, Song Keofeng followed suit. Shen Mo's achievements were evident to all. Both elders believed his actions were never without purpose. The disciples were also puzzled. Why did Shen Mo specifically need these 3 herbs? Shen Mo said in a deep voice,
Stay 30 meters away from Zhang Weihu. He has been poisoned by the Flying Frost Sect, and if he can't hold on, he will explode. Zhang Weihu, bite down and don't faint. I will save you immediately.
As soon as he said this, the disciples turned pale and quickly moved away. Zhang Weihu was also shocked but trusted Shen Mo deeply. He nodded repeatedly and said through clenched teeth,
Yes, I.
Liu Yuanfeng watched Shen Mo's back, his eyes flickering. Why was Shen Mo so calm and composed, and how did he immediately know that Zhang Weihu was poisoned? This was too strange. Could it be that Shen Mo had profound knowledge of medicinal properties, so much so that he could tell at a glance if someone was poisoned? Gifted, wise, calm, and now with deep medicinal knowledge.
Thank you.
Shen Mo took the letter and opened it immediately.
The Flying Frost Sect's formation master, who we invited to repair our sect's grand formation, was attacked while passing through Flying Fish City. Hence, we detained your sect's deacons and disciples. Our sect has no intention of starting a war. If your sect is willing, you can send someone to negotiate, hand over the culprits who attacked the formation master, and resolve the conflict between our sects. Respectfully, Pang Ziyu, young sect master of the Flying Frost Sect.
Chapter 103, Pang Ziyu's Unruly Attack. Chapter 103, Pang Ziyu's Unruly Attack. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged as he quietly pondered.
Take Zhang Weihu to rest.
He casually ordered, handing the letter to Song Keofeng and Elder Li, among others.
Everyone, take a look.
The core formation stage cultivators, led by Song Keofeng, passed the letter around, their brows furrowing deeply after reading it. Elder Li, known for her fiery temper, immediately exclaimed,
Nonsense, this is just their excuse.
Song Keofeng also spoke gravely.
Elder Li is right. This is nothing but nonsense from Flying Frost Sect. If we send people to negotiate, they might also be detained.
Elder Li, visibly angered, retorted.
But many stewards and disciples involved in taking over Flying Fish City have been captured. We can't just abandon them.
Song Keofeng sighed deeply.
This Pang Ziyu.
Now, with our stewards and disciples held captive, our Qingxuan Sect is in a dire situation.
Elder Li said seriously.
Neither of these options is acceptable. I think we should gather all our core formation stage cultivators and attack Flying Fish City.
Liu Yunfeng shook his head.
Elder Li, that's problematic. How can we gather all our core formation stage cultivators? Who would guard Qingxuan Sect's main gates, the Thunder Crystal Mine, and the Heavy Weapon Hall?
Elder Li snorted but couldn't argue further. The sect had grown too large, requiring defenses in multiple areas, making it impossible to mobilize all top-tier combatants. Shen Mo's gaze turned cold. Song Keofeng's analysis was accurate. However, they were only seeing the present situation. Shen Mo had already glimpsed his fate and recent turning points through his life panel. This Pang Ziyu was determined to deal with him. Fate eventually cultivates to the peak of the core formation stage. 5 years later, dies at the hands of Luo Kaoshan, the leader of Divine Sword Sect, during an attack on Qingxuan Sect. Recent turn, 5 days later at night, Pang Ziyu leads 3 core formation stage cultivators in a surprise attack on the heavy weapon hall. Shen Mo fights them alone and defeats them. Failing to capture him, Pang Ziyu orders Li Tai to activate the blood vine array to trap Shen Mo, and another core formation stage cultivator sacrifices themselves in a self-destruction attempt, severely injuring Shen Mo, leaving him bedridden for over a year, unable to cultivate. It seemed Pang Ziyu planned the attack, seeing the heavy weapon hall's defenses as vulnerable. Shen Mo felt a strange sense of relief. His strength was indeed formidable. Otherwise, the life panel wouldn't have shown him defeating 3 core formation stage cultivators alone. Moreover, he survived a core formation cultivator's self-destruction, albeit severely injured.
As long as I avoid the blood vine array, I can dodge the self-destructing cultivator, and I'll be nearly unscathed. Besides, I might even capture Pang Ziyu. But who is Li Tai? Not an elder, so he must be a steward or disciple.
Shen Mo's gaze scanned the crowd, soon spotting a Foundation Establishment stage disciple named Li Tai. This person was originally a disciple of the Iron Fist Sect. After the Iron Fist Sect merged into Qingxuan Sect, Li Tai was assigned to the Heavy Weapon Hall. Shen Mo quickly examined this person's life panel. His fate and future were unremarkable. Just a minor character. He was destined to condense an ordinary core formation, and not long after becoming a core formation stage cultivator, died seeking treasure in dangerous territory due to his greed. Shen Mo was only concerned with this person's recent opportunities. Recent opportunity, 2 days later in a grove near the Heavy Weapon Hall, receives the Blood Vine Array flag from Flying Frost Sect. Over the next few days, he secretly sets it up around the training ground, burying the flags unnoticed by anyone. 5 days later, at Pang Ziyu's command, he activates the Blood Vine Array, greatly slowing Shen Mo and causing his severe injury from the self-destruction attempt. Subsequently, he receives 3 bottles of stabilizing pill from Flying Frost Sect.
I see.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. Knowing the future and the traitors made things easier. He was somewhat surprised. He initially thought Liu Yuanfeng might be colluding with Flying Frost Sect, coordinating an inside-outside attack. But Liu Yuanfeng only sold information about Qingxuan Sect and didn't act directly.
Young sect master, we all agree that this matter should be reported to the sect master and decided by the Elder Council. What do you think?
Elder Li asked. Shen Mo nodded.
Report to master immediately. Yes.
That night, Shen Mo and other core members returned to the Qingxuan Sect's council hall to participate in a meeting. Not many elders were present, as some had to stay behind to guard key locations like the mines. Shen Mo did not speak much during the meeting. The outcome was quite clear. Murong Yue was not foolish. She knew what needed to be done without any reminder. Rescuing the captives was essential. But they couldn't follow the enemy's plans blindly. Otherwise, it would be like the tale of the gourd children rescuing their grandfather, where each one gets captured in turn. The decision made by the Qingxuan Sect was to launch a surprise attack on Blackstone City, controlled by the Flying Frost Sect. As long as they could swiftly capture Blackstone City and control the elders, stewards, and disciples of the Flying Frost Sect, they could catch the sect off guard. By holding such leverage, they could negotiate with the Flying Frost Sect on equal terms. Blackstone City was the southernmost city under the control of the Flying Frost Sect, located close to the Qingxuan mountain range. However, the city's walls were thick, the moat deep, and it was guarded by 3 core formation stage cultivators and 20 Foundation Establishment stage stewards. It wouldn't be easy to take down. The Qingxuan Sect also needed to deploy core formation stage cultivators. After a brief discussion, Murong Yue made the final decision.
All right, we'll set it for 5 days from now. Elder Song Ko Feng will lead 4 intersect elders in a nighttime assault on Blackstone City. This battle must be won quickly and without error. Understood.
Song Ko Feng and the others nodded seriously. Shen Mo glanced at the life panels of the 5 elders. Yes, the attack on Blackstone City would be a great success. The only regret was,
It seems Pang Ziyu has anticipated this. Blackstone City is the closest city under the Flying Frost Sect's control to the Qingxuan Mountain Range and Qingxuan Sect, making it the most likely target.
She likely withdrew the personnel from Blackstone City in advance, leaving Song Kaofeng and the others with an undefended city.
Even if it's temporarily occupied, the Flying Frost Sect could eventually regroup and retake Blackstone City. But she could take advantage of the weakened defenses at the Heavy Weapon Hall to send 3 core formation stage cultivators for a surprise attack, aiming to capture me.
Chapter 104, He seems to be at the core formation stage. Chapter 104, He seems to be at the core formation stage. Leading the group was a slender woman. She was clearly the core of the team. The other 3 were core formation cultivators. The 4 approached a certain distance from the Heavy Weapon Hall and then stopped. They gazed at the heavy, tightly shut main gate of the hall. 2 disciples at the Foundation establishment stage stood guard at the entrance, looking tired and yawning.
When do we make our move, young sect master?
One of them asked. Pang Ziyu replied confidently.
No rush, we'll wait until they switch shifts in half an hour.
Sure enough, after half an hour, the gate cracked open, and 2 new disciples emerged to replace the previous guards. One of the core formation cultivators behind Pang Ziyu asked, puzzled.
Young sect master, those 2 earlier were exhausted. We could have rushed in and killed them before they even reacted. Why wait until now, when they've been replaced by more alert guards?
Pang Ziyu smiled without answering, as if to say they would soon understand. The 3 core formation cultivators stared intently at the gate. They immediately noticed that the 2 new guards were quietly opening the gate wide. After opening it fully, they lit a torch, seemingly signaling something. The 3 core formation cultivators quickly realized the truth. Those 2 were moles Pang Ziyu had placed inside the Heavy Weapon Hall. The gate of the Heavy Weapon Hall was extremely heavy, made entirely of white iron. In a closed state, it would take at least 2 core formation cultivators to force it open, consuming a significant amount of spiritual power. Having someone inside to open the gate was a fortunate turn of events, saving them a lot of trouble.
Young sect master, your foresight is impressive. We are in awe.
The 3 praised. Pang Ziyu smiled slightly and then asked softly.
Do you remember what I said before we came?
One quickly replied.
Yes, we must end this quickly. Our only target is Shen Mo.
Pang Ziyu nodded.
Capturing Shen Mo and ending his future prospects is our greatest success.
She then lamented.
It's a pity that the Stormy Rain sect suddenly reinforced Thorn Forest, forcing us to send most of our core formation cultivators there as well. Otherwise, I would have brought 2 more core formation cultivators to capture Shen Mo.
The 3 cultivators chuckled.
Young sect master, isn't that being overly cautious? You seem to forget Shen Mo is only at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Indeed, he must be aiming for a perfect core, but I doubt he's gathered the necessary treasures for it. The young sect master mentioned earlier that there's only 1 core formation cultivator guarding the Heavy Weapon Hall. With 4 of us here, capturing Shen Mo should be effortless.
Pang Ziyu shook her head.
It's still necessary to be careful. I don't think Shen Mo will be so easy to capture, but there's no need to worry. I have contingency plans if things go awry.
The 3 praised her again.
Young sect master, you're truly exceptional. Despite being much younger, you're more far-sighted and thorough in your planning. All right, let's begin.
Pang Ziyu said with a light smile. The 4 figures moved swiftly along the ground, reaching the gate in moments. One of the gate guards was Li Tai. Seeing Pang Ziyu, he immediately knelt respectfully.
Greetings, young sect master.
Pang Ziyu nodded.
Stay here and be ready to activate the formation at my command. Understood.
The 2 guards responded. The 4 then proceeded deeper into the Heavy Weapon Hall. At that moment, Elder Li, feeling uneasy, left her room for a patrol. She quickly spotted the intruders. Pang Ziyu immediately commanded.
Kill her, she's a staunch follower of Murong Yue.
The 4 core formation cultivators surrounded Elder Li. Elder Li shouted angrily.
Damn you, Pang Ziyu, the Flying Frost Sect is despicable, launching a sneak attack.
Boom, boom, boom. The clash of 5 core formation cultivators created a massive commotion. Many disciples were awakened, but the shockwaves from the battle between core formation cultivators were too terrifying for them to intervene. Shen Mo also strode out of his room, alerted by the commotion. Elder Li roared.
Young sect master, run! I will hold them back with my life.
Pang Ziyu's eyes flashed. The 2 guards responded. The 4 then proceeded deeper into the heavy weapon hall. At that moment, Elder Li, feeling uneasy, left her room for a patrol. She quickly spotted the intruders. Pang Ziyu immediately commanded, "Kill her, she's a staunch follower of Murong Yue." The 4 core formation cultivators surrounded Elder Li. Elder Li shouted angrily, "Damn you, Pang Ziyu, the Flying Frost Sect is despicable," launching a sneak attack. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of 5 core formation cultivators created a massive commotion. Many disciples were awakened, but the shockwaves from the battle between core formation cultivators were too terrifying for them to intervene. Shen Mo also strode out of his room, alerted by the commotion. Elder Li roared, "Young sect master, run, I will hold them back with my life." Pang Ziyu's eyes flashed, "Don't let him escape." Understood. One of the blue-robed cultivators attacking Elder Li shouted and struck out with a palm, pushing Elder Li aside. He then leaped into the air, his right hand forming a claw aimed directly at Shen Mo's throat. Of course, since Pang Ziyu had instructed them to capture Shen Mo alive, he only used about 30% of his strength. Instead of running or dodging, Shen Mo faced the oncoming attack head-on. Elder Li closed her eyes in pain. She never expected Pang Ziyu and her group to launch a surprise attack on the heavy weapon hall at this time. And judging by their actions, they were clearly targeting Shen Mo specifically. This was a meticulously planned operation. Elder Li felt a deep sense of guilt for being unable to protect Shen Mo. However, the next moment, a fierce flame burst forth from Shen Mo's palm. In an instant, it coalesced into a small fire phoenix, heading straight for the blue-robed cultivator's hand. Nine Sun's Divine Phoenix Technique, First Form. Boom! Their attacks collided. The blue-robed cultivator's right arm was instantly engulfed in flames.
Oh!
He screamed in pain as the flames consumed his sleeve, turning it to ash in an instant. His skin sizzled under the intense heat, the searing pain reaching deep into his bones. But even through the excruciating pain, the blue-robed cultivator didn't withdraw his hand. He continued to reach for Shen Mo's throat. He thought this must be Shen Mo's last resort, a life-saving technique given to him as the young sect master of the Azure Profound Sect by Murong Yue, capable of unleashing an attack equivalent to that of a core formation cultivator. However, he was wrong again. In a blur, Shen Mo was suddenly behind him, and a cold voice came from behind.
Stop looking, I'm here.
Boom! Shen Mo's palm slammed into the blue-robed cultivator's back. Another fierce flame erupted, instantly penetrating the blue-robed cultivator's body. Bang! Caught off guard, the blue-robed cultivator had no chance to defend himself and was sent flying. Shen Mo quickly followed up, delivering a series of rapid punches aimed at vital points like the throat and heart. Within 10 breaths, the blue-robed cultivator was lifeless, killed on the spot. To everyone watching, it was as if a rabbit had kicked an eagle to death, or a kitten had scratched a tiger to death. How could this be possible? A cultivator at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, killing a core formation cultivator. Even if Shen Mo was exceptionally talented, capable of fighting above his level, it shouldn't be possible to overcome such a vast gap in cultivation stages. The divide between Foundation establishment and core formation was an insurmountable chasm. Foundation establishment cultivators could only use their own spiritual energy, while core formation cultivators could draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using the momentum of the world itself. The white-robed and black-robed cultivators beside Pang Ziyu frowned slightly.
Is that a life-saving technique given by Murong Yue?
Pang Ziyu murmured.
No.
Chapter 105, Who Allowed You to Self-Destruct Your Core? Chapter 105, Who allowed you to self-destruct your core? The white-robed and black-robed cultivator's eyes widened in shock.
What?
Even Elder Li was stunned.
You say our young sect master is in the core formation stage. How is it that I don't know about this?
Shen Mo called out.
Elder Li, I'll assist you.
Elder Li quickly responded.
Young sect master, I'm not sure about your current condition, but if you've just stepped into the core formation stage, you won't be able to contend with cultivators who have been in the stage for years.
While I can still hold them off for a while, you must run as far as you can.
She was speaking based on common sense. The white-robed and black-robed cultivators attacking her were both at the major completion stage of core formation. Even if Shen Mo had formed a perfect golden core, a newly advanced core formation cultivator couldn't possibly compete with two major completion core formation cultivators. Shen Mo shook his head.
Elder Li, if I leave you behind, you're certain to die. I, Shen Mo, am not such a person.
With that, the thunder sword was unsheathed in a flash. Shen Mo thrust his sword towards Pang Ziyu from a distance. Before the sword even landed, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward him. Lightning crackled and the sword's shadow flickered, enveloping Pang Ziyu. The black-robed cultivator stepped in front of Pang Ziyu, wielding a pair of large sabers, and suddenly slashed down. As the saber light cleaved through the air, the gathered spiritual energy coalesced into a fiery blade several meters long. The lightning sword shadow and the fiery blade collided in midair. Boom! The different elemental energies intertwined, entangled, and annihilated each other. The black-robed cultivator was shocked and angered to find his attack instantly suppressed. How could a major completion core formation cultivator like him be suppressed by a newly advanced core formation cultivator? Impossible!
Damn it, another slash.
The black-robed cultivator roared, unleashing another saber strike. The new fiery blade combined with the previous one, intensifying the flames. The violent fire energy began to overpower the lightning sword shadow. Shen Mo smiled faintly and unleashed another sword strike. This sword, however, was entirely different from the previous one. It moved incredibly slowly, like a tortoise crawling. But just when the black-robed cultivator thought the sword light hadn't landed yet, its speed suddenly accelerated to the extreme. It was like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it merged with the previous lightning sword shadow. In an instant, the lightning sword shadow overwhelmed the fiery blade, annihilating it entirely. The lightning sword shadow, after shattering the fiery blade, continued unabated and struck the black-robed cultivator's chest. Boom! The black-robed cultivator was sent flying like a rag doll, smashing through a stone house and getting buried in the debris. Even as he struggled to climb out, he coughed up blood repeatedly, his complexion ashen. Clearly, he had been seriously injured by Shen Mo's strike. Pang Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief.
You.
The white-robed cultivator quickly stepped in front of her, his voice deep.
Young sect master, this person is very unusual. He might have taken some rare elixir to temporarily boost his cultivation. We can't match him, nor can we afford to waste time. I suggest we retreat immediately.
Pang Ziyu, however, took a deep breath.
I have another move. Li Tai, activate the blood vein array.
She shouted. Li Tai, who had been guarding the entrance, immediately channeled his spiritual energy into a jade tablet he had been holding. This jade tablet controlled the 8 array flags of the blood vein array. As soon as he infused it with spiritual energy, the array activated. Sure enough, the ground began to surge, and red vines formed from wood spiritual energy suddenly appeared. These vines instantly started wrapping around the 4 people within the array. Within 5 breaths, Shen Mo and Elder Li's feet were bound, immobilizing them.
This is.
Elder Li exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Profound grade formations are extremely expensive and cannot be crafted by anyone in Qingxuan Prefecture. They must be purchased at great expense from the state city. This blood vine array was set up very well and had evidently been in place for some time. At this moment, the feet of Pang Ziyu and the white-clad cultivator were also bound by numerous blood vines. but they immediately took out 2 fist-sized, fragrant grass balls. One of these was thrown to the white-clad cultivator. These grass balls were not treasures, but were made from the dung of a demonic beast called the feeding vine bull. Blood vines are quite fearsome, numerous, and have thorns that can drain blood. However, their thorns cannot penetrate the thick hide of the feeding vine bull. The feeding vine bull is very strong and can easily tear apart blood vines with a little struggle. Therefore, blood vines are extremely afraid of the feeding vine bull. Even though the blood vines in the array are condensed from wood spiritual energy, they still fear the feeding vine bull. The dried dung of the feeding vine bull, made into these grass balls, also has a restraining effect on blood vines. Sure enough, when Pang Ziyu and the white-clad cultivator held the grass balls, the blood vines binding them seemed to encounter something terrifying and immediately dispersed. They then turned to bind Shen Mo and Elder Li. The white-clad cultivator sighed in relief and said with admiration,
Young sect master, you truly have thought of everything. With this array, their combat power will be greatly diminished.
Pang Ziyu forced a bitter smile.
Better safe than sorry. I never expected we'd actually need to use the blood vine array.
Compared to them, Elder Li's expression was much angrier.
Young sect master.
She gritted her teeth. Even if Shen Mo were strong, once trapped by the blood vine array, he would become a live target waiting to be slaughtered. What more could be done? While the dung of the feeding vine bull can indeed restrain the blood vines, they had no way of knowing there would be a blood vine array here and thus had not prepared such items in advance. Shen Mo, however, laughed silently.
Elder Li, did you forget I have something on me?
Elder Li was momentarily taken aback, not immediately understanding. Meanwhile, Pang Ziyu and the white-clad cultivator quickly advanced. Unlike the inept villains who stand around wasting time with useless talk, they had to seize the opportunity while Shen Mo was bound by the blood vines and act quickly to neutralize his combat power. Pang Ziyu's whip suddenly lashed out. The white-clad cultivator, wielding a spear, aimed directly at Shen Mo's heart. Facing the 2 fierce attacks, Shen Mo took a deep breath. Then,
Nine Suns Divine Phoenix Art, second form.
Shen Mo extended his right hand, and the red flame wildly gathered. The surrounding fire spiritual energy also surged, boosting its power. After a few breaths, a 10 feet long red flame palm blade condensed in Shen Mo's right hand. The intense heat that seemed to burn everything to ashes made Pang Ziyu and the white-clad cultivator feel immense danger.
Slash!
The red flame palm blade came down abruptly. It clashed with Pang Ziyu's and the white-clad cultivator's attacks. Boom! An explosion erupted suddenly. The 4 figures were thrown back in 2 different directions. Pang Ziyu was protected by the white-clad cultivator and was not seriously injured. However, the white-clad cultivator was almost entirely burned, with not a single patch of intact skin visible. Elder Li, having retreated in time, was only affected by the residual flames. Shen Mo himself was not harmed by the red lotus flame. He was forced back by Pang Ziyu's and the white-clad cultivator's attacks.
Young sect master.
The white-clad cultivator roared and suddenly turned to grab Shen Mo, intending to die with him.
Who allowed you to self-destruct your golden core?
Chapter 106, It's Too Big and Not Suited for Shen Mo. Chapter 106, It's Too Big and Not Suited for Shen Mo. The white-robed cultivator's golden core was dug out by Shen Mo, making self-detonation impossible. He looked down in disbelief and spat out a mouthful of blood before falling forward. Shen Mo turned to look at Pang Ziyu, smiling.
Now only you are left.
For some reason, Pang Ziyu felt as if the smile was that of a devil. All her calculations had been for naught. Shen Mo wasn't just at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. He had already formed a golden core, and it was undoubtedly the strongest and impeccable golden core. Moreover, she had long known through her channels that Shen Mo possessed a rare flame. She only needed to use the blood vine array to trap Shen Mo for a moment, just long enough. A golden core realm cultivator detonating their core would surely seriously injure or even kill Shen Mo. However, Shen Mo reacted faster than any of them. The moment the blood vines began to entangle his feet, he unleashed his flame, incinerating the vines completely. It was as if
I would rather die than fall into your hands like Wu Lang.
Pang Ziyu shouted, suddenly drawing a short knife to cut her own throat. Shen Mo was prepared. With a flick of his finger, a strand of spiritual energy shot out, piercing Pang Ziyu's right hand. The intense pain made it impossible for her to hold the knife, let alone kill herself.
Tie her up, don't let her have any chance to commit suicide.
Shen Mo ordered. Elder Li eagerly responded.
Yes.
She quickly bound Pang Ziyu tightly, even stuffing her mouth with a cloth to prevent her from biting her tongue. Only then did Shen Mo nod slightly. Pang Ziyu was of high status and intelligence. Such a person should either be killed swiftly or kept under control. However, Shen Mo did not plan to kill Pang Ziyu just yet. At the very least, he wanted to squeeze some benefits out of her first. Moreover, the overall strength of the Qingxuan Sect was still inferior to the Flying Frost Sect. Killing Pang Ziyu would be tantamount to declaring war. With both sides evenly matched, it could lead to a protracted battle, which Shen Mo did not want. He preferred a decisive victory, a crushing defeat.
Young sect master, what should we do with the two traitors?
Elder Li pointed to Li Tai and another person at the entrance. After Pang Ziyu was captured, the disciples rushed to seize these two as well.
Interrogate them, then execute them publicly.
Shen Mo commanded with a wave of his hand.
Understood.
The chaos in the armament hall gradually subsided. But the excitement among the people made it impossible for them to sleep. They whispered about the recent events.
What realm is our young sect master at now, to be able to crush those golden core realm cultivators? I think the young sect master must have formed his golden core long ago, keeping it hidden as his trump card. But even if the young sect master had formed his golden core earlier, he should still be at the entry level of the golden core realm. How could he defeat those long-established golden core cultivators? Who knows?
Meanwhile, Shen Mo didn't rest. He immediately left the armament hall to intercept an opportunity. Even before Pang Ziyu was captured, he had already seen her life panel and spotted two upcoming opportunities. Recent Opportunity 1. Tonight, while capturing Shen Mo and returning to the Flying Frost Sect, they are attacked by a 4th-rank forest python. After slaying the python, they find two low-grade earth-tier medicinal herbs, wooden muryuang, nearby. Recent Opportunity 2. 10 days later, during a meeting with the Spirit Beast Sect Master near Beiham Mountain, they encounter a large gold-seeking rat but fail to capture it, only obtaining 5 top-grade spirit stones. Shen Mo, following the path from the heavy weapon hall to the Flying Frost Sect, soon discovered a large green python in the forest python mentioned in the opportunity. After an intense battle, Shen Mo successfully killed it and found 2 wooden muryuang plants nearby, which blended in with the surrounding trees. Wooden muryuang, a low-grade, earth-tier medicinal herb, is a rare treasure for enhancing golden cores, similar to dragon beard. It doesn't require processing into a pill and can be consumed directly for over 90% efficacy. Moreover, wooden muryuang's potency surpasses that of dragon beard. These 2 wooden muryuang plants were roughly equivalent to 4 dragon beards. After obtaining the wooden muryuang, Shen Mo headed straight for Beiham Mountain. Beiham Mountain is near the Spirit Beast Sect, but still part of the Qingxuan Mountain range. Shen Mo quickly arrived at Beiham Mountain. However, unlike Pang Ziyu, he wouldn't just happen to encounter the gold-seeking rat. According to normal circumstances, the gold-seeking rat would only appear 10 days later. So Shen Mo had to find it himself. Around dawn, he finally found the large gold-seeking rat. Typically, a gold-seeking rat is only as long as a human forearm. But this one reached a human's waist in height and was over 3 meters long. Definitely the Rat King. Its speed was also astonishing. Upon spotting Shen Mo, it was terrified and ran off at full speed. Usually, Golden Core Realm cultivators could only eat its dust. However, Shen Mo's body technique, 8-directional thunderous movement, a top-tier mystic-grade skill, was more than sufficient to catch up. Soon, Shen Mo cornered the large gold-seeking rat in a dead end, where it played dead by flipping its belly. Shen Mo found it both amusing and exasperating. He didn't kill it, instead taking what it had hidden in its thick fur. To his delight, not only did the large gold-seeking rat have over 80 top-grade spirit stones, but it also had half of a pitch-black arm guard. It was a piece of the demon armor. One wonders how the gold-seeking rat managed to carry so much weight while running around.
Go back, I won't kill you,
Shen Mo said, waving his hand. The large gold-seeking rat quickly fled, feeling greatly relieved. Having intercepted these two opportunities, Shen Mo found a quiet place nearby to inspect his finds. He set the wooden muryuang aside, as it could be consumed any time. The refinement would also take considerable time. However, the half-demon armor armguard excited him. The demon armor armguard emitted a dark purple glow, exuding a strange, malevolent aura, yet seemed imbued with overwhelming power. Its surface, like the previous pieces of the demon armor he had obtained, was inscribed with mysterious and intricate patterns.
I wonder if these two pieces of the demon armor can merge with this.
Chapter 107, Important Intelligence on Pang Ziyu's Life Panel. Chapter 107, Important Intelligence on Pang Ziyu's Life Panel. Shen Mo scratched his head but still extended his arm to insert it into the armguard. Buzz! The demonic armor's armguard, seemingly unsuitable for a human arm, unexpectedly shrank. In the end, it fit Shen Mo's arm perfectly. Shen Mo immediately felt an overwhelming surge of power. The strength in his right arm alone was probably greater than his entire body's strength. He took a deep breath and slammed it into the ground. Crack! In an instant, the solid granite floor cracked open. The fissure spread far away. The next moment, a 10-foot-tall small stone mountain ahead split down the middle, leaving a huge crack. It was completely split in two. Shen Mo's eyes widened in utter delight.
Excellent, this demonic armor's right arm is too powerful. It can serve as my trump card.
Filled with joy, Shen Mo willed the demonic arm to disappear, and it instantly vanished, reappearing in his dantian. It hovered quietly above the Dao Foundation, beside his golden core. With just a thought from Shen Mo, it could reappear to aid its master in battle, slaying all enemies. Before long, Shen Mo returned to the heavy weapon hall and arrived at the prison. The prison was built in a natural underground cave. It was even colder and damper here. The prisoners were constantly tormented by the freezing cold air. Because of this, the guards had to wear thick robes. When Shen Mo arrived, the guards were two disciples at the Foundation establishment stage. Shen Mo recognized them. They were old disciples of the Qingxuan Sect, not recent joiners. He glanced at their life panels and found nothing amiss, which also proved their loyalty to the Qingxuan Sect.
Greetings, young sect master.
The two greeted Shen Mo respectfully, their faces showing undisguised admiration. Shen Mo nodded slightly.
Take me to Pang Ziyu's cell. Yes.
Along the way, they passed many cells, holding only two types of people, traitors and rogue cultivators who committed crimes. After interrogation, these people faced only two outcomes. Either their dantian was crippled and they were released, or they were publicly executed. Soon Shen Mo saw Pang Ziyu. Her cell was at the deepest part of the underground prison. It was even more cold and damp.
By the way, young sect master, these were found on Pang Ziyu. Elder Li instructed us to hand them over to you personally.
The disciple on the left handed over several items. There was a storage ring, a whip, and a necklace. Shen Mo examined them one by one. The storage ring contained over 100 high-grade spirit stones and some spiritual artifacts. He didn't pay much attention to these. Finally, he found a bottle of essence replenishing pills in a corner of the storage ring. He nodded in satisfaction. As for the whip and necklace, they were lower-grade spiritual artifacts. Shen Mo took the items from the storage ring and had the other disciple take the rest to the sect's treasury. At this moment, Pang Ziyu also saw him. She was still bound tightly, her mouth gagged, unable to speak. She could only glare at Shen Mo with hatred. If looks could kill, Shen Mo would be riddled with holes by now. Shen Mo smiled silently and carefully examined Pang Ziyu's life panel. Name Pang Ziyu. Cultivation level, entry stage of the core formation realm. Fate, sect disciple, slight fortune, beauty of fish and geese, exceptional intelligence, purple thunder body. Destiny will ultimately stop at the pinnacle of the core formation realm. Life will be full of ups and downs but will end peacefully. Upcoming opportunity. In 2 months, the Alchemy King's Cave will open. Pang Ziyu will be taken back to the Qingxuan Sect by her father, Pang Longxiang, in exchange for a formation-breaking jade token. Upcoming turn. 2.5 months later, during her exploration of the Alchemy King's Cave, Pang Ziyu will suffer a severe injury from a formation and be on the brink of death, but she will be saved by the sect master of the Spirit Beast Sect. Shen Mo frowned slightly.
The Alchemy King's Cave is about to open. A formation-breaking jade token, this is crucial information. Flying Frost Sect discovered the third Alchemy King's Cave long ago and has been trying to break its formation. They even invited a formation master from another prefecture, claiming it was to repair their mountain-protecting formation.
But the exact location of the Alchemy King's Cave was never revealed. The only known detail is that it's within the Thorn Forest.
So, in 2 months, Flying Frost Sect will use the formation-breaking jade token to open the Alchemy King's Cave. It seems the formation-breaking jade token is the only thing valuable enough to exchange for Pang Ziyu.
Shen Mo pondered this. In his mind, letting Pang Ziyu go was not an option. She had to die after he extracted all useful information from her. However, with the formation-breaking jade token in play, releasing her might be worthwhile.
Moreover, if Pang Ziyu enters the Alchemy King's Cave and is severely injured by the formation, it's an outcome that could easily be altered. With a little intervention, instead of being injured, she could be killed outright.
Satisfied with this thought, Shen Mo ignored Pang Ziyu's hateful glare and left without a word. Pang Ziyu's expression shifted from hatred to confusion. He came all this way just to look at me without saying anything? What is he planning? Leaving the underground prison, Shen Mo returned to his courtyard, took out the wood stench he had obtained earlier and began cultivating. After a short while, a pleasant fragrance filled the air, followed by Murong Yue's surprised voice.
Shenner, you've condensed your golden core.
Shen Mo looked up to see Murong Yue dressed in a loose, light-colored long dress entering his view. Unlike her usual palace attire, she was wearing something more relaxed, likely for resting. Shen Mo smiled wryly.
Elder Li must have told you.
Murong Yue covered her mouth, laughing softly.
Of course, such great news, Elder Li told me right away. Quick, tell me, what kind of core did you condense? Is it a perfect golden core?
Her expression was eager, and instead of her usual self-referential term,
Your master.
she used with Shen Mo. Shen Mo nodded. Although he had condensed an infernal golden core, which was an extraordinary trump card, he chose to say it was a perfect golden core.
Good, good, good.
Murong Yue's face lit up with joy, repeating the word
Good.
several times. Then she asked,
Elder Li mentioned that Pang Ziyu and others attacked the heavy weapon hall last night. Shenner, you must have just broken through to the core formation realm. How did you manage?
Shen Mo had already prepared an excuse.
Master, I was prepared for their arrival. With preparation, I naturally wouldn't be caught off guard like others. Besides, Master, did you forget? I've tamed the Red Lotus Flame, which greatly enhances my combat power beyond that of typical core formation cultivators.
Murong Yue nodded slightly.
That makes sense. With such a trump card, Shenner, dealing with ordinary core formation cultivators shouldn't be difficult. However, Shenner, news of your breakthrough will spread quickly. Be prepared. Such a young and promising core formation cultivator will definitely cause a stir.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. Having revealed his strength, he was already prepared for the envious and malicious gazes that might follow.
Good, since you are so confident, I am reassured.
Chapter 108, luring Shen Mo to the Alchemy King's cave to kill him. Chapter 108, luring Shen Mo to the Alchemy King's cave to kill him. Flying Frost Sect Council Hall. Pang Longxiang sat at the head seat, his face ashen. On either side of him were the 10 strongest core formation cultivators of the Flying Frost Sect. Apart from them, another person was seated next to Pang Longxiang. This person had white hair and a white beard, but his expression was lazy, completely opposite to the serious demeanor of the others.
Why is no one speaking? Have you all become mute?
Pang Longxiang barked. The elders coughed lightly. The deputy sect master, seated first on the left, spoke in a low voice.
The young sect master acted on her own and fell into Qingxuan Sect's ambush. This is something none of us wanted to see.
The great elder nodded.
But please, sect master, restrain yourself. We cannot afford to clash with Qingxuan Sect right now.
The second elder added.
People from the Stormy Rain sect are still in the Thorn Forest. It's hard to know their true intentions, and it's unclear if they know about the Alchemy King's cave or not.
The deputy sect master continued.
If we declare war on Qingxuan Sect at this time, and Stormy Rain Sect also makes a move from the north, we'll be caught in a two-front battle, which is highly disadvantageous.
Suppressing his anger, Pang Longxiang demanded.
Then, what do you suggest we do?
The deputy sect master responded in a serious tone.
The young sect master previously attacked Flying Fish City under the pretense that Master Su was attacked there, which indeed complicates matters. I suggest we temporarily release some of the detained people to show our goodwill. Then, we negotiate with Qingxuan Sect on how to ransom back the young sect master. After all, we are not in the right in this matter.
The great elder quickly advised.
Sect master, in fact, the negotiations don't necessarily have to yield a result. We just need to buy time.
He glanced at the white-haired elder.
As long as you invite Master Su to break the formation of the Alchemy King's cave, we will obtain all the treasures inside, significantly boosting our sect's strength. At that point, we might even be able to enlist the help of Heavenly Water Sect. Then, even if we face both Stormy Rain Sect and Qingxuan Sect simultaneously, we will still have the upper hand.
The other elders also voiced their opinions. None supported going to war with Qingxuan Sect now. They all preferred delaying until the Alchemy King's cave opened. Pang Longxiang took several deep breaths. After all, Pang Ziyu was his daughter. His earlier anger was from a father's perspective. But when he considered it from the perspective of the sect master of Flying Frost Sect, delaying until the Alchemy King's cave opened was indeed the best solution.
All right, we'll delay.
Pang Longxiang said gravely.
Understood. I will personally handle the negotiations.
The great elder accepted the task. Pang Longxiang looked around.
There's another matter. We have some people planted in Heavy Weapon Hall, and they reported back last night's events.
Hearing this, everyone perked up. They were also eager to know why Pang Ziyu, leading 3 core formation cultivators in an assault on Heavy Weapon Hall, ended up losing 3 and having 1 captured alive. Pang Longxiang said in a deep voice.
Ziyu's analysis was correct. Heavy Weapon Hall only had 1 core formation cultivator. But we overlooked another person, Shen Mo.
The deputy sect master was stunned, then reacted.
Sect master, do you mean that this person has reached core formation?
The great elder, second elder, and others immediately refuted.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
He only reached the peak of foundation establishment recently. Even if he is the young sect master of Qingxuan Sect, he shouldn't have gathered all the treasures needed for a perfect golden core yet. Pang Longxiang sighed.
Stop saying it's impossible. Anything is possible.
The 3 cultivators Ziyu brought were all killed by Shen Mo. Ziyu even had the blood vine array set up in advance as a precaution, but it couldn't trap Shen Mo instead. It was burned by the eternal flame controlled by Shen Mo.
One cultivator tried to self-destruct his core to block Shen Mo, buying time for Ziyu to escape. But Shen Mo used superior movement techniques to get behind him and directly extracted his golden core, interrupting the self-destruction. Ziyu was also captured by Shen Mo personally. In other words, Their assault last night was entirely thwarted by Shen Mo alone.
When Pang Longxiang finished speaking, the hall was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Every face was filled with shock and astonishment. Shen Mo at the core formation stage. With such combat power, it must be a perfect golden core. A person like this has even tamed an eternal flame.
I have already informed Heavenly Water Sect about this news, and Sect Master Zhang personally spoke to me.
Pang Longxiang said seriously. In the hall, everyone's expressions became serious, all eyes turning to Pang Longxiang. Flying Frost Sect has always followed Heavenly Water Sect's lead. Whatever Zhang Mo says, they must listen to and treat as an order. Pang Longxiang said in a grave tone.
Sect Master Zhang explicitly stated, "Kill him. If there's a chance, we must kill him."
The elders' hearts tightened. Even through Pang Longxiang's retelling, they could feel Zhang Mo's undisguised killing intent. After all, during the 100 Sect's grand ceremony, Shen Mo had thoroughly embarrassed Heavenly Water Sect. Zhang Mo had long wanted to kill him. It's just that Heavenly Water Sect is too far from Qingxuan Sect and couldn't find a suitable excuse to act. The deputy sect master said,
Shen Mo, with such talent and strength, indeed needs to be killed, but
the great elder nodded.
Yes, it's not just a matter of wanting to kill him.
At this moment, the white-haired elder, who had been silent, suddenly spoke.
Wanna kill him? Simple, lure him into the Alchemy King's third cave.
Pang Longxiang was stunned and quickly asked.
Master Su, what do you mean?
Master Su said calmly.
This Alchemy King's third cave not only has protective formations outside to prevent outsiders from entering, but also has layers of killing arrays inside. Once I break the cave's formation, I can make a talisman for each of you that can protect you from most of the formations inside the cave. But if others enter without this talisman, it will be extremely difficult for them, and they could easily die without a burial place.
Pang Longxiang's eyes lit up. The other elders also seemed to have thought of something. The deputy sect master immediately said,
Master Su is right, we can take full advantage of this. Let's lure Stormy Rain's sect in as well.
The great elder nodded.
But we must put on a good show, make it seem like we have no choice but to compromise and let them enter the Alchemy King's cave with us. Otherwise, they will surely become suspicious. Exactly.
The other elders nodded repeatedly. Pang Longxiang, looking grateful, immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Master Su.
Thank you, Master Su. I am deeply grateful. Inviting you here is the wisest decision I've ever made.
Master Su quickly helped him up, smiling.
When I was traveling in Giant Prefecture years ago, you saved my life. This is just repaying that debt, no need for gratitude. Moreover, I am passionate about breaking all kinds of formations, which also helps improve my own formation skills.
The great elder, the second elder, and others all praised and flattered the white-haired elder's wisdom.
The entire sect will fully support Master Su. Whatever Master Su needs, we will provide immediately without any delay.
Pang Longxiang said forcefully.
Yes.
Chapter 109, The Signal of the Alchemy King's Cave Opening. In the verdant vine sect. Amongst the verdant bamboo forest, a graceful woman draped in black gauze played with a small white snake, weaving between the bamboo stalks. Not far away, a black-furred giant bear lazily ate honey from a hive it held. Bees swarmed out angrily to attack the bear, but they couldn't pierce its thick fur. Instead, the bear would swat them dead with a single paw. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man approached the bamboo grove. The giant bear immediately stood on its hind legs and roared at him, as if warning him to stay away. The man sighed.
When you were just a cub, I was the one who handed you to Yu Heng.
The bear continued to roar. The man, feeling helpless, took out a jar from his storage ring and threw it to the bear. Instantly, the bear stopped roaring and happily began devouring the honey inside the jar. Only then could the man proceed.
Why has the fiery serpent grown so quickly since the 100 Sect ceremony?
The middle-aged man wondered. The woman in black gauze paused and chuckled.
Who knows? It's an ancient species after all.
Father, you didn't come here just to marvel, did you?
The middle-aged man laughed heartily.
Of course not, I have news for you.
The woman nodded, gesturing with her hand, and the fiery serpent reluctantly coiled around her fair arm. The two walked together. They were none other than Mo Hanshin, the master of Verdant Vine Sect, and his daughter, the enchanting Mo Yuheng.
Speak.
Mo Yuheng said, teasing the little snake. Mo Hanshin said solemnly.
Shen Mo has formed his golden core.
Mo Yuheng immediately stopped what she was doing, her eyes sparkling.
So soon, a perfect golden core.
Mo Hanshin nodded.
From what we can tell, it's at least a perfect golden core. It's also possible he formed a special golden core.
After all, some techniques can create special golden cores, which can be stronger than perfect ones but also have their pros and cons. Mo Yuheng became more intrigued.
What's the situation? Tell me everything.
Mo Hanshin then recounted how Shen Mo had countered an ambush by 4 attackers, killing 3 and capturing 1 alive. Mo Yuheng listened, growing more and more astonished.
I've always said he had potential. Father, why didn't you recruit him back then?
Mo Hanshin smiled bitterly.
I wanted to, but would Murong Yue allow it? She's already at the peak of the core formation stage. I might not be able to defeat her.
Mo Yuheng pouted, then suddenly asked.
Is everything ready for me to form my myriad demon golden core?
Mo Hanshin smiled.
That's the other piece of news. Everything is ready. You can form your core anytime. Good, I'll do it today.
Mo Yuheng nodded.
By the way, do the other 4 sects know about this?
She asked. Mo Hanshin chuckled.
Of course, the Divine Sword Sect's intelligence network is far superior to ours.
I wonder how Zhou Qingkeng and Hong Qilong will react to this news.
Mo Yuheng said with a seductive smile.
And Yin Zhuge and Wan Renji. Those 2 will probably be insanely jealous if they find out Shen Mo formed his core faster than they did.
At the Divine Sword Sect in a forbidden area, 7 colossal stone swords, each more than 10 meters high, stood upright, piercing the earth and dominating the landscape. The surface of the giant swords was ancient and weathered, as if they had witnessed countless ages pass by. In the center of the 7 swords sat a solitary figure, Zhou Qingkeng. His eyes were closed and his energy surged wildly around him. Behind him, an aura resembling an unsheathed sword was forming. Just as the sword aura reached its peak, it shattered. Zhou Qingkeng's face paled slightly, and he quickly took a healing pill before resuming his attempt to form the sword aura. He repeated this cycle 6 times. However, on the 7th attempt, his body could no longer endure. He opened his eyes abruptly and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face ashen. A tall, thin man immediately stepped forward to support him.
Master, I failed again. I can't break through to the 7th kill to form the 7-kill sword core.
Zhou Qingkeng sighed. Luo Kaoshin smiled.
No matter, the 7-kill sword core is incredibly fierce. Only our founding ancestor succeeded in forming it. You've only failed 3 times, it's nothing to worry about.
Zhou Qingkeng frowned.
But each failure consumes a lot of top-grade, profound tier treasures.
First time, I stopped at 2 kills and wasted 10 top-grade profound grade treasures. Second time, I stopped at 5 kills and wasted 25. Third time, I stopped at 6 kills and wasted 30.
Master, these treasures could have been used for other disciples.
Luo Kaoshin's smile remained warm.
You are the most talented disciple of our Divine Sword Sect. If these resources aren't for you, then for whom?
Zhou Qingkeng was moved by these words.
I know you still blame me for what happened in the 3rd round of the 100 Sect ceremony. I also know that you have a rigid personality. That matter was my fault.
Luo Kaoshin sighed. Zhou Qingkeng quickly said.
No, I don't dare blame you. I was just a shepherd boy from the mountains. Without you, I would still be tending cattle, never achieving what I have today.
Luo Kaoshin patted his shoulder.
Everything I do is for your own good. It's just a pity about that tame soul-nourishing pill.
Zhou Qingkeng felt a pang of guilt.
Oh, and I have some good news for you.
Luo Kaoshin said with a smile.
Please tell me, Master.
Luo Kaoshin smiled.
Your friend Shen Mo from the Qingxuan Sect has formed his golden core.
He then recounted what had happened at the heavy weapon hall.
Shen Mo's golden core should be above a perfect golden core, but we don't know exactly what it is.
Luo Kaoshan added. Zhou Qingkang was delighted.
Really, that's great news. I'm envious he can form a special golden core.
Luo Kaoshan's smile was gentle.
You can too. The 7-kill sword core is the most formidable. Once you form it, you will be unrivaled among those at the same level. Then, you can challenge him to a duel. Yes, I will start forming it again immediately.
Zhou Qingkang's eyes sparkled with excitement. With the dark clouds in his heart dissipating, he could naturally immerse himself in cultivation more quickly.
Good, then I will attend to sect matters.
Luo Kaoshan said with the same kind smile. After leaving the forbidden area, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a cold expression.
Even a personal disciple can't compare to a son.
Peaceful cultivation days are always short. During this period, Qingxuan Sect seemed to relent. First, they returned some of the detained disciples of Qingxuan Sect, then they sent people to negotiate the ransom for Pang Ziyu. However, the compensation was never agreed upon. Time dragged on for 2 months. At this moment, in the heavy weapon hall, Shen Mo refined the last yuan supplement pill and slowly opened his eyes. During this time, he had refined all the yuan supplement pills and cistanch, and his cultivation had progressed rapidly. He had vaguely touched the bottleneck of the major accomplishment stage. Unfortunately, time was running out, and he had no more yuan supplement pills. Otherwise, Shen Mo believed that with another half a month, he could reach the major accomplishment of the core formation stage.
Calculating the time, it should be soon, right?
Chapter 110, Want to take back Pang Ziyu, bring treasure to exchange. Chapter 110, Want to take back Pang Ziyu, bring treasure to exchange. Thorn Forest. Once filled with the roars of tigers and the cries of apes, today it was as quiet as a chicken. After all, there were never usually so many core formation stage cultivators around Thorn Forest. Usually, the beasts would roar a few times to show their ferocity. But if they dared to roar now with so many core formation stage cultivators present, it wouldn't be showing ferocity, it would be pure suicide. At this moment, dozens of core formation stage cultivators had already arrived. The Qingxuan Sect and the Spirit Beast Sect had already arrived, but were blocked outside Thorn Forest by the Flying Frost Sect. As for the Stormy Rain Sect, they had already gathered a group of core formation stage cultivators on the other side of the river, ready to act. Such a huge commotion, if unnoticed, would indeed be a sign of deafness and blindness. Shen Mo, along with other core formation stage cultivators like Murong Yue, was also standing outside Thorn Forest.
Sect Master Pang, what's the situation inside Thorn Forest? Is there a significant treasure emerging?
Murong Yue smiled. Pang Longxiang's face was gloomy, and he said nothing. The Spirit Beast Sect Master also smiled and said,
Sect Master Pang, our Spirit Beast Sect and the Flying Frost Sect have always been brother sects, right? Could you share some information with us?
Not far away, another loud voice rang out.
Pang Longxiang, don't think your sect alone can hold off the 3 sects and all these rogue cultivators.
Shen Mo looked over and saw it was the sect master of the Stormy Rain Sect standing across the river. Upon hearing this, the rogue cultivators blocked outside Thorn Forest also became restless. Such a shocking commotion must mean the emergence of a significant treasure. Even if they couldn't get the ultimate treasure, they could at least get a share of the spoils, right? Pang Longxiang's face showed a struggle, his expression changing unpredictably. After a long time, he had no choice but to say,
All right, I'll tell you. The commotion just now was the opening of the Alchemy King's cave.
As soon as he said this, all the cultivators present gasped. Then they all showed expressions of excitement. Everyone present had heard of the preciousness of the Alchemy King's cave. The Divine Sword Sect once obtained one, which contained countless treasures. There was even an earth-grade pill that enhanced physique, the Tame Nourishing Soul pill. No one didn't want to obtain such a treasure. Not long ago, the second Alchemy King's cave appeared near Cold Water Stream in Qingxuan City, but unfortunately, many people went there only to find it empty. They thought the third Alchemy King's cave would appear 7 or 8 years later. Unexpectedly, it appeared today.
Well, no wonder you didn't let us pass. You knew the location of the Alchemy King's cave long ago and were guarding against us.
The Stormy Rain Sect Master cursed.
Brother Pang, eating alone is not good. How about we explore the Alchemy King's cave together?
The Spirit Beast Sect Master smiled. Murong Yue also smiled slightly.
Sect Master Pang, even if the Flying Frost Sect wants to monopolize the Alchemy King's cave, it can't do so now. How about the 4 sects explore it together?
Pang Longxiang roared angrily.
I invited a formation master to break the protective formation of the Alchemy King's cave for several months, and now you want to take advantage. Dream on.
The Stormy Rain Sect Master sneered.
Don't want to hand it over? Then fight. The Qingxuan Sect and the Spirit Beast Sect won't side with you.
The Spirit Beast Sect Master smiled without saying anything. Even among the Heavenly Water Sect lineage, there was competition for benefits. The Flying Frost Sect clearly intended to monopolize the Alchemy King's cave when they discovered it and didn't inform the Spirit Beast Sect. Given this, the Spirit Beast Sect had no reservations. Pang Longxiang and the elders of the Flying Frost Sect suddenly felt tremendous pressure. Facing 3 sects, the Flying Frost Sect wouldn't have the advantage.
I have one condition.
Pang Longxiang took several deep breaths, his face gloomy.
Speak!
Murong Yue said calmly.
Return my daughter, and the Flying Frost Sect will explore the Alchemy King's cave with you. Otherwise, no deal.
Pang Longxiang gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger. The Stormy Rain Sect and Spirit Beast Sect both looked at the Qingxuan Sect. Everyone knew what had happened that night. Pang Ziyu had been imprisoned in the Qingxuan Sect for 2 months. During this time, the Flying Frost Sect had tried many times to negotiate, but to no avail. Now, Pang Longxiang wanted to take this opportunity to rescue his daughter, which was understandable. This put pressure on the Qingxuan Sect. Murong Yue thought for a moment and was about to speak. Shen Mo suddenly spoke.
Sect Master Pang, Pang Ziyu's attack on the heavy weapon hall was a serious offense committed by your Flying Frost Sect. Unless you provide something sufficiently valuable, Pang Ziyu will not be released.
His tone was exceptionally firm. Pang Longxiang's eyes were bloodshot.
Murong Yue, I want to hear it from you.
Murong Yue smiled.
What Shen Mo means is exactly what I mean. Good, very good.
Pang Longxiang laughed in anger. The Spirit Beast Sect Master frowned.
Sect Master Murong, our sects meet often. Keeping Sect Master Pang's daughter imprisoned isn't a good look.
The Stormy Rain Sect Master coughed lightly.
I agree.
Shen Mo glanced around, smiling faintly. Everyone was pursuing their own interests. For the Stormy Rain Sect and the Spirit Beast Sect, entering the Alchemy King's cave was the top priority, and nothing else mattered. Even though the Stormy Rain Sect and the Qingxuan Sect were secretly allied, they wouldn't speak up for the Qingxuan Sect now. Shen Mo said calmly.
Sect Master Pang, I still insist that you must provide something sufficiently valuable in exchange. Otherwise, there will be no deal.
Pang Longxiang stared at Shen Mo for a long time. Finally, in a hoarse voice, he said,
All right, I am willing to exchange a formation-breaking jade plate for Ziyu.
As he spoke, he took out a peculiar golden jade plate. The deputy sect master and the grand elder beside Pang Longxiang were shocked and quickly tried to dissuade him.
Sect Master, you mustn't do this. The formation-breaking jade plate was painstakingly crafted by Master Su. We only have 4 of them, we cannot give one away. We can use other items to ransom the young sect master. We must not use the formation-breaking jade plate.
These words immediately piqued the curiosity of all the cultivators present. What exactly was the formation-breaking jade plate? Pang Longxiang took a deep breath and said seriously,
This Alchemy King's cave is filled with formations and dangers. I invited a master who specializes in formations from Lingyun Prefecture. After months of painstaking effort, he broke the outer formation and then created 4 formation-breaking jade plates, which can break some of the formations and avoid dangers. With this item, exploring the Alchemy King's cave will be much safer. This item is sufficiently valuable, right?
At the end, Pang Longxiang gritted his teeth, and each word seemed to come out through clenched teeth. His tone and expression underscored the preciousness of the formation-breaking jade plate. Originally, the Flying Frost Sect could enjoy having 4 of them. Now they had to give one away. How could it not be painful?
I see. Since Sect Master Pang is so sincere, I reluctantly agree.
Shen Mo smiled slightly.
Elder Li, please bring Pang Ziyu here. Yes.
Only then did Pang Longxiang let out a long sigh of relief. But the deputy sect master, grand elder, and others beside him were beating their chests in frustration, their faces showing a hint of resentment toward Pang Longxiang. It was as if they blamed him for wasting such an important resource of the sect to save his daughter. The surroundings quieted down. Before long, Elder Li brought Pang Ziyu over and handed her to Pang Longxiang. The father and daughter finally reunited, shedding tears of joy. Pang Longxiang took a deep breath and looked around.
The Alchemy King's cave hasn't fully opened yet. According to Master Su, it will take at least half a month. I need to take my daughter back for recuperation. If you all are worried, you can station people here.
Chapter 111, The Unexpected Victor of the Alchemist King's Cave, Xiao Fan. Chapter 111, The Unexpected Victor of the Alchemist King's Cave, Xiao Fan. Flying Frost Sect, Sect Master's Courtyard. Pang Longxiang and Pang Ziyu embraced each other, weeping bitterly.
Ziyu, you're finally back. They didn't torture you, did they? Where are you hurt?
Pang Longxiang asked with concern. Pang Ziyu shook her head.
No, they didn't torture me, nor did they interrogate me. They just threw me into a prison cell.
Pang Longxiang breathed a sigh of relief.
That's good, that's good.
Father, I also want to enter the Alchemist King's cave.
Pang Ziyu's eyes sparkled.
I know, you must have already made a plan.
Pang Longxiang looked at his daughter and smiled with satisfaction.
You guessed right, Father indeed has a flawless plan. Not only Shen Mo, but I'll also bury the Qingxuan Sect and the Stormy Rain Sect in there as well. Once we emerge from the Alchemist King's cave, the entire southern region of Xunjiang Prefecture will belong solely to our Flying Frost Sect.
Pang Ziyu's eyes lit up with surprise, a trace of hatred flashing within them.
Father, you must promise me that I'll personally kill Shen Mo. The 3 cultivators I took with me all died at Shen Mo's hands.
Pang Longxiang nodded.
Rest assured, I'll break Shen Mo's limbs and throw him in front of you. You can torture him however you wish.
Only then did Pang Ziyu nod.
Good, I'll wait for that day.
Heavy Weapon Hall. Song Kao Feng and his men stationed themselves in the Thorn Forest, while Shen Mo and the others returned to Heavy Weapon Hall. Shen Mo sat down in his courtyard, his gaze deep and contemplative. After the Qingxuan Sect obtained the opportunity to explore the Alchemist King's cave, the life paths of everyone involved in this matter had undergone significant changes, including Shen Mo himself. Destiny stopped at the early stage of core formation, drained of all vital energy by Gu Sankyu and died. Recent opportunity. In half a month, open the 6th stone chamber in the human section of the Alchemist King's cave and obtain 2 bottles of yuan-boosting pills. Recent turning point. Due to tampering with the jade token used to break formations, pursued by Pang Longxiang, overpowered, right leg severed and captured. As for Murong Yue, Song Kao Feng, Elder Li, and others, their destinies were no exception. They all perished at the hands of Gu Sankyu. However, the manner of death varied greatly.
I originally thought that entering the Alchemist King's cave, the greatest danger would be the Flying Frost Sect, but I didn't expect it to be a cultivator who was supposedly already dead.
Shen Mo sat on a stone bench, deep in thought. Gu Sankyu, a peak core formation cultivator, was widely known as the
Alchemist King.
He had once refined the Tei soul-nourishing pill, a rare elixir that could enhance one's constitution. Now it seems he hadn't died after all. The first two Alchemist King's caves that appeared were likely just decoys. They were merely lures to attract more people to explore the third Alchemist King's cave. Now the truth is revealed. Gu Sankyu gathered so many core formation cultivators to absorb their vital energy and resurrect himself. Or perhaps he never died and only needed the vital energy of core formation cultivators to further his cultivation. Regardless of the possibility, Gu Sankyu is undoubtedly a formidable enemy.
I need to learn more about Gu Sankyu.
Shen Mo immediately stood up, intending to find Murong Yue to gather some information. But just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he saw Xiao Fan.
Xiao Fan,
Shen Mo casually glanced at Xiao Fan's life path panel and suddenly widened his eyes. Recent Opportunity 1. In half a month, stationed near the Alchemist King's cave, unexpectedly discovering a hidden entrance to the cave. Recent Opportunity 2. After entering the Alchemist King's cave, immediately falls into the Golden Sword formation, but the formation's flags are damaged and fail to activate. Xiao Fan passes through the Golden Sword formation and enters the third stone chamber in the Heaven section, obtaining 2 sticks of soul-calming incense and a fragment of the grass character sword manual. Recent Opportunity 3 leaves the third stone chamber in the Heaven section to continue exploring, encountering numerous dangers but emerging unscathed, eventually reaching the fourth stone chamber in the Heaven section and obtaining a damaged formation flag of the 5 Ghosts Lifestealing formation. Recent Opportunity 4.
Soul Calming Incense and the 5 Ghosts Lifestealing formation. These 2 items are the key to dealing with Gu Sankyu. When I enter the Alchemist King's cave, I must secure them as soon as possible. Moreover, Xiao Fan's opportunities are also valuable. I'll take advantage of them all.
Shen Mo nodded in satisfaction, casting an approving glance at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was just about to go grab something to eat when he felt the sudden, inexplicable approval in Shen Mo's gaze. Instinctively, he shivered, but not daring to show any dissatisfaction, he quickly bowed to Shen Mo.
Master Shen, is there something you need me to do?
Xiao Fan asked cautiously. He had always worried that Shen Mo might seek revenge for past events. Although Shen Mo had never acted against him, the longer he didn't, the more Xiao Fan suspected he was plotting something bigger. Shen Mo waved his hand with a smile.
Nothing in particular, I just think you're quite capable.
Xiao Fan was even more confused by this, but he didn't dare to ask further, so he awkwardly nodded.
Thank you.
Then he quickly took a few hurried steps and disappeared from sight. He feared that Shen Mo might cast another strange look his way. Shen Mo's expression grew even more satisfied. Soon half a month had passed. Just as Pang Longxiang had said, the beam of light from the Alchemist King's cave gradually dimmed over the past 2 weeks. It revealed a dark entrance. Inside was a massive, over 3-meter-tall stone gate. Its surface was engraved with intricate patterns. The Alchemist King's cave had truly opened. During this time, news of the third Alchemist King's cave spread. This drew many rogue cultivators to the Thorn Forest. However, most of the top-tier sects in the northern region were too far from the forest. If they didn't send enough core formation cultivators, they wouldn't be able to secure a share of the spoils. But if they sent too many, they risked leaving their own territories vulnerable to enemies. After weighing their options, the northern sects chose to forego the opportunity. As for the 5 sects of Qingxuan, they remained inactive. They likely shared similar concerns, fearful that any movement on their part would leave them open to attack. At the Thorn Forest, outside the Alchemist King's cave, groups from all sides once again gathered. A plan for exploring the cave had already been agreed upon. Given the dangers within, only core formation cultivators were permitted to enter. Each of the 4 sects could send up to 10 people. The rest would guard the cave's entrance, ostensibly to fend off demonic beasts, but everyone knew they were more likely guarding against rogue cultivators. The rogue cultivators grumbled, though they had expected this. Being completely excluded by the 4 sects still left them frustrated, though they dared not show it openly. No one cared what these rogue cultivators thought. At this point, Shen Mo and the others were fully prepared. The other cultivators who planned to enter were also eager and ready.
More, take this jade token to break formations and protect yourself well.
Murong Yue whispered. Shen Mo nodded, accepting the token. Initially, when he told Murong Yue of his desire to explore the Alchemist King's cave, she refused. But after much persuasion, she eventually agreed, on the condition that he carried the jade token.
Although this token has been tampered with and can allow the Flying Frost Sect to track me, it's still useful at the beginning. I'll keep it for now.
Shen Mo thought, nodding slightly. He had made thorough preparations.
Everyone, our Flying Frost Sect will go in first.
Chapter 112, I struck back just a bit harder. Chapter 112, I struck back just a bit harder. Boom! The heavy stone door behind them slammed shut. The group had fully entered the Alchemist King's cave. In front of them was a deep, sloping stairway. The walls on either side were engraved with intricate, mysterious patterns. Staring at them too long made one feel dizzy. Looking down, the end was nowhere in sight, as if it led into the stomach of some unknown giant beast. Shen Mo tried jumping, only to find that his leap was no higher than that of an ordinary person. Clearly, the cave contained a formation that suppressed spiritual power. The others also noticed this and frowned.
We'll go ahead.
Pang Longxiang said, glancing at the cultivators from the other three sects. He then led the Flying Frost Sect members down the stairs. Their figures gradually disappeared into the darkness. Shen Mo's eyes flashed as he committed the life panels of the 10 Flying Frost Sect members to memory. Pang Longxiang had opportunities ahead, but the others had few. Some were destined to fall into poison formations and die shortly after. This served as a reminder for Shen Mo, helping him mentally map the locations of those poison formations. The Qingxuan Sect and the other two sects followed shortly after. However, after walking for a while, something felt off.
Where are the footprints? This staircase was covered in dust, and we saw the Flying Frost Sect's footprints earlier. How have they disappeared?
Murong Yue whispered. At that moment, Song Keofeng's shocked voice came from beside her.
Sect Master, the people from the Spirit Beast Sect and the Stormy Rain Sect have also vanished.
Shen Mo looked around. Aside from the deep, oppressive darkness, there was nothing. The members of the other three sects had indeed disappeared. After a moment of thought, Shen Mo pulled out the jade token used to break formations and injected spiritual power into it. A golden light spread out, covering a 3-meter radius around them. The light quickly turned red, causing everyone's hearts to jump. Over the past 2 weeks, they had tested the jade token. If there were no formations within 3 meters, the light would remain golden. If there was a formation that the token could break, the light would turn white, indicating they could break it by channeling more spiritual power. But if the formation was unbreakable, the light would turn red. Shen Mo frowned slightly and walked a few steps closer to the wall. The light remained red.
Let's move forward a bit and try again.
The 10 members of the Qingxuan Sect advanced about 10 more meters. Shen Mo used the jade token again, and the light was still red.
What does this mean?
Song Keofeng asked, confused.
It means this entire passage is filled with formations.
Shen Mo said, his voice heavy. The others were stunned.
This passage is likely lined with countless illusion formations. What seems like a single path downward actually hides many other paths. The other three sects must have taken one of those paths, which is why they disappeared.
Shen Mo explained. Song Keofeng frowned deeply.
What should we do?
Before Shen Mo could answer, the seemingly solid ground beneath them began to shake. Before anyone could react, the ground suddenly dropped. Boom, crash, thud. It was a long while before Shen Mo opened his eyes again. Everything was still dark. He couldn't hear the sound of anyone breathing nearby. Shen Mo didn't get up immediately. Instead, he held his breath, continuing to adjust to the darkness. Simultaneously, he checked his life panel. Recent opportunity, the ground shakes and falls. The other Qingxuan Sect members are lost in the formations and disappear one after another. You fall into the 16th stone chamber in the human section, where you find a bottle of Great Foundation pill and a bottle of Yuan boosting pill. Recent turning point? After leaving the 16th stone chamber, you encounter 2 Spirit Beast Sect cultivators. They attack you, and though you escape, you are slashed across the chest. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. It seemed his luck wasn't great this time. Slowly, he got up and surveyed his surroundings in the dim light. He found himself in a spacious stone chamber. As expected, there were some jade bottles scattered in the corners. Most were empty, and some contained pills that had lost their potency, crumbling into dust at a touch. Finally, just as his life panel described, Shen Mo found a bottle of Great Foundation Pill and a bottle of Yuan Boosting Pill. After securing these items, Shen Mo didn't immediately leave the stone chamber. Instead, he hid in a corner, quietly listening for any sounds outside. As expected, within just a few breaths, footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the voices of two men in conversation.
Damn it, how did we end up just the two of us? Yeah, this alchemist king's cave is really eerie. I heard the first two caves weren't like this at all. Should we start looking for treasures first, or what? Let's search for treasures first, and while we're at it, let's look for that Shen Mo from the Qingxuan Sect. If we can capture him alive, the bounty from the Heavenly Water Sect is huge, hee.
The footsteps grew louder, then gradually faded away until they disappeared completely. Only then did Shen Mo step out of the stone chamber. Outside was another deep, dark passage with a spacious stone chamber every few meters. The chambers were interconnected, forming a complex maze. Using the information from the life panel, Shen Mo navigated cautiously, avoiding numerous deadly formations and enemies. However, aside from the two bottles of pills he found initially, he hadn't come across any other treasures. Before long, he stood before a sloping staircase leading downward. He had encountered similar staircases 3 times already.
This should lead to a deeper level. The level I'm on is labeled as the human layer. The next one should be the earth layer, right?
Chapter 113, No Need to Chase, They're Already Dead. Chapter 113, No Need to Chase, They're Already Dead. In the 17th stone chamber of the earth section, Song Kao Feng was dodging left and right under the attacks of 2 flying Frost Sect cultivators, but his body was still accumulating more and more wounds. Behind him lay a Qingxuan Sect elder, lifeless, his body covered in scars long dead. A white-robed cultivator sneered.
Song Kao Feng, hand over the secret manual. We don't want to kill you, but precious spiritual energy shouldn't be wasted here.
Another cultivator in a red robe suddenly laughed.
I'll give you another option. You don't have to hand over the manual.
Song Kao Feng took a deep breath.
Speak! Tell us where Shen Mo is. After you were separated, where did he go?
The man demanded in a low voice. Song Kao Feng spat.
We lost each other during the fall. Even if I knew where Shen Mo went, I wouldn't tell you.
The two laughed louder.
Don't be ridiculous, Song Kao Feng. Who doesn't know about your past dealings? You used to be in cahoots with a certain elder from the Verdant Vine Sect. And now, with no one from Qingxuan Sect around, who are you being loyal to? The heir.
Song Kao Feng remained silent.
I indeed made mistakes before. But I've resolved to be loyal to the Qingxuan Sect and to Murong Yue. I will never betray again. I, Song Kao Feng, am not someone who is two-faced and treacherous.
The laughter of the 2 flying Frost Sect cultivators gradually died down, replaced by cold indifference.
You refuse the path to life and choose death instead. Fine, we'll send you to see the King of Hell.
The 2 exchanged glances and sneered, then attacked Song Kao Feng simultaneously. Song Kao Feng gritted his teeth, mustering the last trace of spiritual energy from his dantian to defend himself with all his might. At that moment, an incredibly fierce flame suddenly burst out from behind the 2 flying Frost Sect cultivators. Their hearts pounded, feeling a great threat. They immediately stopped and forcibly turned to defend against the attack from behind. Boom! The red flames engulfed the 2. They screamed in agony as their robes burned to ashes, leaving large patches of charred flesh. They barely managed to escape from the flames, using their movement techniques, but their bodies were now covered in wounds.
You!
It was only then that they finally saw the young face of the person before them, shocked beyond measure.
Why were you looking for me? To seek death?
Shen Mo chuckled. These 2 flying Frost Sect cultivators were both at the peak of the core formation. Although Shen Mo was only at the initial stage of the core formation, he could naturally suppress them with his flame-held destruction manual, red lotus flame, and infernal golden core. Moreover, the two had their backs to him earlier, exposing their undefended positions. This allowed him to severely injure them with just one move.
Damn it, split up and run. We're no match for him now.
The white-robed flying frost sect cultivator roared in anger. However, when he looked at his companion, he found that the other had already bolted away.
Damn you!
The white-robed cultivator cursed and hurriedly used his movement technique to flee as well. Shen Mo remained standing, unmoving. Song Keofeng struggled to stand up, asking in confusion.
Aren't you going to chase them?
Shen Mo shook his head.
They're already dead.
The next moment, a scream came from the direction the red-robed cultivator had fled. Song Keofeng looked over and saw that after running a few dozen zhang, the man had fallen into a killing formation. Both his legs were suddenly severed by a giant axe that appeared, blood gushing uncontrollably. Less than 10 breaths later, another scream echoed from the direction of the white-robed cultivator. Song Keofeng looked again. The man, in his panic, had stumbled into a poison formation, his skin rotting in large patches, with yellow-green pus oozing from his eyes, nose, and mouth. In the blink of an eye, he collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Song Keofeng widened his eyes, staring at Shen Mo in disbelief. "How?"
Thank you, young sect master, for saving my life.
Song Keofeng looked at the young man with a complicated expression. There was a time when he saw Shen Mo as a thorn in his side, but now his life had been saved by this very person. Shen Mo smiled slightly.
Since Elder Song is genuinely working for the Qingxuan Sect, it's only natural that I would save you.
In truth, when Shen Mo entered the sloping passage, he had already reviewed the life panels of everyone in the Qingxuan Sect. Song Keofeng was destined to die in the 17th stone chamber. However, Shen Mo knew that this man had completely reformed and was now fully loyal to the Qingxuan Sect, which is why he decided to intervene. He also wanted to retrieve a treasure from this 17th stone chamber. No, the main reason he came here was to save people, not for any treasure. Seeing Shen Mo enter and carefully search the stone chamber, Song Keofeng quickly said,
Young sect master, I've already searched this place. I only found a high-grade profound tier martial technique.
But Shen Mo seemed to ignore his words and continued searching. It didn't take long before he touched an unremarkable stone brick. With a light press, a hidden compartment popped open. Song Keofeng's eyes widened. Damn, there was something hidden here after all. Shen Mo retrieved the treasure from the hidden compartment and nodded in satisfaction. This item was called the Soul Stabilizing Bell, a low-grade Earth-tier spiritual artifact. However, it had been used several times and its surface was covered in cracks. It could probably only be used once more. It would do as a consumable. This item was one of the fortuitous opportunities Shen Mo had seen on Xiao Fan's life panel.
Still need to find the soul-calming incense and the 5 ghosts life-snatching formation. I must hurry.
Shen Mo thought to himself. He then glanced at the corpse on the ground. Song Keofeng sighed.
After the ground collapsed, I got separated from the others in the sect. But there were too many killing formations, poison formations, and maze formations here, and the stone chambers were interconnected with many hidden doors and secret passages. It was too complex. It took me a while to find this elder.
Then we arrived at this stone chamber and discovered the secret manual. Just as we were about to leave, those 2 flying frost sect cultivators ambushed us. The elder was fatally struck and unfortunately perished. Shen Mo also sighed.
Let's leave his body here for now. When we're ready to leave, we'll take it out and give him a proper burial.
Song Keofeng nodded.
Do you have any healing pills?
Shen Mo asked. Song Keofeng shook his head. Shen Mo tossed him 2 bottles of healing pills.
I still have plenty that my master gave me. Use these first.
His storage ring contained dozens of bottles of healing pills, most of which had barely been used.
Thank you, young sect master.
Song Keofeng's eyes reddened slightly.
Recover your strength first. Once you've recovered a bit, we'll move on. This alchemist king's cave is no simple place. I have a feeling there's some sort of plot at work here.
Shen Mo said in a low voice. He deliberately said this to rationalize the information he had seen on the life panels. Song Keo Feng nodded repeatedly.
I've noticed too.
Chapter 114, Trust Whatever the Young Sect Master Says. Chapter 114, Trust Whatever the Young Sect Master Says. In a dark passage within the heaven level, a figure collapsed weakly to the ground. His entire body was shriveled and dehydrated, his facial features twisted in agony, and his eyes reflected terror. He resembled a dried corpse. The robe he wore revealed his identity. A Flying Frost Sect elder. Beside this corpse stood a shriveled, hunched figure. After a moment, this figure let out a long, contented sigh.
Ah, that feels so good. The blood essence of a core formation stage cultivator is so rich. I've already absorbed the blood essence of 4 core formation stage cultivators, just 5 more to go.
With a flick of his finger, spiritual energy surged, illuminating a nearby lamp. The light revealed his horrifying body. Half of his body was so emaciated that it was just skin and bones, with almost no flesh. He looked like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of shriveled skin. However, the right side of his body, his right arm, leg, and face was as strong and full as that of an adult man. You could even see the bulging muscles and protruding veins. Such a body left no doubt that he could kill a bull with a single punch. The bizarre combination of shriveled and robust features on a single body would strike fear into anyone who saw it. Yet he squeezed his body, nodding in satisfaction.
The blood-devouring creation technique is truly ferocious. Once I devour the blood essence of 9 core formation cultivators, I'll be able to nurture a blood-devouring nascent soul. With this nascent soul, I'll be invincible. Even at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, I'll be able to contend with mid-stage nascent soul cultivators. By then, the world will be mine to roam freely.
He laughed heartily, his mood elated. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and chuckled wickedly.
More people have entered the heaven level, and there are quite a few of them. I'll weaken them with formations first before taking action.
Each and every one of you will obediently become food for me. Gu thank you.
In the dark passage, Song Keo Feng followed behind Shen Mo, looking at the young man's back with an inexplicable sense of admiration welling up inside him. Along the way, they had encountered many enemies. Yet, almost every time, they didn't even need to lift a finger. Those enemies were either severely injured or killed. Without exception, they all fell into killing formations or poison formations. What amazed Song Keo Feng even more was that, under Shen Mo's guidance, the two of them had never once encountered a killing formation. It was as if Shen Mo had a precise map in his mind. Every step he took perfectly avoided the deadly formations. Moreover, during their journey from the earth level to the heaven level, Shen Mo had even managed to save 2 people along the way. Both were elders of the Qingxuan Sect. One of them was Elder Li. They were in situations similar to Song Keo Feng's seemingly doomed to die. Shen Mo's arrival had given them a chance to live. Clang clang. At that moment, the sound of metal clashing echoed from up ahead. Faintly, they could also hear a man cursing. The 4 of them rounded a corner and immediately saw a man trapped in a quagmire formation and a frenzied blade formation. The quagmire formation restricted his movements, preventing him from escaping the formation's range. The frenzied blade formation conjured countless giant blades that relentlessly attacked the man. Unless the energy of the 2 formations was exhausted, this man was doomed. Shen Mo's group of 4 didn't reveal themselves immediately. Song Keo Feng whispered,
Young sect master, that man is Qin Feng, the vice sect master of the Stormy Rain sect. He's worth saving.
Shen Mo glanced at the scene and nodded. The Stormy Rain sect was affiliated with the Verdant Vine sect. Mo Yuhang had already informed him to ally the Qingxuan Sect with the Stormy Rain sect to deal with the Flying Frost Sect. So this man could be considered an ally. He was indeed worth saving. Before long, with the combined efforts of Shen Mo's group, they found the formation flags hidden around the Quagmire Formation. After destroying them, Qin Feng finally managed to escape.
Thank you so much.
He collapsed onto the ground, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Then he hurriedly took some healing pills. His robe had been shredded by the frenzied blade formation, leaving his body covered in blood. If it hadn't been for Shen Mo and the others, he would have undoubtedly died within the formation.
Let's keep moving, we can't afford to waste time.
Shen Mo said, pointing forward. Ahead lay the third and fourth stone chambers of the heaven level. These chambers contain the soul-calming incense and the 5 ghosts' life-snatching formation, both crucial for dealing with Gu Sankyu. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then shook his head repeatedly.
That way is very dangerous. I saw with my own eyes how an elder of the Spirit Beast Sect rushed in, only to have his entire right arm sliced off. It seems to be an invisible killing formation.
Shen Mo shook his head.
It's broken now. The spirit stone energy has been exhausted.
Qin Feng was taken aback.
No way, how can you just say it's broken and it's broken? Look, that right arm is still lying there.
He pointed to the ground not far away, where a human right arm lay. The surrounding dried bloodstains indicated the danger that had been there. Song Keofeng frowned.
Why don't we throw something to test it?
Qin Feng shook his head.
That won't work. The formation is very peculiar. It only reacts to living beings. Inanimate objects like stones or weapons won't trigger it. But its power is formidable. Ordinary core formation cultivators can't withstand it. Forcing through would at least cost you a high-grade profound tier spiritual artifact, which isn't worth it. My suggestion is to take a detour. We mustn't go down this path.
As he spoke, he pointed to another passageway. It was wider and had no blood stains. There were even 2 lamps on the walls, making it seem quite safe.
That way is much better. We can even check if there are any treasures in the stone chambers along the way.
Qin Feng smiled.
You saved my life, so you can take any treasure you find first. I, Qin Feng, always repay my debts.
Shen Mo glanced in that direction and immediately noticed the words engraved on the stone chamber. Heaven character 5th.
This passage is where the Spirit Beast Sect Master met his end.
Shen Mo recalled from the information that flashed through his mind. He had reviewed the life panels of all 40 people who entered the Alchemist King's cave. The passage outside the 5th stone chamber of the heaven level would flip over. The Spirit Beast Sect Master was too greedy and tried to obtain the treasures within the chamber, only to be flipped down and have all his blood essence drained by Gu Sankyu, turning into a dried corpse. However, this event hadn't happened yet. Shen Mo shook his head.
We can't go there. It looks safe, but it's actually very dangerous.
Qin Feng frowned and looked at the others.
Shen Mo thinks it's not safe. What do the rest of you think?
Song Keofeng, Elder Li, and the other 2 immediately said.
Whatever the young sect master decides is what we'll do.
Qin Feng was stunned. What's going on? Is Shen Mo's reputation in the Qingxuan Sect really this high? Aren't Song Keofeng and the others at a higher cultivation level than Shen Mo? Why do they follow his every word? Just then, there was a sudden thud from the 6th stone chamber of the heaven level. A moment later, 2 figures strode out of the chamber. They were none other than the Spirit Beast Sect Master and the second elder. As soon as they saw Shen Mo, their faces lit up, immediately recalling the bounty the Tianshui sect had placed on Shen Mo. But seeing how many people were with Shen Mo, their hearts skipped a beat.
Run quickly!
The Spirit Beast Sect Master whispered urgently. The 2 of them swiftly left the chamber, running down the wide passageway, trying to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Shen Mo's group. However, the next moment, the ground beneath them suddenly flipped. They had no time to react. Moreover, the cave's suppression of spiritual energy prevented them from leaping out immediately. In the blink of an eye, the 2 were flipped down beneath the ground, to the deeper levels below the heaven level. This sudden turn of events left Qin Feng, the vice sect master of the Stormy Rain sect, utterly dumbfounded.
See, that's why the young sect master said that direction was dangerous.
Song Keofeng remarked, his face full of pity.
Let's go. Whatever the young sect master says, just trust it.
Elder Li said nonchalantly. Qin Feng stammered.
I.
Chapter 115, Zio Fan, how did you get in here? Chapter 115, Zio Fan, how did you get in here? Led by Shen Mo, the group moved in a different direction. This passage was narrow and dark, with not a single trace of light. Qin Feng had previously mentioned that there was an invisible killing array here. However, just as Shen Mo had said, the killing array here was already broken, having exhausted its energy. This was originally meant to be Murong Yue's opportunity. When Murong Yue passed through here, it just so happened that the killing array had run out of energy. As a result, Shen Mo knew this place was safe. Shen Mo walked at the front, striding through confidently. Following closely behind, Song Keofeng, Elder Li, and the others had no doubts and immediately kept up. It wasn't until they had passed through safely that Qin Feng truly relaxed. The way he looked at Shen Mo also changed. No matter how you looked at it, Shen Mo was younger than them. Being younger meant less experience and knowledge. Even if Shen Mo had extraordinary potential. Even the Verdant Vine sect had hinted that the Baoyu sect should cooperate with the Qingxuan sect. But Qin Feng had always somewhat underestimated Shen Mo. Now he suppressed these thoughts. He believed that Shen Mo must also have considerable expertise in formations. Following Shen Mo couldn't be wrong. Chapter 116, Gu Sankyu's Black Golden Core and Ghost-Faced Infants. Chapter 116, Gu Sankyu's Black Golden Core and Ghost-Faced Infants.
Zio Fan, what did you notice?
Shen Mo immediately asked. Zio Fan didn't dare to hide anything and quickly responded.
Young sect master, I.
Qin Feng frowned, tilted his head to listen, and then shook his head.
I don't hear anything.
Song Keofeng and Elder Li also nodded in agreement.
We don't hear anything either.
Zio Fan, feeling embarrassed, added.
I actually didn't hear anything either, it's just a feeling.
Qin Feng sneered.
A feeling? What good is a feeling? I feel like I could reach the nascent soul stage in 5 years too.
Shen Mo, however, raised an eyebrow.
Sometimes, a feeling can be very useful.
Zio Fan was taken aback.
Young sect master, it's really just a feeling. It might be wrong.
Shen Mo shook his head.
Let's go to the right.
He took the lead and walked toward the passage on the right. Song Keofeng and the others scratched their heads but followed. Zio Fan hurriedly caught up as well. Shen Mo glanced at Zio Fan, who was trailing behind, with a slight smile. Everyone else who had discovered Gu Sankyu had ended up dead without exception. But Zio Fan, after discovering Gu Sankyu, had somehow managed to avoid being detected. Now, at this moment, if Zio Fan suddenly had a feeling, there was a good chance that the fight ahead involved Gu Sankyu. As expected, when Shen Mo and the others arrived, they found Gu Sankyu fiercely suppressing Murong Yue and Pang Longxiang. Murong Yue was at the peak of the core formation stage, and Pang Longxiang had reached the perfected stage of core formation. Yet, even the two of them together could barely defend themselves against Gu Sankyu, struggling to hold their ground. Shen Mo also noticed that Pang Longxiang's right hand and left cheek had shriveled, exposing the bones beneath. It was clear that some of his blood and vitality had already been drained. Murong Yue was relatively fortunate, with only some injuries on her body and no loss of blood or vitality. When Murong Yue caught sight of Shen Mo from afar, she was shocked.
Shenner, get out of here. We're no match for him.
Gu Sankyu also noticed Shen Mo and the others and let out a sinister laugh.
Oh, so many people at once? Perfect timing. I've recovered quite a bit now and I can devour all of you in one go.
With that, he stomped on the ground and released his golden core. In the next moment, over 30 ghost-faced infants with grotesque expressions erupted from the black golden core, rushing toward the group. Hee hee ha ha. The sharp laughter of the ghost-faced infants filled the air, causing intense pain in everyone's heads and making it difficult to focus. Shen Mo quickly covered his ears, feeling as if long needles were being driven deep into his brain. Ah woo. Taking advantage of the group's distraction, the ghost-faced infants lunged forward, biting at their flesh. Their mouths were filled with sharp, tiny teeth, and each bite tore away a large chunk of flesh. Ordinary martial techniques had little effect on them, merely dispersing them momentarily before they reformed.
Damn it, what are these things?
Song Kaofeng cursed as he endured the pain, unleashing a palm strike that sent ripples of water vapor outward, but it failed to repel the ghost-faced infants, prompting more cursing from him.
It seems to be a secret technique, produced by a special type of golden core.
Qin Feng said as he swung his sword, emitting lightning from its tip. The ghost-faced infant struck by the lightning screamed and exploded. Although it reformed after a while, the process was noticeably slower. Qin Feng immediately shouted,
Lightning attributes work against them.
"Boom!" Elder Li struck with a palm, unleashing flames that forced the ghost-faced infants back slightly.
Fire attributes work too.
She quickly called out to Shen Mo. Shen Mo nodded slightly upon hearing this. While using the first form of the Nine Suns' divine phoenix art to launch fire palms at the ghost-faced infants, he subtly moved within the battlefield. Each time he moved to a new position, he would naturally place a formation flag in the direction away from Gu Sankyu's line of sight. The formation flags of the 5 Ghost Seas life formation were only 5 in number, not many. And with most of Gu Sankyu's attention focused on fighting Murong Yue and Pang Longxiang, he didn't notice Shen Mo's actions. Thus, placing the formation flags wasn't difficult. Additionally, Shen Mo lit the soul-calming incense, placing one on his left and one on his right in unnoticed corners. While doing these 2 tasks, he also kept an eye on the battlefield, observing the situation. The ghost-faced infants had a very peculiar way of attacking. Unless one possesses lightning or fire attribute attacks, these ghost-faced infants are virtually invincible. Everyone else was struggling under the relentless assault of the ghost-faced infants. Even Murong Yue, at the peak of the core formation stage, was no exception. Pang Longxiang, who had reached the perfected stage of core formation, was in particularly bad shape, his body drenched in blood, teetering on the edge of collapse. However, there was one person who was completely unharmed at this moment. It was Zio Fan. Despite only being at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he was incredibly fortunate. These ghost-faced infants seemed to ignore his presence, almost as if he didn't exist, avoiding him entirely. At this point, Gu Sankyu also began to notice something was amiss. Shen Mo's fire attribute martial skill was extremely powerful. Each strike would cause at least one ghost-faced infant to disintegrate into ghostly energy, forcing it to return to the golden core for recovery. Gu Sankyu had invested a great deal of effort in cultivating these ghost-faced infants. If this continued, all his ghost-faced infants would be stuck in recovery and unable to be used. Gu Sankyu pointed at Shen Mo and ordered,
That kid's fire attribute martial skill is too strong. Kill him first.
As soon as he finished speaking, a portion of the ghost-faced infants attacking the other 7 in total immediately broke off and charged straight at Shen Mo.
Shenner.
Murong Yue cried out in alarm at the sight. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. This was exactly as he had expected. If Gu Sankyu didn't react after losing so many ghost-faced infants, he would have been far too foolish. Without hesitation, Shen Mo activated the Red Lotus Flame. Buzz! The red flames surged, transforming into a wave of scorching heat that blasted toward the 7 ghost-faced infants. The intense heat instantly raised the temperature of the air to a terrifying level. The 7 ghost-faced infants shrieked in agony as they were engulfed by the flames, disintegrating after just 6 breaths. 7 wisps of faint, ghostly energy fled back to the black golden core, where they slowly began to reform into infant shapes. But the process was agonizingly slow. It was clear that it would take at least 100 breaths before they could fully reform. This scene instantly bolstered the morale of the group. The Eternal Flame was highly effective against the ghost-faced infants. Gu Sankyu, however, turned his gaze toward Shen Mo, frowning slightly before breaking into a sinister laugh.
Oh, the Red Lotus Flame? Interesting. I didn't expect someone in Qingxuan Prefecture to be able to tame such a wild and explosive eternal flame. Then I'll kill you first.
He pointed at Shen Mo, and more than half of the ghost-faced infants immediately abandoned their targets, rushing toward Shen Mo. Shen Mo's heart trembled. Without hesitation, he unleashed the second form of the Nine Suns' divine phoenix art, pouring all his energy into the red lotus flame. His Danshan's ocean of energy evaporated in an instant. At that moment, the red lotus flame reached its peak intensity. Boom, boom, boom. A massive red flame phoenix materialized out of thin air. The phoenix let out a long, resonant cry, shaking the skies. The sound swept across the battlefield, causing the ghost-faced infants to instinctively show fear, their expressions twisting in terror.
Damn it, what kind of martial skill is this? Don't retreat, none of you retreat, charge forward. He's just a mid-stage core formation cultivator. No matter how strong he is, he can't compare to me.
Chapter 117, The Clash of Core Formations, Who's Really Smashing Eggs Against Rocks? Chapter 117, The Clash of Core Formations, Who's Really Smashing Eggs Against Rocks? Flames surged violently, and the ghostly wails echoed. At first, the flames barely held the upper hand. However, Gu Sankyu was, after all, a peak-stage core formation cultivator, vastly more powerful than Shen Mo. As the eerie ghostly aura surged out from the black core formation in greater amounts, the ghost-faced infants became more solid. Their tiny, sharp teeth, resentful gazes, and twisted features appeared disturbingly real. Just one glance could haunt someone with nightmares for days. A horde of ghost-faced infants swarmed forward, gnawing at the wings of the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix let out a mournful cry as its flames gradually dimmed, eventually dissipating into nothingness. Shen Mo also suffered a backlash, groaning as he staggered back over 10 steps before barely managing to stop. Gu Sankyu cackled wildly.
Kill him!
Over 20 ghost-faced infants charged forward. But for some reason, Gu Sankyu suddenly felt drowsy. It wasn't just him, everyone else started to experience varying degrees of sleepiness. They were all very tired. They just wanted to lie down and sleep. Even their thoughts seemed to drift into slumber. A question that would usually be answered in an instant now took several seconds of hard thinking. Gu Sankyu shook his head, struggling to keep his increasingly sluggish mind functioning.
This seems like...
He was both shocked and enraged. Soul-calming incense was a treasure he had prepared long ago to pacify the blood-swallowing nascent soul. According to the swallowing blood creation technique, the blood-swallowing nascent soul was inherently unstable. The more blood it devoured, the more it would resist its master. Every so often, it needed a soul-calming treasure to be soothed. Soul-calming incense was one such treasure mentioned in the swallowing blood creation technique.
Damn it, wasn't the third stone chamber of the heavenly hall protected by an array? Where did this brat get the soul-calming incense?
Gu Sankyu cursed inwardly as he glared at Shen Mo. Then his eyes widened in disbelief. Because he saw Shen Mo pulling out a small brass bell from his storage ring. The surface of the brass bell was engraved with strange and profound patterns, some of which depicted skulls and corpses, giving off an eerie vibe. This small brass bell was known as the soul-fixing bell. Gu Sankyu had spent a fortune and leveraged all his connections to obtain this earth-grade spiritual artifact. Its purpose, similar to the soul-calming incense, was to soothe the blood-swallowing nascent soul.
How did he?
Gu Sankyu was utterly furious. Shen Mo took a deep breath, infused his remaining spiritual power into the bell, and struck it hard. Ding! A gentle chime resonated. It sounded like a mother's lullaby. Or perhaps like the soft rain of a spring night, silently nurturing everything as it fell with the wind. Anyone who heard it would feel their heart calm, lose the will to fight, and stand quietly in place. The combined power of the soul-fixing bell and the soul-calming incense was unleashed. All the ghost-faced infants became serene in an instant. Their twisted, ferocious expressions gradually softened. It was as if they had returned to the womb, back to that warm embrace. Gu Sankyu's eyes nearly burst with rage. This was his ultimate killing move, and it had just been neutralized by this young brat.
You!
Gu Sankyu forced his mind to work at full capacity. He commanded the black core formation in midair to smash toward Shen Mo. The core formation attack. This was the strongest combat technique of a core formation stage cultivator. Shen Mo wiped his hand across the air, and a jade tablet suddenly appeared in his palm. He mustered the last remnants of his spiritual power and infused it into the tablet. Buzz! An invisible wave rippled outward. It was like a signal. Something was quickly awakened. Before Gu Sankyu could react, 5 ferocious ghosts appeared from 5 directions simultaneously. Each of them had a ghastly, menacing appearance, with blue faces and sharp fangs. At that moment, all 5 malevolent spirits fixed their 10 ghostly eyes on Shen Mo, as if awaiting his command.
Attack his true body.
Shen Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pointing straight at Gu Sankyu. Roar! The 5 ghosts let out a satisfying howl, charging directly at Gu Sankyu. Their sharp claws, razor-like teeth, and the eerie ghostly aura immediately enveloped Gu Sankyu's vital points. Gu Sankyu's pupils shrank rapidly as he forced out a few words.
The 5 ghosts' life-seizing array. Why is it in?
The flags for the 5 ghosts' life-seizing array were something he had exchanged for with 3 Tei soul-nourishing pills from a nascent soul-stage rogue cultivator. He knew the array flags were damaged, but he still decided to make the trade due to the array's incredible power. These array flags were crafted by a divine transformation stage cultivator who had sealed 5 murderous ghosts within them. Even in their damaged state, they could unleash power comparable to a nascent soul stage cultivator. Moreover, after training in the swallowing blood creation technique, Gu Sankyu had gained enough insight to understand how to repair the array flags. He had been waiting to step into the nascent soul stage before starting the repair process. Once repaired, even a perfected nascent soul stage cultivator would find him difficult to deal with and would likely avoid him. He had hidden the array flags in a secret compartment where no one should have been able to find them. Yet now, this array had somehow fallen into his opponent's hands. Gu Sankyu was utterly perplexed. Too strange. Too unbelievable.
Damn it, I'm your master. Don't attack me.
Gu Sankyu screamed in agony. These 5 ghosts were far more powerful than the ghost-faced infants. With one bite, large chunks of his flesh vanished. The body he had formed after absorbing 5 or 6 core formation stage cultivators was torn apart by these 5 ghosts in less than 10 seconds.
Damn it, I'll drag you all down with me.
Gu Sankyu cursed venomously. In the air, the black golden core began to swell ominously. The ghost-faced infants who had been immobilized slowly awakened, their eyes once again filled with resentment. The power of the soul-fixing bell and the soul-calming incense was waning. The peaceful expressions on the faces of the surrounding cultivators, including Murong Yue and Pang Longxiang, began to change as they seemed to be on the verge of waking up. Facing the black golden core, Shen Mo did not dodge or evade but instead opened his mouth. Buzz! A crimson inferno core shot out from his mouth. Although Shen Mo was only at the early stage of core formation, while Gu Sankyu was at the peak stage, their golden cores were nearly the same size. Gu Sankyu was momentarily stunned, then burst into mad laughter.
So you also have a special golden core, no wonder you're so strong. But you actually think you can pit your golden core against mine? You're dreaming.
Shen Mo controlled the inferno core with his mind, sending it hurtling forward. His expression remained as calm as still water.
The one dreaming is you.
In the next moment, the inferno core collided with the black golden core. A piercing explosion reverberated through the air. Everyone's ears began to bleed. Boom! The explosion followed immediately. All the ghost-faced infants let out a mournful wail. Those closest to the blast were instantly reduced to faint wisps of ghostly aura, barely visible. Even those farthest away became extremely dim. In the blink of an eye, the smoke cleared. The black golden core had shrunk by an entire size. Meanwhile, Shen Mo's inferno core had shattered into dozens of pieces. At this moment, Gu Sankyu, who was being torn apart by the five ghosts, was covered in blood. But seeing this, he still laughed maniacally.
See that's what it means to smash an egg against a rock. This is smashing eggs against rocks.
Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth.
Oh, do you really think this is over?
Chapter 118. We shall protect Sect Master Pang after such severe injuries. Chapter 118. We shall protect Sect Master Pang after such severe injuries. At that moment, Gu Sankyu noticed Shen Mo suddenly raising his hand and making a gesture. In the next instant, dozens of crimson fragments of the shattered core hovered in the air, converging towards the black golden core like a meteor shower. In the blink of an eye, the black golden core was surrounded by the dozens of crimson fragments. A surge of intense heat radiated outward. At the same time, Gu Sankyu seemed to be burning, and he immediately let out a crazed scream.
Damn it, damn it, damn it, what the hell is that? Why is the golden core, clearly shattered, still obeying your command?
Gu Sankyu's voice was filled with both rage and shock. There was also fear of the unexpected turn of events. Shen Mo did not respond. The Inferno Prison Golden Core was inherently a unique and special core. It transcended all other golden cores. Gu Sankyu had never seen it before, so naturally he couldn't comprehend it. And Shen Mo had no intention of revealing his trump card.
It's time for you to go.
Shen Mo's expression remained calm as he reached out his right hand and clenched it forcefully. Boom! The 45 fragments of the shattered core suddenly tightened. A golden core is intimately connected with the cultivator. At this moment, Gu Sankyu spewed blood wildly. His eyes bulged out like those of a goldfish. And at this very moment, the 5 malicious spirits continued to attack him madly. Shen Mo's action was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Gu Sankyu stared at the pitch-black dome above, using the last bit of his strength to let out a tragic wail.
Why?
Splurred. Blood spurted out wildly, gradually covering the ground. Craig. The black golden core, surrounded and crushed by the 45 crimson fragments, shattered like glass at that very moment. All the ghost-faced infants let out miserable cries. Their bodies gradually dimmed until they completely dissipated. The 5 flags of the 5 ghosts' life-stealing formation soon lost their energy and shattered. The 5 malicious spirits which were housed within the formation flags were also obliterated as the flags broke. Shen Mo made a gesture, and the 45 fragments of the shattered core reformed, merging into the Inferno Prison Golden Core, which then returned to his dantian. At this moment, Murong Yue, Pang Longxiang, Song Keofeng, and the others gradually awakened from their dazed and rigid state of mind.
What just happened?
Gu Sankyu is dead.
I think I smelled a strange fragrance, and then everything became hazy. I don't remember what happened next.
Everyone looked at Shen Mo with puzzled expressions. Although they didn't know what had happened, they all saw that Shen Mo seemed to have used something to deal with Gu Sankyu. Shen Mo then recounted the events in detail. However, he concealed his final trump card, the Inferno Prison Golden Core. He only mentioned that the 5 ghosts' life-stealing formation played the most significant role.
So that's it. Gu Sankyu actually hid such a sinister formation, likely intending to use it himself after nurturing a nascent soul.
Murong Yue exclaimed in surprise.
Young sect master, I didn't expect you to see through Gu Sankyu's weakness so quickly. His golden core was unstable and was easily affected by treasures like the soul-calming bell and soul-pacifying incense.
Song Keofeng said with admiration. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
I was just taking a wild guess, but it worked. Talk all you want, but don't block my way.
Pang Longxiang said warily, eyeing the group. During their conversation, Murong Yue and the others had discreetly shifted their positions, surrounding Pang Longxiang from all sides. It was clear they didn't intend to let Pang Longxiang leave. However, Pang Longxiang had sustained severe injuries during the fight against Gu Sankyu, leaving him battered and bruised. Even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't get far. Murong Yue smiled faintly.
Gu Sankyu is dead, but the Alchemy King's cave is still full of dangers. Sect Master Pang has suffered such severe injuries, it would be best if we protect him for the time being.
Without waiting for Pang Longxiang to protest, she continued.
Elder Song, Elder Li, you two will personally protect Sect Master Pang.
Understood.
Immediately, two figures appeared on either side of Pang Longxiang, providing him with meticulous protection. Pang Longxiang, enraged, burst into laughter.
Good, very good.
Murong Yue, don't forget who I answer to above. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you know the consequences.
After saying this, he fell silent. The commotion here also attracted other cultivators. Soon, disciples from the Stormy Rain Sect, Spirit Beast Sect, Flying Frost Sect, and some lost disciples from the Qingxuan Sect arrived. Seeing this shocking scene, they were all deeply shaken. A cultivator from the Flying Frost Sect shouted sternly.
Murong Yue, what are you doing? Release Sect Master Pang immediately.
Murong Yue's expression remained unchanged.
Sect Master Liu, it's time to fulfill our agreement.
The Stormy Rain Sect's Sect Master, Liu Mengu, laughed heartily.
Naturally.
With a booming voice, he ordered.
Attack.
The disciples of the Stormy Rain Sect immediately launched a surprise attack on the cultivators from the Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect from behind. The Qingxuan Sect's cultivators attacked from the front. In an instant, the Qingxuan Sect and Stormy Rain Sect formed a pincer movement. The battle broke out immediately. The cultivators of the Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect were both shocked and furious, resisting with all their might. However, they were outnumbered, weaker in strength, and lacked a strong leader, so they quickly began to lose ground. Some, recognizing the situation, surrendered on the spot. Soon, the cultivators of these two sects were all crouching on the ground, their limbs bound by special ropes. These ropes, called spirit binding cords, were merely yellow-grade treasures, not difficult to craft. Every sect could make them. Their purpose was simple, to restrain spiritual power. But the spirit binding cords were not particularly durable and could easily be damaged in battle, so they were mostly used to bind defeated cultivators, preventing them from using their spiritual power. With the battle over, the cultivators from the Qingxuan Sect and Stormy Rain Sect finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Sect Master Liu.
Murong Yue cupped her hands towards Liu Mengu, Sect Master of the Stormy Rain Sect. He returned the gesture and then hurriedly asked,
What exactly happened here?
His mind was full of questions, eager for answers. Murong Yue looked towards Shen Mo, who nodded slightly before she began to speak. After listening, the cultivators remained silent for a long time, unable to calm down. They hadn't expected that the third Alchemy King's cave would be a trap. The Alchemy King Gu Sankyu, who was rumored to have died 10 years ago, was actually still alive. Moreover, he had practiced demonic arts, attempting to nurture a nascent soul by absorbing the blood and energy of core formation cultivators, in hopes of breaking through to the nascent soul stage.
I heard that Gu Sankyu was once a kind and helpful person. I never thought he would fall so far after practicing demonic arts.
Liu Mengu sighed softly. Murong Yue nodded slightly.
Demonic arts are called demonic arts precisely because they gradually erode one's sanity, turning a person into something less than human.
Everyone, clean up the battlefield. As per our previous agreement, the treasures belong to whoever finds them first.
Murong Yue said casually.
As for these people, Elders Song and Li will guard them.
Chapter 119, Time to Divide the Spoils. Chapter 119, Time to Divide the Spoils. The Tei Soul Nurturing Pill is a rare medicinal elixir that enhances one's physical constitution. It's so precious that even the entire Xunjiang prefecture has only a few of them, and finding someone capable of refining this pill is even harder. However, Shen Mo's physical constitution has already reached the pinnacle of the heaven rank. A Tei Soul Nurturing Pill, being only an earth rank elixir, might no longer be effective in further enhancing his physique. Shen Mo estimated that at least a supreme earth rank elixir would be necessary to have any noticeable effect. Of course, this didn't mean he would give up on this opportunity. Even if he couldn't use it himself, it could be valuable for others. For instance, Murong Yue, if she took it, her constitution would definitely be strengthened. As Murong Yue grew stronger, Shen Mo's life would naturally become more stable. Moreover, the Tei soul nurturing pill was so valuable that it could be auctioned off at a high price. There would certainly be many willing to pay a premium for it. As for the thousand-handed lotus, it was even more important. Shen Mo quickly headed towards the ninth stone chamber in the heavens section, recalling information about the thousand-handed lotus in his mind. The thousand-handed lotus is a supreme earth-rank treasure, one of the essential items recorded in the Flame-Hell Destruction Manual for nurturing a nascent soul. Thinking of this, Shen Mo felt a surge of excitement. Although he was currently only at the early stage of the core formation realm, he knew that one day he would have to nurture a nascent soul. Thus, he was already aware of many things related to the nascent soul. The nascent soul is nurtured within the golden core and eventually ascends to sit solemnly on the Tao platform. Like the golden core and Tao platform, the nascent soul is also divided into different grades. Depending on the foundation of its cultivation, the nascent soul will develop different lotus platforms beneath it. The minimum is 1 lotus platform, while the maximum is 9. A nascent soul with 1 lotus platform is called a 1 lotus nascent soul. A nascent soul with 2 lotus platforms is called a 2 lotus nascent soul, and so on. If one can grow 9 lotus platforms, it is called a 9 lotus nascent soul. The strength of the nascent soul is related not only to the golden core, but also to the number of lotus platforms. A 9 lotus nascent soul is universally recognized as the strongest. However, the methods to nurture a 9 lotus nascent soul are very few, and even some heaven-rank cultivation techniques may not be able to achieve it. Shen Mo's Flame-Hell Destruction Manual is a technique capable of nurturing a 9 lotus nascent soul. And the thousand-handed lotus is precisely one of the treasures recorded in this technique. Shen Mo quickly arrived at the 9th stone chamber in the heaven section. A person stood at the entrance of the stone chamber. It was an elder from the Stormy Rain sect. He had also intended to enter, but upon seeing Shen Mo, he immediately smiled. With a smile he said,
"I'll leave this place to you. I'll go to another stone chamber."
The elder was quite young and had boundless potential, with rumors suggesting that the demon lord Zai Moi held him in high regard. Naturally, it was wise to build a good relationship. Shen Mo smiled and cupped his hands in thanks.
"Much appreciated."
The elder's tactfulness saved Shen Mo the trouble of arguing. Shen Mo entered the 9th stone chamber and quickly searched around, finding 2 bottles of essence restoration pills. Following the guidance of his life panel, he noticed a decorative vase in the corner. There were many vases, all of them spotless. It wasn't like in the dramas, where one vase is covered in dust while another is shiny from frequent use. Shen Mo manipulated each vase in turn, and when he twisted the 4th one, a passageway appeared beneath it, just as he had expected. He entered the passage and reached the deepest level beneath the heavenly tier. The lighting here was even dimmer, shrouding everything in darkness. Shen Mo listened carefully and could hear the faint dripping of water. In such an environment, the sound of dripping water seemed especially eerie. But Shen Mo wasn't concerned. He knew there was no danger here. He strode forward confidently. Soon he found a small pool of water. In the pool, a pure and sacred lotus was growing. But the petals of the lotus were not like ordinary petals. They resembled human hands, flesh-colored and human-like. Countless human hands formed this thousand-handed lotus. Anyone who saw this scene would instinctively be horrified.
No wonder it's called the thousand-handed lotus. It really lives up to its name.
Shen Mo marveled. Upon closer inspection, the petals were still just petals, merely shaped very much like hands. Gu Sankyu must have obtained this thousand-handed lotus long ago and carefully nurtured it here, intending to use it when he eventually forms his nascent soul.
Now it's my turn to benefit from this.
Shen Mo said with a slight smile. He glanced around. Behind him was a stone table, on which sat 2 jade bottles. The bottle on the left contained 3 Tei soul-nurturing pills. The bottle on the right contained a single great enlightenment pill.
Now that I've got what I need, it's time to leave.
Before long, the exploration of the Alchemy King's cave was completely finished. Everyone returned to the place where they had previously confronted Gu Sankyu and regrouped. Liu Mengu frowned and said,
We didn't find a single Tei soul-nurturing pill.
Murong Yue also shook her head.
We found plenty of other pills, but no Tei soul-nurturing pills.
What about the elders?
Everyone shook their heads. Everyone present knew that it was the Verdant Vine Sect pulling the strings between Qingxuan Sect and the Stormy Rain Sect. The spoils from the Alchemy King's cave naturally had to be partially offered to Verdant Vine Sect, and it had to be the most valuable portion. The most valuable treasure in the Alchemy King's cave was undoubtedly the Tei Soul Nurturing Pill. But now, without a single Tei Soul Nurturing Pill found, it would be difficult to explain this. Shen Mo chuckled.
I'm sure Mo Yuhang has already mentioned it to Sect Master Liu. The treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them.
Liu Mengu nodded.
Of course, I agree with that. You can rest assured.
Our Stormy Rain Sect is allied with your Qingxuan Sect now, so no matter what treasure it is, whoever gets it, it's theirs.
Shen Mo smiled.
The Tei Soul Nurturing Pill is with me.
As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle and gave it a little shake. It was exactly the same as the one the Divine Sword Sect had awarded as the top prize in the 100 Schools Grand Tournament, the Tei Soul Nurturing Pill. Liu Mengu was overjoyed.
Good, good, good.
He understood Shen Mo's intention and nodded slightly.
Our Stormy Rain Sect is willing to buy this pill. Name your price.
Murong Yue frowned.
Wait, Shen'er also needs this Tei soul-nurturing pill. We're not selling it.
Shen Mo was momentarily stunned, caught between laughter and tears. Murong Yue was overly considerate of him. But in fact, he had obtained 3 Tei soul-nurturing pills, so selling one didn't matter. Moreover, since Verdant Vine Sect was one of the 5 sects of Xuanjiang and an important ally for Qingxuan Sect, it made sense both emotionally and logically to offer one to them. Not to mention, it wasn't being given away for free. Liu Mengu was savvy enough to want to purchase it. Murong Yue looked at Shen Mo as if she wanted to say something more. But Shen Mo looked at her and shook his head. Murong Yue blinked, seemingly understanding something. With a sigh of resignation, she said,
All right, Sect Master Liu has to complete his task from above, so I agree.
Liu Mengu grinned.
Good, good, as long as Sect Master Murong agrees.
Shen Mo thought for a moment.
I've heard that the Flying Frost Sect has a place called the Profound Frost Grotto, right?
As a first-class sect, Flying Frost Sect controlled numerous mines, medicinal fields, and treasure sites. Profound Frost Grotto was one of them. The Profound Frost Grotto produced a treasure called
Profound Frost Amber.
Chapter 120, Loyal Liu Yuanfeng. Chapter 120, Loyal Liu Yuanfeng. Upon hearing this, Liu Mengu let out a long breath.
I understand.
With a grand gesture, he said openly,
That's not a problem. Once our Stormy Rain Sect takes over Profound Frost Cave, you can search for as many treasures as you like for as long as you want.
Shen Mo slightly shook his head.
No, no, no. What I mean is, Profound Frost Cave will belong to our Qingxuan Sect.
The elder from Stormy Rain Sect was instantly shocked. Even Liu Mengu was amused with anger.
You're being a bit too greedy. Profound Frost Cave is one of the most precious places controlled by Flying Frost Sect. It's a place highly suitable for the growth of ice-attributed medicinal herbs, and it also produces some special minerals. Our Stormy Rain Sect is determined to obtain it as well.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Then there's nothing to be done. It seems that I won't be able to give the Tei Soul Nourishing Pill to Sect Master Liu.
Liu Mengu scratched his head in frustration. Verdant Vine Sect's order was for him to bring back the Tei Soul Nourishing Pill. If he handed over the pill, he was sure to receive plenty of rewards. But Profound Frost Cave was also a treasure trove that couldn't be easily handed over to Qingxuan Sect. Liu Mengu sighed deeply.
This matter.
Shen Mo chuckled softly. He wasn't in a hurry. The one who was anxious was Liu Mengu. Oh, and also Pang Longxiang, the sect master of Flying Frost Sect who was tied up tightly. Profound Frost Cave was clearly the property of his sect, yet now, right in front of him, Qingxuan Sect and Stormy Rain Sect were discussing how to divide it up. Pang Longxiang's heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife, his expression utterly despairing. Pretending to compromise and allowing people from the other three sects to enter the Alchemy King's cave had been a mistake from the beginning. A colossal mistake. Unfortunately, even though he wanted to regret it, there was no way to turn back now.
Sect Master Liu, let's consider Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect's other assets, using Profound Frost Cave as the boundary. The assets to the north of Profound Frost Cave belong to Stormy Rain Sect, and those to the south belong to my Qingxuan Sect.
Murong Yue finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. Liu Mengu nodded.
All right, for now, we'll go with that. Our two sects are allies. We can't let disputes over assets ruin our relationship. As for Profound Frost Cave,
Murong Yue nodded.
good.
At this point, the exploration of the Alchemy King's cave came to an end. Everyone retraced their steps out of the cave, carefully avoiding one dangerous formation after another until they were back on the surface. The entrance to the cave opened, and bright sunlight once again streamed in. The cultivators strode out, their expressions full of emotion. Although the time spent exploring the Alchemy King's cave hadn't been long, it felt like they had crossed the threshold of death multiple times. Their appearance brought a new wave of energy to those waiting on the surface. It's over. But why were there so few people? Clearly, 40 cultivators at the core formation stage had entered, yet less than 20 emerged. The rogue cultivators glanced around, whispering among themselves. Then they witnessed an even more shocking scene. The cultivators from Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect had their hands tied as they walked out. Pang Longxiang, the sect master of Flying Frost Sect, was also tightly bound, his face dark. As for the sect master of Spirit Beast Sect, he was nowhere to be seen. The rogue cultivators immediately began discussing wildly, both surprised and suspicious. Some sharp-minded individuals quickly deduced the situation and quietly gathered their friends, slipping away. Then they headed straight for the assets of Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect. With the cultivators of Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect captured, these two sects were now leaderless. Now was the perfect time for these rogue cultivators to make their move. If they didn't seize the opportunity now, they might never have another chance.
Liu Sect Master, let's part ways for now.
Murong Yue cupped her hands in a gesture of respect.
You can take charge of the Flying Frost Sect members, and I will take the Spirit Beast Sect members back with me.
Liu Mengu glanced at Pang Longxiang, whose face was ashen, and chuckled.
That's exactly what I had in mind. Sect Master Pang, come with me. You'll be treated well with good food and drink.
The grudge between Stormy Rain Sect and Flying Frost Sect was as deep as the ocean, and for the past 5 years, Stormy Rain Sect had been suppressed by Flying Frost Sect. There had even been incidents where their talented disciples were secretly assassinated by Flying Frost Sect. Stormy Rain Sect had been holding back their anger for a long time. Now was the perfect time to release it. Stormy Rain Sect headed north, while Qingxuan Sect moved south. The two sects parted ways for now. After they left, the rogue cultivators on the scene immediately sprang into action, rushing toward the Alchemy King's cave. Although the cave had already been looted by the sects, there should still be some leftovers. Even if it was just a tiny bit, the rogue cultivators would risk their lives to snatch it. On the other side, on the way back to Qingxuan Sect, Murong Yue immediately began assigning tasks. Each team consisted of 2 core formation stage cultivators, leading a group of Foundation Establishment and Qi Condensation disciples, and they were sent swiftly to secure the assets of Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect. Among the rogue cultivators, there were many who were quick-witted and had already realized that Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect were doomed. If the Qingxuan Sect's people arrived late, those assets would likely have been looted by the rogue cultivators. As the young sect master, Shen Mo didn't need to get involved in such time-consuming and laborious matters. He headed straight back to the heavy weapon hall. As soon as he arrived, Liu Yuanfeng greeted him with a broad smile.
Young sect master, you've returned. It seems the exploration of the Alchemy King's cave was exceptionally smooth, haha.
Shen Mo gave a faint smile.
Deputy Sect Master Liu has been guarding the heavy weapon hall, which is an even more difficult task. How have things been?
Liu Yuanfeng nodded firmly.
Rest assured, young Sect Master. Some rogue cultivators tried to take advantage of the chaos to steal the heavy weapon refinement technique, but I captured them alive. Just now, I had them all executed as a warning to others.
Shen Mo chuckled softly.
Executed so quickly? Shouldn't you have interrogated them first to see who was behind them?
Liu Yuanfeng shook his head.
They were just opportunistic rogue cultivators acting on their own. There's no one behind them, young Sect Master. You're overthinking it.
Shen Mo smiled.
Deputy Sect Master Liu, with such loyalty, I can be at ease.
Liu Yuanfeng laughed heartily.
The exploration of the Alchemy King's cave must have been exhausting for you, young Sect Master. I've already had food prepared, and it will soon be delivered to your courtyard. You can enjoy a good meal and satisfy your hunger. Thank you for your consideration, Deputy Sect Master Liu.
Shen Mo replied with a smile. He then turned and walked toward his courtyard, closing the gate behind him. The smile on Liu Yuanfeng's face immediately faded, replaced by a deep, serious expression. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Shen Mo also wore a faint smile. It was likely that Liu Yuanfeng had heard the news about the severe blow dealt to Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect, which prompted him to execute those rogue cultivators before Shen Mo's return. If Shen Mo's guess was correct, those rogue cultivators were probably acting under Liu Yuanfeng's orders to steal the heavy weapon refinement technique. This way, it wouldn't appear as though the technique had been leaked by Liu Yuanfeng, but rather by the rogue cultivators. Even if someone suspected Liu Yuanfeng, there would be no evidence. But now they had become scapegoats. By executing them, Liu Yuanfeng ensured his own safety and indirectly demonstrated his loyalty.
This man knows how to read the situation.
Shen Mo chuckled softly as he sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard. He tapped the table lightly, recalling the gains from his time in the Alchemy King's cave. First, there were 7 bottles of essence replenishing pills. These pills should be enough to help him cultivate to the peak of the core formation stage.
The harvest was immense, as expected of the Alchemy King's cave.
Chapter 121, The Secret Beneath the Profound Frost Cave and Ice Flood Dragon. Chapter 121, The Secret Beneath the Profound Frost Cave and Ice Flood Dragon. 3 days later. At Sacred Water Peak. This place, blessed with abundant spiritual energy, is where the essence of nature converges. It is the tallest and most majestic peak of Heavenly Water Sect. It is also where the sect master resides. At this moment, dark clouds were surging above Sacred Water Peak, as if the clouds were brewing a storm of thunder and lightning. It seemed as though a torrential downpour could start at any moment. Perhaps due to this strange weather, the atmosphere within Heavenly Water Sect had become tense and agitated.
Outrageous!
An angry shout echoed through the skies above Sacred Water Peak. Startled, the passing disciples hunched their shoulders in fear. Inside the sect master's courtyard, Zhang Mo took a deep breath, trying her best to suppress the rage within. She stared directly at the elder in front of her.
Speak, continue.
The elder wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said helplessly.
Furthermore,
Zhang Mo turned around, her eyes seemingly blazing with fire.
I understand.
She said coldly.
You are to immediately summon all the elders, except those stationed outside. They must return at once. I need to hold a council.
yes, I will go at once.
The elder nodded repeatedly, like pounding garlic.
And call for Zuj to come see me.
Zhang Mo added.
Understood.
A moment later, there was a knock at the door. A pale young man slightly bowed to Zhang Mo.
Master, you called for me.
He was Zhang Mo's disciple, known as the Yin Supreme, Yin Zuj. Since the Grand Sect tournament, the title of
Flame Supreme,
Ling Xuan had become well known. However, the
Yin Supreme,
Yin Zuj was not mentioned as much anymore. Zhang Mo sighed deeply.
come in, I have many worries and no one to confide in. I have no family, so I can only talk to you.
Yin Zuj nodded and closed the door, then sat beside Zhang Mo.
Please speak, master. I am here to listen.
Zhang Mo tapped the table for a long time before finally revealing the situation regarding the Alchemy King's cave. After hearing everything, Yin Zuj's eyes widened, and his heart couldn't calm down for a long time.
No wonder you didn't let me go to the Alchemy King's cave.
He couldn't help but ask. Zhang Mo nodded.
Not only did I know, but the sect masters of the 5 sects along the profound river were all informed by Gu Sankyu 10 years ago when he went into seclusion. The Alchemy King's Cave of Divine Sword sect was a gift from Gu Sankyu to them. The Alchemy King's Cave was just bait. Gu Sankyu needed to nurture his nascent soul, so we did him a favor in return and had him help us eliminate the sects surrounding the profound frost cave.
Yin Zuj nodded heavily. He wasn't foolish and quickly understood Zhang Mo's intentions. Only by clearing out the sects around the profound frost cave could Heavenly Water Sect justifiably take over. After all, Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect were both affiliated with Heavenly Water Sect. If something happened to them, Heavenly Water Sect could naturally expand its influence. But now, things hadn't gone according to the plan. Gu Sankyu was dead. The sect master of Spirit Beast Sect was dead. Peng Longxing had been captured alive. The remaining cultivators of Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect were scattered, with many either dead, escaped, or surrendered within 3 days. Their assets had all been divided between Qingxuan Sect and Storm Rain Sect. Yin Zuj couldn't help but ask.
Is the profound frost cave really that important? I remember the best treasure produced there was called profound frost amber, which only contains a single drop of ice element blood.
Moreover, Flying Frost Sect would offer profound frost amber to us every 6 months. I still have over a dozen pieces with me.
He spoke as he took out a piece of profound frost amber, emitting a chilling aura. Zhang Mo accepted the profound frost amber and flicked her finger lightly. With the spiritual power of a core formation cultivator, she easily shattered the outer layer of amber. The drop of ice blue blood then floated in midair.
Since it's blood, it must have a source. Do you know where it comes from?
She asked. Yin Zuj frowned.
I recall you mentioning that beneath the profound frost cave lies the corpse of a 5th-rank demonic beast, equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. Its entire body is encased in amber, and these profound frost ambers are derived from it.
But the corpse of that demonic beast is nearly depleted. Flying Frost Sect has also mentioned that the production of profound frost amber has been rapidly decreasing in recent years. It's estimated that in another 3 to 5 years, the profound frost cave will be completely worthless.
Zhang Mo shook her head.
There's something else beneath the profound frost cave that Flying Frost Sect never discovered, and we were unaware of it either. This was something Gu Sankyu told me personally.
Yin Zuj's heart tightened.
What is it?
Zhang Mo took out a palm-sized ice blue scale. The drop of blood seemed to be drawn to it and spontaneously landed on the scale. The blood appeared to come to life, condensing into a peculiar form, silently roaring towards the sky with great joy. Yin Zuj's pupils suddenly contracted. It was clearly
An ice flood dragon.
Zhang Mo also gazed at the tiny ice blue dragon shape, revealing a look of longing.
A dead ice flood dragon.
The 5th-rank demonic beast corpse discovered at the bottom of the profound frost cave by Flying Frost Sect was merely a remnant, altered gradually by the deathly aura of the ice flood dragon.
The ice flood dragon is the true treasure hidden in the deepest part of the profound frost cave.
Yin Zuj's eyes widened in disbelief. The drop of blood within the profound frost amber already had significant effects. It could temper the body and assist in cultivating ice element techniques and martial skills. Yet, Zhang Mo now claimed that it was merely contaminated by the aura of the ice flood dragon. It was unimaginable how powerful the effects of genuine ice flood dragon blood would be. Zhang Mo calmly said,
The 5 sects of Qingxuan Prefecture have a special status. They usually uphold fairness and justice within the prefecture, so they cannot easily take action, much less seize the treasures of their own allies. According to the original plan, after Gu Senkyu killed those people, we would take over the territories of Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect, thereby justifiably claiming the profound Frost Cave. If you were to consume the Ice Flood Dragon's blood, your physique would be enhanced to at least a mid-tier heaven level. Moreover, the Ice Flood Dragon's blood could also grant heaven-level physiques to at least 5 other disciples.
In addition, its demon crystal must still exist. With that demon crystal, I could forge the strongest Earth-grade refining crystal artifact, greatly boosting my power and securing more influence within the Divine Sword Sect, without having to defer to them. All of these are enormous benefits. But now, it's no longer possible.
Zhang Mo looked towards the south, her eyes as cold as ice. The plan had been ruined. Ruined completely. Yin Zuj frowned.
In that case, we should declare war on Qingxuan Sect.
Zhang Mo took a deep breath.
War is inevitable, but Heavenly Water Sect cannot enter the fray lightly. Moreover, Storm Rain Sect has Verdant Vine Sect behind it. I suspect Verdant Vine Sect is also involved in this matter. The 5 sects of Qingxuan Prefecture have a special status. Once we take action, there's no turning back. We must be cautious before making our move.
Yin Zuj nodded in shame.
I was too simplistic in my thinking.
So, Master, what do you plan to do?
Zhang Mo said in a deep voice.
First, let Blood River Sect and White River Sect probe the situation and find out Verdant Vine Sect's stance. We will make our move last, under the pretext of mediating, and then infiltrate Qingxuan Sect.
At this moment, the bell rang from below.
The Elder Council meeting has begun. Zuj, you will accompany me.
Zhang Mo said as she abruptly stood up. Yin Zuj was taken aback.
Me, but Master, I'm not yet the junior sect master. I'm not allowed to attend the Elder Council meetings.
Zhang Mo coldly replied.
If I say you can, then you can. If any elder dares to object, I'll have them expelled from Heavenly Water Sect.
Yin Zuj's heart warmed.
Yes, I will follow your orders.
Chapter 122. Peaks gather like waves, rage like angry tides. Chapter 122. Peaks gather like waves, rage like angry tides. Qingxuan Sect Mountain Gate. Bamboo Tree Courtyard. Shen Mo stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the courtyard gate. His eyes were unfocused, as if he were comprehending something. At a certain moment, he instinctively activated a martial technique. A wisp of spiritual energy burst forth, connecting with the metal element's spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. In an instant, 2 large bronze doors materialized beside him. The patterns on the surface of the doors were intricately detailed. They seemed so real that one could almost touch them. After forming the 2 bronze doors, Shen Mo didn't stop. He continued to observe the courtyard gate. Suddenly, more metal element spiritual energy was drawn to him, gathering and constantly reshaping itself. This mass of spiritual energy swirled and expanded, gradually increasing in size. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later, the energy mass abruptly unfurled, taking the shape of a large door. However, the patterns on this door were not as refined as those on the previous 2 bronze doors. But they weren't much worse either. It was only then that Shen Mo seemed to emerge from his state of enlightenment. Seeing the 3 bronze doors floating beside him, he smiled with satisfaction. With a thought, the 3 bronze doors shifted freely. At times, they appeared in 3 different directions. At other times, they appeared together in one direction. They were incredibly agile. Shen Mo nodded in satisfaction. The Earth-grade defensive martial technique, 4-fold mystic door, had now been cultivated to the 3rd level. He was close to reaching the 4th level. When that time came, he would be able to simultaneously summon 4 bronze doors. Even if one door was destroyed, he could quickly reform it. Combined with the demonic armor bracers he wore, his defense would be nearly invincible. Shen Mo then looked inward at his dantian. There were now some subtle changes within. The ocean of spiritual energy had expanded once more, and he was just a step away from reaching the peak of the core formation stage. Above the ocean of spiritual energy was a smooth and flawless perfect Dao platform. Atop the perfect Dao platform was a crimson gold core, covered in cracks. But now, between the Dao platform and the core, a lotus seat had appeared. This lotus seat was layered and radiant, captivating in its beauty. At first glance, the petals seemed to resemble countless human hands. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed ordinary petals. This was the first lotus seat formed after Shen Mo refined the thousand-handed lotus. Once all 9 lotus seats were gathered, it would be time for him to nurture his nascent soul. At that moment, there was a knock on the door.
Shenner, may I come in?
Came the voice of Murong Yue from outside. Shen Mo quickly walked over and opened the courtyard gate. Standing before him was his graceful master, Murong Yue.
Master, what brings you here so suddenly?
Shen Mo asked as he sat down. Murong Yue casually sat on a stone stool beside him and chuckled at his words.
What's this? Can I visit you without a reason?
Shen Mo also smiled.
Master, I didn't say that. Those were your words.
They exchanged a smile. Murong Yue only let down her serious and cold demeanor in front of Shen Mo, showing a more relaxed and casual side. After sharing a brief laugh, Murong Yue chuckled lightly.
All right, to be honest, there isn't much. Sect Master Liu from Storm Rain Sect sent me a bottle of great essence replenishing pills. I'm already at the peak of core formation, so taking these pills won't have much effect on me anymore. I thought I'd bring them to you.
With a wave of her hand, Murong Yue produced a jade bottle and placed it on the stone table. Shen Mo was slightly surprised. A bottle of great essence replenishing pills was worth 5 bottles of essence replenishing pills. They were typically circulated only among the 5 sects of Qingxuan Prefecture. At most, they were used as rewards. Liu Menggu giving a bottle to Murong Yue was likely to maintain the alliance between their 2 sects. And Murong Yue giving them to him warmed his heart. His master was truly kind to him.
Master, I have something for you as well.
Shen Mo said with a smile. Murong Yue covered her mouth and laughed.
What could you possibly have for me?
Shen Mo waved his hand, and 2 pills appeared in his palm. Murong Yue was initially startled, then showed a look of astonishment.
Tei soul-nourishing pills, and you have 2 of them.
But I recall you already gave one to Liu Menggu.
Shen Mo then recounted how he had discovered 3 Tei soul-nourishing pills in the Alchemy King's cave. Murong Yue's eyes widened in disbelief.
This.
Shen Mo smiled.
Master, I've already taken a Tei soul-nourishing pill. Even if I take another, it wouldn't be much more effective. I remember your physique is top-tier Earth level. After taking this Tei soul-nourishing pill, you might very well break through to heaven level.
Murong Yue murmured.
Heaven level.
These 2 words immediately set her heart racing. A heaven-level physique is something every cultivator dreams of obtaining. But such a physique is 1 in a million, far from something easily acquired. Now, such an opportunity was right before her.
No.
Murong Yue instinctively wanted to nod, but then firmly shook her head. However, her eyes still revealed a deep longing. This contradictory expression made Shen Mo chuckle.
Master, you say you don't want it, but your body is being quite honest.
He teased. For once, a blush appeared on Murong Yue's face. To say she didn't want such a precious treasure would be a lie. When she said those words earlier, she was fighting hard against her inner desires. Shen Mo patiently persuaded her.
Master, you're currently the strongest combatant in Qingxuan Sect. If you acquire a heaven-level physique, you'll only grow stronger, and even facing the sect masters of the 5 sects in Qingxuan Prefecture, you'd be their equal. When that time comes, as the junior sect master of Qingxuan Sect, I'd naturally live a more secure life. Don't you think that's a reasonable plan?
Murong Yue hesitated for a moment.
You're right.
Then take it.
Shen Mo stepped closer to Murong Yue and brought the tei soul-nourishing pill to her lips, his tone deliberately a bit forceful. Murong Yue's heart warmed, and her eyes became slightly misty. She took a deep breath.
All right, I'll take it.
Shen Mo smiled.
Then take it here, and I'll guard you while you cultivate.
All right.
Murong Yue smiled through her tears.
I never thought there'd be a day when my disciple would be the one guarding me.
She immediately swallowed the tei soul-nourishing pill. The surging medicinal power spread throughout her, penetrating deep into her bones and soul, subtly enhancing her physique. The sensation was almost otherworldly. Murong Yue couldn't help but let out a soft, contented moan. Moments later, the spiritual energy surrounding Qingxuan Sect began to converge on Bamboo Tree Courtyard. In an instant, two massive vortices formed around Murong Yue. On the left was scorching hot fire element spiritual energy. On the right was chillingly cold ice element spiritual energy. This was Murong Yue's physique, the blazing fire profound ice body. It possessed both fire and ice spiritual roots. Such a spectacular phenomenon immediately attracted attention from the outside. Elders, deacons, and disciples all cast their gazes towards Bamboo Tree Courtyard, both astonished and delighted.
This incredible aura, whose physique is evolving. Isn't that Bamboo Tree Courtyard? It's the Junior Sect Master's residence. That can't be right. Many people say the Junior Sect Master already has a heaven-level physique. How could it evolve further? Wait, I just saw the Sect Master enter Bamboo Tree Courtyard. Could it be the Sect Master?
At this moment, within Bamboo Tree Courtyard, two completely opposite forces surged wildly. This caused the courtyard to display contrasting scenes. The two poor bamboo trees suffered, one turned into an ice sculpture while the other was scorched bare. Murong Yue herself was similarly affected. The left half of her palace robe was burned to ashes. It exposed her smooth, fair, and captivating body. However, this view didn't last long. Murong Yue quickly realized the situation. She let out a startled cry, her face turning crimson, and hastily covered herself.
Turn around, turn around.
Chapter 123, Master, it's best not to wear clothes for now. Chapter 123, Master, it's best not to wear clothes for now. Shen Mo cleared his throat a few times and turned around. Rustling sounds came from behind him. It was clear that Murong Yue was changing into a new palace gown. However,
Master, I think it's best if you don't wear any clothes for now.
Murong Yue's fair cheeks were now as red as ripe apples. She understood that no matter how many sets of palace gowns she changed into, they would still be burned. However, it was improper for a master and disciple to share the same room while she, as the master, had half of her body exposed.
Master, you don't need to be so restrained. Just pretend I'm not here.
Shen Mo said with a slight smile. Murong Yue bit her lip.
Fine, but don't you dare turn around, or I'll expel you from the sect.
Shen Mo found it amusing. Her tone was more like that of a shy, irritated older sister.
All right, I'll do as you say.
Shen Mo sat down cross-legged, making no move to turn around. Murong Yue steadied her mind and continued refining the medicinal power of the supreme soul-nurturing pill. Half an hour later, the pill was fully refined. At that moment, Murong Yue's aura reached its peak. Boom! Two pillars of light shot into the sky. One of flame, the other of frost, pierced through the clouds, shaking the heavens. In the Qingxuan Mountains and the surrounding areas, all the wandering cultivators who witnessed this scene were in awe.
That direction.
This was the sentiment among the wandering cultivators, and even more so among the sect cultivators. Many second-rate and smaller sects were deeply shaken, their respect for Qingxuan Sect growing even more.
Huff!
Murong Yue exhaled a breath of impure air and quickly put on a new palace gown. After dressing, she said softly,
All right, you can turn around now.
Shen Mo turned around and immediately saw his familiar master. However, the flushed Murong Yue had an added touch of unique beauty compared to usual.
Heaven-level physique now.
Shen Mo asked. Murong Yue nodded, sighing.
Indeed, it's a heaven-level physique. With the enhancement of my physique, the power of the martial techniques I use is now much stronger than before. If I face Zhang Mo again, she won't be a match for me.
Murong Yue was brimming with confidence. Shen Mo smiled and handed her another supreme soul-nurturing pill.
This pill will be kept with you, master. You can auction it off.
Murong Yue hesitated for a moment, then nodded.
That would be better. Auctioning it in my name is safer for you.
After saying this, she quickly added.
I.
With that, Murong Yue hurriedly left as if her tail were on fire. Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. At times like this, Murong Yue behaved more like an inexperienced young girl. But it made sense. Ever since she became the sect master of Qingxuan Sect, she often secluded herself. Before becoming the sect master, she trained every day. Though she was no longer a girl in her 40s, she was indeed still inexperienced in the ways of the world.
It's been half a month since the Alchemy King's cave incident. The news of the destruction of Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect should have spread by now, right?
Shen Mo sat on a stone bench, deep in thought. There was no need to mention Spirit Beast Sect, as it was merely a second-rate sect. Flying Frost Sect, on the other hand, was a first-rate sect, and a particularly strong one at that. Its destruction would undoubtedly cause a great upheaval in Xuanjing Prefecture. All the sects, large and small, would be affected. More importantly, both Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect were affiliated with the Heavenly Water Sect. Chapter 123, Master, it's best not to wear clothes for now. Shen Mo immediately inspected his life panel. Name Shen Mo. Realm, Core Formation Stage, Minor Achievement. Fate Attributes, Son of an Apothecary, Exceptional Perception, Sword Dao Enthusiast, Slightly Fortunate, Scorching Sun Flame Physique, Temporary Fortunes. Seeing this, he nodded slightly. After consuming the Great Perception pill this time, the blue Fate attribute, Innate Wisdom, had already been enhanced into the purple Fate attribute.
Exceptional perception.
This meant that from now on, whether in comprehending cultivation techniques, martial arts, formations, alchemy, or artifact refining, his understanding would far surpass that of ordinary cultivators. Shen Mo continued to read further down. Destiny ultimately halted at the great achievement of core formation stage. In half a year, will die in a killing formation set by the combined forces of Blood River Sect and White River Sect. Recent fortunes. 2 days later, upon entering Profound Frost Cave for treasure hunting, you will accidentally discover a new fissure, delve into it, and find the corpse of an ice dragon, obtaining 3 drops of ice dragon blood. Upcoming event, upon leaving Profound Frost Cave, you will find that the cave has been taken over by Blood River Sect. Shen Mo will be surrounded by 6 core formation cultivators, severely injured and forced to flee, barely escaping back to the Qingxuan Sect's territory. He will then need to recuperate for half a year, unable to cultivate. Shen Mo was pleasantly surprised. There was actually an ice dragon's corpse at the bottom of Profound Frost Cave. The Flying Frost Sect had controlled Profound Frost Cave for so long, excavating much profound frost amber, yet they never knew there was something beneath the cave. Unexpectedly, such an opportunity had fallen into his lap.
But why would Blood River Sect suddenly take action? Blood River Sect is also affiliated with the Heavenly Water Sect. Could this be the Heavenly Water Sect's intention?
Shen Mo pondered.
But regardless, I must go to Profound Frost Cave. There's an incredible opportunity waiting for me there.
Having made up his mind, Shen Mo immediately stood up. He greeted the disciples guarding the entrance of the bamboo tree courtyard, and then headed straight for Profound Frost Cave. The disciples at the gate would naturally inform Murong Yue of his departure to Profound Frost Cave. Shen Mo used his qi to travel swiftly, heading north. Profound Frost Cave was quite far from Qingxuan Sect's main gate. It took Shen Mo an entire hour to reach it. A blue, icy cave appeared before him. Around it were walls and houses built from ice bricks, made from materials found locally. The cold energy in this place was intense. Ice bricks wouldn't easily melt, making them ideal construction materials. Shen Mo landed lightly on the ground. The guarding disciples, seeing him from afar, immediately showed signs of respect and quickly knelt halfway.
Greetings, young sect master.
Shen Mo nodded slightly, casually observing the two disciples. To resist the intense cold here, they were both wearing thick cotton robes. However, with his scorching sun flame physique, Shen Mo's body felt like a furnace. This level of cold didn't bother him at all. In fact, he didn't feel it whatsoever. Shen Mo asked casually,
Who is in charge of Profound Frost Cave?
Young sect master, it's Elder Song Keofeng and Hall Master Wei Xingtai.
Wei Xingtai. Yes, young sect master. Hall Master Wei is the head of the Iron Fist Hall and was reassigned here by the sect master to guard Profound Frost Cave.
Shen Mo nodded in understanding. The head of the Iron Fist Hall was indeed the former sect master. He had some impression of this person. Smart, adaptable, and most importantly, loyal to Qingxuan Sect. Shen Mo then strode confidently into Profound Frost Cave. Along the way, no matter what the stewards or disciples were doing, they would immediately stop their work, greet him respectfully, and address him as young sect master. Shen Mo even saw many familiar faces, all drawn from Qingxuan Sect's main gate. The people stationed here, whether elders, stewards, or disciples, were among the most elite.
Brother Shen.
Chapter 124, Entering the Profound Frost Cave. Chapter 124, Entering the Profound Frost Cave. A surprised voice rang out. Shen Mo turned his head to see a slender yet strong female disciple. It was none other than Zhao Ru.
You've been assigned here too.
Shen Mo smiled. Zhao Ru nodded.
When I heard that big brother was coming, I requested to come along with the elder's approval.
Shen Mo nodded slightly.
I didn't expect the Stormy Rain sect to hand over the Profound Frost Cave so readily.
Zhao Ru chuckled.
Yes, I heard that at first, the elders of the Stormy Rain sect were unwilling, demanding that we at least give up 20 fertile medicinal fields before they would consider relinquishing the Profound Frost Cave to us.
But then, for some unknown reason, they suddenly changed their minds and agreed without hesitation. In the end, we only had to pay the price of 5 fertile medicinal fields to take control of the Profound Frost Cave.
Shen Mo nodded. The Profound Frost Cave yielded many treasures. Acquiring it for just 5 fertile medicinal fields was a huge profit. Zhao Ru whispered.
Sister Shengnan said it might be because of orders from the Verdant Vine sect, which made the Stormy Rain sect so agreeable.
She pursed her lips and added.
Sister Shengnan also suggested that it might be because Mo Yuheng, that vixen, has taken a liking to you, which is why this happened.
As she said this, her tone carried a hint of jealousy. Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh. He had barely interacted with Mo Yuheng a few times. Moreover, he possessed no extraordinary fate or charm like
Immortal grace.
or
Elegant demeanor.
how could someone suddenly fall for him like a character in a cliché harem novel? To him, this was merely a diplomatic move by the Verdant Vine sect.
Oh right, senior brother, since you're here, you've saved me the trip back to the sect.
As if suddenly remembering something, Zhao Ru solemnly took out a storage ring and handed it to Shen Mo. Shen Mo took it and looked inside, only to find 30 pieces of ice blue amber. Among them was a droplet of blood, even more brilliantly blue. This was the special product of the Profound Frost Cave, the Profound Frost Amber.
So much has been mined in just a few days.
Shen Mo was surprised. Zhao Ru smiled brightly.
No, after Elder Song and Hall Master Wei led us to take over this place, the elder from the Flying Frost Sect who had been stationed here surrendered.
All these Profound Frost Ambers were found in his storage ring.
That guy was pocketing the wealth. Every month, he reported to the Flying Frost Sect that only 30 pieces were mined, but in reality, a third went into his own pocket, which he sold at a high price under another identity.
Shen Mo smiled faintly. Embezzling public resources. People like that could be found everywhere. Zhao Ru continued.
My brother, Sister Shengnan, and Liu Yongxuan each got 3 pieces, while Elder Song and Hall Master Wei took 5 pieces each.
After some discussion, Elder Song and Hall Master Wei decided to send the remaining 30 pieces to you.
As for the share for the other elders, it will be decided later.
Her tone was full of envy. If he were just an ordinary young sect master, his treatment might only be slightly better than that of a true disciple, but not by such a wide margin. But Shen Mo was different. He had already reached the core formation stage, while Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and Liu Yongxuan were still at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Additionally, Shen Mo had made significant contributions recently. No matter who saw him, they would respectfully call him
Young Sect Master.
Such a massive allocation of resources was only natural. Hearing this, Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh. These two sure knew how to conduct themselves.
Young Sect Master, why did you come here so suddenly? You didn't even inform us. Ha ha ha, yes, it's been a while since I've seen the Young Sect Master. I've missed you.
At this moment, 2 hearty laughs rang out from a distance. Song Kao Feng and Wei Qingtai strode over, greeting Shen Mo with cupped hands from afar. Even though Shen Mo was younger and of a lower cultivation level than them, they showed no hint of disrespect. Shen Mo nodded with a smile.
I'm just interested in the profound frost cave and wanted to take a look. You don't need to worry, I'm not here to supervise your work.
Song Kao Feng and Wei Qingtai both nodded.
Young Sect Master, since you're here, we ought to accompany you. However, the formations in the profound frost cave haven't been set up yet, so we need to hurry.
Song Kao Feng said hurriedly.
Formations are of utmost importance.
Shen Mo nodded in agreement. The profound frost cave lies further north of the profound frost city, one of the 4 cities controlled by the Flying Frost Sect. Of course, now it has become a city under the Qingxuan Sect. Further north of the profound frost city is the territory of the Blood River Sect. Because of this, the profound frost cave holds a strategically important position, and coupled with the treasure of profound frost amber found here, it becomes even more crucial to strengthen the formations to prevent a sudden attack by the Blood River Sect. Song Kao Feng and Wei Qingtai had already considered this. However,
Zhao Ru, why don't you accompany the young sect master and show him around?
Wei Qingtai suggested.
Yes.
Zhao Ru nodded.
Senior brother, where would you like to go? I can take you there.
Zhao Ru asked with a sweet smile. Shen Mo smiled lightly.
Take me into the profound frost cave.
Sure, but the profound frost cave is like a maze inside, so you better stick close to me. Haha, don't worry, even if you get lost, I won't.
With that, the 2 of them entered the profound frost cave. Inside the cave, the constant sound of mining echoed ding, 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 the noise of pickaxes at work. However, the cave was so cold that ordinary people couldn't enter. Thus, those mining amber here were no ordinary people. They were at least outer sect disciples who had reached the great completion of the body tempering stage. Of course, the rewards for mining amber here were abundant. As a result, the disciples eagerly vied for the chance to come here. Shen Mo surveyed the area and saw at least 100 outer sect disciples. Each of them was energetic and excited, eager to dig from morning until night. Before long, someone excitedly shouted that they had found profound frost amber. The surrounding disciples looked on in surprise and envy, their eyes lighting up. This was followed by the usual talk of treating everyone to a meal and not forgetting one's brothers after getting rich. At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly approached from below. An outer sect disciple suddenly appeared, clutching his chest, his body covered in wounds. Upon spotting Zhao Ru from a distance, he called out anxiously as if seeing a savior.
Senior sister, Zhao Ru, a demon beast has suddenly appeared on the 2nd level. We can't handle it. Several senior brothers in the Qi condensation stage have already been injured.
Zhao Ru frowned.
Wait here, I'll be there right away.
Shen Mo asked, puzzled.
Are there many demon beasts?
Zhao Ru shook her head.
Recently, a lot of demon beasts have appeared in the profound frost cave, and their numbers and strength have increased. However, they're usually found on the 3rd level or lower. Why have they now appeared on the 2nd level?
Shen Mo nodded.
You go help them.
Chapter 125, The Great Transformation of the Ice Dragon's Corpse Armor. Chapter 125, The Great Transformation of the Ice Dragon's Corpse Armor. Shen Mo casually picked a direction and walked into one of the tunnels. Then, he utilized his movement technique, 8 directions thunder movement, swiftly advancing through various passageways. He moved like a gust of wind. The disciples who were busy digging often didn't even realize that someone had dashed past them, only assuming that a sudden cold wind had swept through the profound frost cave. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Shen Mo stopped at the entrance to the 3rd level from the 2nd, his expression unchanged. During this brief period, he had already scouted the entire 2nd level of the profound frost cave. Just as Zhao Ru had mentioned, after years of excavation, the profound frost cave had turned into a labyrinth. Newcomers were often too afraid to venture too deep, restricting themselves to digging only on the 1st level of the cave. Furthermore, the deeper one went into the profound frost cave, the denser the cold became, which ordinary people couldn't withstand. However, those ordinary cultivators were naturally not comparable to Shen Mo. First, as a cultivator in the core formation stage, Shen Mo's thinking was far superior to that of foundation establishment, qi condensation, or body tempering cultivators. Second, he possessed the scorching sun flame body, making him impervious to cold. Third, his movement technique was an extraordinary grade at the profound level, allowing him to traverse an entire layer within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. With these 3 factors combined, it would be difficult for him to lose his way. Shen Mo then proceeded to the 3rd level. Then the 4th and finally the 5th level. The profound frost cave had a total of 5 levels. The 5th level reached a depth of over 100 zhang. The cold here was extremely piercing. Without the cultivation level of the core formation stage, no one would dare to venture here. Roar! A massive, ice-blue demon beast let out a tragic howl and collapsed to the ground. Shen Mo withdrew his flaming hand and frowned slightly. This demon beast was at the peak of the 4th tier, equivalent to a cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage. Of course, it posed no threat to Shen Mo and could be dealt with easily. However, Shen Mo had already encountered 7 or 8 such beasts on the 5th level. Their emotions were contradictory, excited and agitated, fearful yet eager. It was an odd and extreme state. As a result, they attacked anything in sight. Shen Mo could have killed them all, but he didn't want to waste his energy, so he simply relied on his 8 directions thunder movement to evade these maddened beasts. Before long, he stopped in front of a thick and massive ice pillar. This ice pillar was so thick that it would take 3 people joining hands to encircle it. It continuously emitted a chilling cold, as if it wanted to freeze the very blood in one's veins. Standing here, Shen Mo's mind mapped out the 5th level.
This is the very center of the 5th level, and also the place where the cold is the densest within the profound frost cave. The ice dragon's corpse must be buried beneath this ice pillar.
Shen Mo took a deep breath and activated his azure lotus earth flame. Second form of the 9 suns divine phoenix art, flaming palm blade. Boom! With a powerful slash, Shen Mo struck the ice pillar. Controlling his palm, he quickly melted a human-sized hole in the pillar. Then with a sudden push, he shattered the center. Crack! The ice broke apart, revealing a space large enough for Shen Mo to enter. Peering inside, he saw a deep, dark space beneath, where the cold became even more intense. Even with his scorching sun flame body, Shen Mo felt the chill seeping in. He immediately enveloped his exposed skin with the azure lotus earth flame. This managed to dispel some of the cold. Shen Mo continued downward. It was like stepping into a frozen world. Everywhere were ice pillars and icicles. There were also several demon beasts completely encased in ice. Although they had long since lost their vitality, they remained lifelike, as if they might spring back to life and attack at any moment. Shen Mo pressed on. Finally, a vast space opened up before him. It resembled a grand hall constructed entirely of ice. Looking up, he saw a sparkling, translucent dome. Countless icicles hung down, resembling crystal chandeliers. Around the space stood numerous protruding ice pillars, like soldiers standing guard. At the center of this icy hall was a massive beast, over 30 zhang long, resembling a dragon serpent. Its entire body was a bluish-white color. A ferocious dragon serpent head. Flowing whiskers. Sharp dragon teeth and claws. A powerful dragon tail. Every inch of its body radiated strength and power. The pressure from its bloodline alone made one feel the urge to kneel in worship, to prostrate oneself in reverence.
A mere dead creature, and it dares to force me to kneel.
Shen Mo snorted coldly, circulated his spiritual power, and easily dispelled the overwhelming bloodline pressure with a sudden surge. He circled the ice dragon, quickly noticing a long, deep wound on its abdomen. Bluish-white blood was flowing from the wound, forming a small lake around it. Who knows how many years this ice dragon had been dead, yet its blood was still brimming with vitality. Shen Mo dipped his finger into the blood. To his surprise, the blood suddenly formed a tiny dragon shape and bit down hard on his finger. However, it couldn't cause any harm to Shen Mo.
What would happen if I used this to empower the demon armor?
Shen Mo's interest was piqued. With a thought, the purple-black armguard infused with demonic energy enveloped his right arm completely. The intricate, mysterious patterns on the armor etched out the faces of fierce, otherworldly beasts. Even a mere glance at it would send a chill through one's heart, making one unwilling to look any longer. Shen Mo extended his finger and pressed the drop of blood onto the demon armor. In the next moment, the demon armor underwent an astonishing transformation. The originally purple-black armor suddenly turned ice blue. Large dragon scales emerged, clearly defined and perfectly aligned. Sharp, angular ice spikes jutted out abruptly. In less than 3 breaths, the demon armor had completely transformed. It now appeared as though it was forged from the scales of the ice dragon itself. Shen Mo's eyes widened. He could immediately sense the immense power the new demon armor brought to his body. Moreover, with a single thought, he could now channel and connect with the ice spiritual energy in the world through the demon armor. It was well known that his body had a fire attribute, and although he could connect with ice spiritual energy, it was naturally far inferior to his affinity with fire spiritual energy. However, now with the transformed demon armor, it was as if he had gained an ice spiritual root. And not just any ice spiritual root, it was at least equivalent to an earth-grade physique. With this, any ice attribute techniques released through the demon armor would far surpass anything he could have done before. Shen Mo was both surprised and delighted. He hadn't expected that the demon armor could undergo such a significant transformation after absorbing the blood of another creature. Taking a deep breath, Shen Mo, without using any spiritual power or connecting with the ice spiritual energy, struck the nearby icy wall with a powerful punch. Boom! A tremendous force exploded forth, as if a meteor had fallen from the heavens. With a loud crack, a massive fissure appeared in the wall. The crack quickly spread, covering the entire face of the wall like a spider's web. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently, its impact akin to a small earthquake. Even Shen Mo struggled to stay on his feet, but his face was filled with joy.
Powerful, incredibly powerful. After absorbing the ice dragon's blood, the demon armor has increased my physical strength by at least 5 times. This punch, if a core formation stage cultivator at the peak tried to block it head-on, they would be severely injured. Even a fully formed core formation cultivator would be sent flying. And if I were to infuse it with spiritual power and connect with the world's spiritual energy, its power would be even more terrifying. At that point, even a fully formed core formation cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against me.
Chapter 126, Liu Yongxuan's Opportunity, the Taiyan Profound Frost Array. Chapter 126, Liu Yongxuan's Opportunity, the Taiyan Profound Frost Array. At this moment, the bit of ice dragon blood had been entirely consumed. The demon armor's arm guard immediately reverted to its original state, turning back to its purple-black color. Shen Mo nodded slightly.
The bit of ice dragon blood just now wasn't even a full drop, at most only a third of a drop. It activated the armor for roughly 10 breaths of time. If I were to use the demon armor to launch an attack, it would likely accelerate the blood consumption. By this calculation, a full drop of ice dragon blood could sustain the demon armor for over 30 breaths. If I were to unleash a powerful attack, it should still last for at least 15 breaths. That's sufficient. This amount of time is enough to determine the outcome of a battle.
Shen Mo immediately crouched down, carefully collecting the ice dragon blood. Before long, he had gathered all the ice dragon blood from the small lake on the ground. He filled a large jar with it. As for the blood within the ice dragon's body, Shen Mo had attempted to extract it. However, his attacks couldn't even penetrate the ice dragon's defensive corpse. So he had to give up. After all, the opponent was a 6th-tier demon beast, equivalent to a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. 2 major realms higher than himself. Failing to break through its armor was only natural.
It's time to head back.
Shen Mo retraced his steps. The ice pillar here had already been sealed up again. He had to cut through the ice once more to open a passage. As soon as he emerged, several demon beasts with hostile gazes surrounded him. Their eyes were filled with greed and desire. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
You smelled the ice dragon blood. I won't be handing it over to you.
Roar! These demon beasts seemed to understand Shen Mo's words, and they immediately charged at him in a fury. Shen Mo remained calm, directly activating the 9 Suns' divine phoenix technique. Boom, boom, boom. What followed were the wails of the demon beasts. Shen Mo clapped his hands, using the 8 directions thunder movement technique to ascend layer by layer back to the surface. As soon as he returned to the first layer, he overheard disciples anxiously discussing the small earthquake that had just occurred.
I was scared to death just now. I almost thought we were going to be buried in the passage. My goodness, you didn't see it, but that ice shard was only 1/10 of an inch away from my brother.
I don't know what happened. First, the demon beasts were agitated, and now there's an earthquake. I can't help but feel a bit worried. Worried about what? If the sky falls, the 2 elders will hold it up. Besides, the profound frost cave has a protective array, and the young sect master is here too. We're perfectly safe.
Shen Mo touched his nose. Who caused that small earthquake? What a lack of consideration.
Senior brother Shen.
Zhao Ru saw him and quickly ran over with concern.
Are you okay? There was suddenly an earthquake and I couldn't find you anywhere. I was so worried.
Shen Mo waved his hand.
I'm fine. By the way, take some warm jade to protect your body and go.
Zhao Ru's eyes widened.
All dead, even those on the 5th layer.
Shen Mo nodded.
There weren't any strong ones. I killed them all with a single strike.
The meat of those demon beasts is quite good. Eating it can enhance your resistance to cold. Remember to eat more. Zhao Ru responded happily.
Yes.
Then she excitedly called out.
You, and you, come with me. The young sect master has already.
The disciples were shocked, casting admiring glances at Shen Mo. Those fierce demon beasts were all wiped out by Shen Mo in one go. His strength was truly terrifying. Shen Mo strode out of the profound frost cave, frowning in thought. He had already obtained a jar of ice dragon blood, which would last him for a while. His strength had greatly increased as a result. He could simply inform Nangong Yun, and they could all withdraw from the profound frost cave. That would avoid any tragic deaths among these people. But the ice dragon could still produce more blood continuously. Moreover, the ice dragon's bones, scales, and other parts were top-notch treasures. Abandoning it like this, and letting it fall into the hands of the Blood River Sect would be a great pity. Furthermore, behind the Blood River Sect was the Heavenly Water Sect. The treasures obtained from the ice dragon's corpse would ultimately benefit the Heavenly Water Sect. This wouldn't do. The stronger the Heavenly Water Sect becomes, the more dangerous it would be for the Qingxuan Sect.
I need to come up with a plan, ideally one that can wipe out the nascent soul stage cultivators from the Blood River Sect who are coming to launch a surprise attack in 2 days. However, the cultivation techniques and martial skills of the Blood River Sect cultivators are very formidable. If we only set up an ambush, we would need at least 10 cultivators to deal with them. Such a large-scale operation would definitely alert the enemy. What should I do?
Shen Mo clasped his hands behind his back, pacing slowly as he pondered the situation. The cultivation methods and martial techniques of the Blood River Sect emphasized rapid advancement and immense power. In the same realm, it was common for a Blood River Sect cultivator to defeat 2 ordinary cultivators. The downside, however, was that it shortened their lifespan. A typical nascent soul stage cultivator could live up to 500 years. But a nascent soul stage cultivator from the Blood River Sect would be fortunate to live beyond 300 years.
Greetings!
Soon, a familiar voice rang out in front of him. The tone was reluctant and unwilling. This voice pulled Shen Mo back from his thoughts. He steadied himself and looked at the person in front of him. With a face like jade, an elegant demeanor, and a tall stature, it was none other than Liu Qingxuan.
You're here guarding as well.
Shen Mo smiled. Liu Qingxuan nodded reluctantly.
My father, under the sect master's orders, will be arriving tomorrow to assist Elder Song and Hall Master Wei in guarding the profound frost cave. He asked me to come ahead.
Shen Mo pondered this. He looked at Liu Qingxuan's life panel. Name Liu Qingxuan. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Stage Peak. Fate, overflowing luck, jade-like handsomeness, danger into safety, smooth sailing, lesser yin profound ice body. Destiny, stops at minor success in the nascent soul stage, later becomes an inner sect elder of the Divine Sword Sect. 30 years later, overestimates himself and challenges a 4th-tier peak demon beast, only to be devoured by it. Recent Opportunity 1. Tonight, while searching for profound frost amber in the profound frost cave, gets lost and enters a crack formed by a minor earthquake on the 3rd layer, where he finds a top-grade earth-tier array, the tame profound frost array. Recent Opportunity 2. 2 days later, during the Blood River Sect's surprise attack on the profound frost cave, he becomes fearful and flees the battle, hiding in a basement. Ultimately, he is intentionally let go by the Blood River Sect master. Shen Mo frowned slightly. There was a lot of information to process. He noticed that Liu Qingxuan's fate had changed.
Peak fortune!
Had dropped a level, becoming
Overflowing luck!
It was likely due to several opportunities being intercepted by Shen Mo, leading to this outcome. Next was the Taiyin Profound Frost Array. This array was clearly a killing array. Moreover, the Profound Frost Cave was already a place rich in ice spiritual energy. The Taiyin Profound Frost Array could further enhance its power here, increasing its effectiveness by at least 50%. With this array, dealing with the Blood River Sect members would no longer be a problem. Finally, there was the matter of Liu Qingxuan being intentionally spared by the Blood River Sect master. Many elders, deacons, and disciples within the Profound Frost Cave had been killed. Why would Liu Qingxuan be deliberately spared? The answer was obvious. Liu Yuanfeng had dealings with the Blood River Sect. That's why the Blood River Sect master would spare Liu Qingxuan. This way, Liu Qingxuan would become a hero who survived the bloody battle in the Profound Frost Cave.
Liu Yuanfeng has certainly thought this through, even risking his son by sending him to the Profound Frost Cave, and he's coming here himself as well.
Chapter 127, My Trump Card is Here. Chapter 127, My Trump Card is Here. A fissure caused by a minor earthquake.
This is the place.
In Shen Mo's mind, the map of the 3rd level of the Profound Frost Cave appeared. At the same time, he swiftly moved, using the 8 directions thunder movement technique. It didn't take long for him to notice something unusual about one of the rock walls. Sure enough, there was a fissure here. Shen Mo blasted away the outer layer of ice and smoothly entered. Inside were 2 corpses. One was a cultivator and the other, a demonic beast. Even in death, they maintained an attacking posture. Clearly, they had perished in mutual destruction. After they died, their bodies were frozen here, undiscovered by anyone. It was only due to the minor earthquake Shen Mo caused that their corpses were finally revealed. Shen Mo searched the cultivator's body and quickly found a mid-grade storage ring. Inside were many yellow tier pills, along with lower and mid-grade spirit stones. These items were fairly ordinary, and Shen Mo was no longer interested in them. He searched more carefully and, as expected, found a set of formation flags in a corner of the storage ring. The set had a total of 48 flags. Each one was no bigger than a palm. All you had to do was insert them into the ground, embed them with spirit stones, and use a formation jade token to activate the array. This array was none other than the mid-grade earth tier.
Tame Profound Frost Array.
With it, he could deal with the treacherous Blood River sect that relied on underhanded sneak attacks.
It's not the right time to set it up now. I'll wait until everyone has gone to rest before I do it.
That night at midnight, when the disciples, exhausted, had climbed into bed and fallen into a deep sleep, Shen Mo took advantage of the night and quietly left his quarters, swiftly setting up the formation flags around the profound frost cave. These flags were carefully placed in hidden locations, not exposed on the surface. Only Shen Mo knew their exact positions. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Tonight was the night the Blood River sect planned to launch their sneak attack. In the pine forest outside Profound Frost Cave, where no one was present, Liu Yuanfeng took out the parent-child transmission jade and infused it with spiritual power. A hoarse voice immediately came from the other side. It was the sect master of the Blood River sect.
Liu Yuanfeng, how are things?
Liu Yuanfeng replied calmly.
The protective array of Profound Frost Cave seems to be in place, but the 3 flags in the southwest corner are all damaged to varying degrees. Good.
The Blood River sect master laughed heartily.
Once the job is done, I'll send someone to deliver a bottle of great supplement Yuan pill to you.
Only then did Liu Yuanfeng smile slightly.
My son is also in the Profound Frost Cave. You know what he looks like, make sure to let him go. Don't worry, I understand.
The Blood River sect master chuckled.
Good, here's to a successful cooperation. To a successful cooperation.
The night was silent. The moonlight poured down, draping the earth in a silver veil. The cold air around Profound Frost Cave swirled, making the chill even more bone-piercing. The gatekeeping disciples and the patrolling disciples all tightened the cotton robes around them. But even so, the cold continued to seep into their bodies relentlessly. Today was just another uneventful night. The gatekeeping disciple had just thought this when, in his pupils, a streak of blood-red light shot toward him, rapidly growing larger. Boom! The protective array over Profound Frost Cave activated on its own. The blood-red light crashed straight into the southwest corner of the protective array. The barrier's glow trembled violently. But the disturbance was far from over. A second streak of blood-red light shot in, followed by a third, a fourth, a fifth. Each streak of blood-red light precisely struck the southwest corner of the array, until the 6th streak of blood-red light fell. The tremors in the protective array intensified, and its glow grew dimmer. Finally, it shattered like glass. The gatekeeping disciple was dumbfounded. Wasn't this an Earth-tier array? How could it shatter like glass?
Sound the alarm. Why are you still standing there like an idiot?
The disciple beside him roared and fiercely rang the alarm bell. Ding, ding, ding. The piercing sound of the alarm bell echoed through the air. The Profound Frost Cave immediately stirred into action. Song Keofeng, Wei Xingtai, and Liu Yuanfeng rushed out, still wearing their robes, and stared at the night sky with uncertainty and suspicion. Swish, swish, swish. 7 figures dressed in blood-red robes hovered in midair. Behind them were dozens of Foundation establishment stage disciples. Cold smiles were plastered on their faces.
The protective array actually shattered.
Wei Xingtai couldn't believe it.
The Blood River sect's leader, Feng Lishan.
Song Keofeng's eyes widened in recognition as he saw the man leading the group.
How could the array shatter so easily? There's a traitor among us.
Liu Yuanfeng roared in fury.
Song Keofeng, you were in charge of the array. Did you betray us? Bullshit, shut your mouth.
Song Keofeng angrily retorted.
You Qingxuan Sect folks sure are good at infighting.
Feng Lishan laughed heartily. With that, he suddenly struck with a palm towards Song Keofeng, Wei Xingtai, and Liu Yuanfeng. A burst of blood-red light connected with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a gigantic blood-red hand, 5 zhangs large. The three joined forces to resist, but they were all forced back repeatedly, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. This scene, when seen by the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect, undoubtedly stirred up a tidal wave of fear in their hearts. Is the Blood River Sect really this powerful? 1 against 3, and still holding the advantage. This is absurd. Despair welled up in the hearts of the disciples. Feng Lishan smiled.
Where's Shen Mo? This time, besides clearing out Profound Frost Cave, I'm here to capture Shen Mo. Oh, there you are.
Feng Lishan scanned the area and quickly spotted Shen Mo, dressed in a robe with golden embroidery, surrounded by Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, Zhao Ru, and others.
How about this?
He snapped his fingers, a playful cat-and-mouse glint in his eyes.
Whoever catches Shen Mo and hands him over will live. As for the rest, kill them all.
Feng Lishan smiled.
How about it? I'm being very merciful, don't you think?
The disciples exchanged glances. Some of their eyes immediately started to dart around. Although they respected Shen Mo, their own lives were clearly more important now. If they could trade someone else's life for their own, many would agree without hesitation. Moreover, in this cultivation world where the strong prey on the weak, there's even less concern for morality.
Who dares disrespect the young sect master? I'll be the first to cut them down.
Zhao Ting roared, his eyes glaring at the surrounding disciples.
Damn it, all of you call him young sect master, but now, in a moment of crisis, you want to trade his life for yours. Aren't you ashamed?
Luo Shengnan looked at the disciples with contempt, speaking coldly. Many Qingxuan Sect disciples felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this, but even more of them, far from feeling guilty, were itching to act. Interesting, quite a few people in Qingxuan Sect have some backbone, Feng Lishan laughed heartily.
You two are core disciples of Qingxuan Sect, right? One named Zhao Ting, the other Luo Shengnan. Why not join my Blood River Sect? There's still time to switch sides.
Spare me, I have no intention of becoming a short-lived ghost.
Luo Shengnan spat on the ground without hesitation. Feng Lishan's face still wore a smile, but it gradually turned cold. Blood River Sect cultivators detested being called short-lived ghosts. He said coldly,
I've just had a new idea. Any Qingxuan Sect disciple who kills Luo Shengnan will be given a way out.
Stop trying to sow discord here. Do you really think you're the cat and we're the mice?
Shen Mo, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke calmly. Feng Lishan sneered.
Oh, what other tricks does this little mouse have? Show me what you've got.
Shen Mo spoke loudly.
Elder Song, Hall Master Wei, lead all the disciples into the Profound Frost Cave.
Song Keofeng and Wei Xingtai were both taken aback. Retreat into the Profound Frost Cave. But isn't it a dead end in there? And if they go too deep, the disciples won't be able to survive, they'll freeze to death.
Trust me.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
All right, all disciples, retreat into the Profound Frost Cave.
Song Keofeng gritted his teeth and gave the order. The Blood River Sect members didn't act, instead watching the scene unfold with interest.
Retreating into a place with no way out. Fine, that'll make the slaughter even easier, like cutting down grass.
The Blood River Sect's vice leader cackled. Feng Lishan taunted.
All the Qingxuan Sect members have retreated. Now, where's your trump card?
Shen Mo took out a formation jade token and infused it with spiritual power, activating it. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold erupted, enveloping everyone from the Blood River Sect. Shen Mo looked at the shocked and furious Blood River Sect members, a gentle smile playing on his lips.
My trump card is right here.
Chapter 128. Such a powerful martial skill, there's no way Shen Mo can use it a second time. Chapter 128. Such a powerful martial skill, there's no way Shen Mo can use it a second time. Boom, boom, boom. A chilling coldness like a dragon or a serpent surged from all directions, encircling the people of Blood River Sect. In just a few breaths, the temperature dropped to the point where even exhaled air turned to frost. Everyone, including Feng Lishan, immediately felt goosebumps rise all over their bodies. That bone-chilling cold pierced deep into their bones, desperately trying to invade their bodies. The members of Blood River Sect had no choice but to circulate their spiritual power to resist the cold. Spiritual power was being consumed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, each person had already lost at least 20% of their spiritual power. If this continued,
What?
Feng Lishan was both shocked and furious. The profound frost cave should only have one defensive formation. Why had another one appeared now? Could it be that Liu Yuanfeng had deceived him? Was Liu Yuanfeng actually loyal to Qingxuan Sect and deliberately fed him false information? Feng Lishan glared angrily at Liu Yuanfeng, who was within the profound frost cave.
Liu Yuanfeng, you lied to me. You gave me false intelligence.
He roared in rage. At this moment, the members of Qingxuan Sect were wide-eyed in shock. Song Keofeng and Wei Xingtai were on the verge of bowing down to Shen Mo in admiration. They never imagined Shen Mo had such a trump card. Judging by the power of this formation, it was at least a mid-level Earth-tier formation. They couldn't even fathom where Shen Mo had obtained it. After Feng Lishan's roar, everyone turned to Liu Yuanfeng. Liu Yuanfeng took a deep breath and retorted without hesitation.
I, Liu Yuanfeng, have always been loyal to Qingxuan Sect, never with a divided heart. What intelligence do you think I gave you? Greedy Blood River Sect, how dare you invade the property of Qingxuan Sect? You will all perish here today.
He stood with his hands on his hips, pointing at Feng Lishan in the sky, his voice filled with righteous indignation, spittle flying as he spoke. He looked like a wise strategist who had planned everything for the sake of his sect. Song Keofeng and Wei Xingtai glanced at Liu Yuanfeng, half believing, half doubting. However, many disciples of Qingxuan Sect began to view Liu Yuanfeng differently. In the past, Liu Yuanfeng had often been at odds with Murong Yue. There were also rumors about how he had once teamed up with Liu Yongxuan and Song Junji to go against Shen Mo during the Qingxuan Cave incident. Many had speculated whether Liu Yuanfeng had other intentions. But now, it seemed Liu Yuanfeng not only had no ulterior motives, but he was also deeply loyal to Qingxuan Sect. Hearing Liu Yuanfeng's words, Feng Lishan was so furious that he almost passed out.
Fine, fine, fine.
He spat out the word.
Fine.
3 times, his eyes filled with hatred.
Do you really think this formation can kill us? The greatest strength of Blood River Sect is our power. As long as we kill you before our spiritual power is completely exhausted, it will be enough.
With a furious shout, Feng Lishan immediately struck out with his palm, sending a blood-colored hand hurtling towards Shen Mo. The blood-colored hand reappeared. This time, it was a little less composed but filled with even more violent killing intent. Song Keofeng and Wei Xingtai's pupils shrank, and they shouted instinctively.
Young master!
Shen Mo stomped the ground fiercely, stabilizing his stance. Spiritual power surged within him, instantly connecting with the metal spiritual energy between heaven and earth. In the next moment, 3 large bronze gates suddenly materialized in front of him. The 3 giant gates stood firmly in front of him. The next moment, the blood-colored hand collided with the 3 giant gates. A piercing boom echoed. The shockwave shattered the frost on the surrounding walls. The nearest houses couldn't withstand the impact and were instantly blown apart, shattering into a storm of icy fragments. The ice and dust mixed together, obscuring everyone's vision. The members of Qingxuan Sect hiding within the profound frost cave couldn't see clearly. They didn't know if Shen Mo had managed to block the strike.
Young master!
Wei Xingtai gritted his teeth.
Feng Lishan is at the peak of the core formation stage. Can he hold it off?
Song Keofeng's expression darkened. He knew that not much time had passed since Shen Mo had reached the core formation stage. No matter how fast Shen Mo had cultivated, at best, he could only be in the early stage of core formation. To face someone at the peak of core formation, while only at the early stage,
What kind of defensive martial skill is that? How could it be so sturdy, blocking Feng Lishan's full-force strike?
Wei Xiongtai asked in surprise. Song Keofeng sighed.
I don't know, but it's definitely not from Qingxuan Sect. It must be something young master obtained through his own fortune. I think it's definitely an Earth-tier martial skill, otherwise it couldn't produce such power.
The surrounding disciples of Qingxuan Sect all nodded in agreement. Earth-tier martial skills were the dream of any core formation cultivator. If it truly was an Earth-tier martial skill, then it made sense that Shen Mo could use it to fend off an attack from someone at the peak of core formation while only being in the early stage. By this time, Feng Lishan had already been pulled out from the rubble by his subordinates. His chest was still dotted with persistent red flames. Feng Lishan had no choice but to use his remaining spiritual power to fend off these stubborn flames.
An eternal flame, truly remarkable.
He glared at Shen Mo in the distance, gritting his teeth.
Attack him together. I refuse to believe he can keep using this kind of technique.
Feng Lishan roared.
Yes, sir.
The 6 elders of Blood River Sect charged forward in unison. Scarlet spear lights. Black blade auras. Palm imprints entwined with lightning. All of these attacks targeted Shen Mo simultaneously.
We should help to share the burden of the attacks for young master.
Song Keofeng took a deep breath and said seriously. Wei Xiongtai nodded. The two were just about to rush forward. Shen Mo, however, smiled slightly.
Wait, you should focus on recovering from your injuries. When the formation's energy runs out later, I'll need you to capture them. I can't do it all on my own.
But that's an attack from 6 people. 3 of them are at the mid-core formation stage, and the other 3 are at the early stage.
Song Keofeng said anxiously.
They think I can't use that technique repeatedly. What a pity.
Chapter 129, I can take on 2 of you. Chapter 129, I can take on 2 of you. The moment Shen Mo summoned the red phoenix in his hand, the eyes of the 6 charging cultivators widened in disbelief. No way. He can use such a fierce technique again after already using it once. Does he have enough spiritual power? Can his body even handle it? Feng Lishan's pupils contracted as well. Earlier, Shen Mo had already used a powerful defensive martial skill, followed by an equally strong offensive technique. Both were at least Earth-tier martial skills. Moreover, Feng Lishan had clearly sensed earlier that his own attack had shattered one of the bronze gates protecting Shen Mo. Yet Shen Mo still had 3 bronze gates circling him, which meant he had used spiritual power to quickly reform them. The higher the tier of a martial skill, the more spiritual power it consumes. Even with a celestial physique, rich in spiritual power, sustaining such a consumption should be impossible. But no matter how Feng Lishan rationalized it, Shen Mo had done it. Incredibly, he had done it. Boom! The red phoenix clashed with the combined attacks of the 6 core formation cultivators. 7 different forces intertwined in midair, colliding and eventually dissipating. The red phoenix continued forward, crashing into the 6 of them. At the same time, part of their attacks landed on Shen Mo. Boom! All 6 were blasted back, spewing blood as they flew through the air. Shen Mo staggered back 7 or 8 steps as well. But he quickly steadied himself. The 3 bronze gates had absorbed most of the impact. Looking down at himself, he saw that his arm and chest had their clothes torn apart, revealing several wounds. But they were only superficial injuries. And they were healing at a visible rate. This was thanks to the effects of the azure jade bead he had taken earlier, which sped up the healing of wounds. Seeing this scene, the members of Qingxuan Sect were once again astonished. On the other hand, the morale of the Blood River Sect disciples plummeted. Shen Mo had single-handedly held off their sect master and 6 core formation elders. Now, with their spiritual power nearly depleted due to the formation, how could they continue the fight?
Their spiritual power is exhausted. Elder Song, Hall Master Wei, Deputy Sect Master Liu, it's your turn to strike.
Shen Mo said calmly.
Yes.
Song Keofeng and Wei Xiongtai responded loudly, their voices filled with resolve. Liu Yuanfeng, though looking grim, also nodded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three of them charged forward. Feng Lishan's expression grew increasingly dark.
The formation is starting to weaken. You three, take the burst chi pills and hold them off.
The three core formation elders he addressed hesitated. Feng Lishan's voice turned icy.
Don't forget your families are within the sect. If you don't take the pills, their fate won't be pleasant.
Gritting their teeth, the three core formation elders snarled.
Fine, we trust the sect master to protect our families.
Each of them retrieved a crimson pill from their storage rings and swallowed it in one gulp. Shen Mo's eyes gleamed. Burst chi pills, lower grade profound pills that rapidly restore spiritual power. In reality, they squeeze life force and potential, forcibly extracting the spiritual power hidden within the bones and muscles. After taking the burst chi pill, spiritual power becomes nearly limitless for 100 breaths. The cost, however, is a shortened lifespan at least 5 years. Moreover, after those 100 breaths, they will inevitably fall into a long period of weakness and lethargy. Such pills with severe side effects were found in almost every sect, but each had a different formula. The Blood River Sect's formula, known for both its potency and harmful effects, was especially notorious. Among rogue cultivators, the Blood River Sect's burst chi pills were also in high demand. That they would resort to these pills was something Shen Mo had expected.
Kill!
With a low shout, Shen Mo stomped the ground and unleashed his eightfold thunder movement technique. A sword of thunder appeared in his hand, and with it, a storm of lightning sword shadows surged towards the three Blood River Sect elders. He was like the sharpest arrow, leading the charge. Song Keofeng and the others followed closely behind. The three Blood River Sect elders, driven to madness, retaliated with reckless abandon. They unleashed life-draining, lifespan-consuming techniques without care for their own survival. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed in the air as various flashes of light clashed in chaotic conflict. Clang! A sword hum sliced through the shimmering curtain of light. One of the Blood River Sect elders was instantly slain on the spot. The death of this elder immediately boosted the morale of the Qingxuan Sect disciples. The other two Blood River Sect elders, despite having consumed the burst chi pill, were no match for Shen Mo and the other two. They too fell one after another. These core formation cultivators, even in their 100-breath invincible state from the burst chi pill, were slain by Shen Mo.
The formation's energy is depleted. Retreat.
At this moment, the cold air that had pervaded the surroundings finally began to weaken, visible to the naked eye. Feng Lishan gave a low shout, shattered the surrounding wall with a palm strike, and was the first to flee. The remaining Blood River Sect elders and disciples quickly followed suit.
All Qingxuan Sect members, listen to my command. Pursue them. Leave no one alive.
Shen Mo shouted. Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and Zhao Ru, who had been holding themselves back, immediately charged forward upon hearing this. The inner and outer disciples followed right behind them. Shen Mo had already given them a huge advantage. Now, how much merit they could earn and how many treasures they could seize was up to them.
Leave those three elders to you. I'll go after Feng Lishan.
Shen Mo yelled, activating his eightfold thunder movement technique, dashing toward Feng Lishan. Before Song Keofeng and the others could respond, Shen Mo had already disappeared into the forest like a fleeting shadow. Wei Xiongtai anxiously remarked.
The young master is too impulsive. Even though Feng Lishan is heavily injured and has run out of spiritual power, he's still at the peak of the core formation stage, and he hasn't taken the burst chi pill yet.
Song Keofeng frowned deeply.
I believe in the young master. If he dares to pursue, he must have a plan.
Wei Xiongtai was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Liu Yunfeng's eyes flickered. Watching the direction in which Shen Mo had vanished, a cold smirk appeared on his face.
This kid!
He muttered with a sneer. Deep in the forest, towering pine trees loomed overhead. Patches of unmelted snow still lay scattered across the ground. Feng Lishan clutched his chest, alternately speeding up and pausing, trying to escape as quickly as possible. His chest still harbored a few stubborn sparks from the eternal flame of the azure lotus earth core. No matter how much spiritual power he used to extinguish them, they refused to die out. Feng Lishan cursed under his breath. Clearly, he would need to return to his sect and take some special pills to get rid of them.
Someone's chasing me.
Feng Lishan frowned, glancing over his shoulder. Sure enough, a young figure appeared about 20 zhang behind him, looking at him with a calm smile.
Shen Mo, you dare chase me?
Feng Lishan was stunned, disbelief flashing across his face. A cultivator at the early stage of core formation dared to chase someone at the peak of core formation. He had never seen someone so foolish. Did Shen Mo really think he was some peerless genius who could cross 2 or 3 realms and slay opponents effortlessly?
Why wouldn't I? Do you think you're strong?
Shen Mo replied with a light laugh. Feng Lishan burst into laughter.
Am I strong? Not particularly. I've merely perfected my Tao foundation, condensed a flawless golden core, and my physique is only mid-grade earth tier.
The cultivation method I practice, mid-grade earth tier as well. The martial techniques I use, just lower grade earth tier. And my realm, merely the peak of the core formation stage.
After listing his accomplishments, he looked mockingly at Shen Mo. Shen Mo nodded slightly.
You're indeed impressive. You could probably take on 2 ordinary peak core formation cultivators.
Feng Lishan sneered.
And what about you?
Shen Mo raised 2 fingers, smiling.
Me, I can take on 2 of you.
Chapter 130, Ice Dragon Blood Demon Armor 1-Punch Kill. Chapter 130, Ice Dragon Blood Demon Armor 1-Punch Kill. Upon hearing those words, Feng Lishan acted as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He took a few steps forward, laughing heartily. He laughed so hard that he bent over, gasping for breath. Tears were almost streaming from his eyes.
I have never seen someone so overconfident.
As the last word fell, Feng Lishan stomped the ground and charged forward violently. During his earlier laughter, he had secretly consumed an explosive chi pill. For a full 100 breaths, his spiritual power would be nearly limitless. That loud laugh was merely to disguise his true intentions. As a cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage, he wasn't foolish enough to think that Shen Mo had no hidden cards. This kid was incredibly extraordinary. Even Zhang Mo, the sect master of the Heavenly Water Sect, had personally ordered his death. How could someone like him be so reckless, charging in without a backup plan? Shen Mo must have something powerful hidden. Feng Lishan was still severely injured. If Shen Mo truly unleashed a trump card, there was a chance Feng Lishan could fall here. Thus he had to seize the initiative. Now was the perfect moment to kill Shen Mo in one strike.
Blood Beast transformation technique, tiger form.
Feng Lishan roared, and a torrent of blood-red energy erupted from his hands. In an instant, it condensed into a massive, ferocious tiger's head. Savage and evil, full of overpowering dominance. The Black King character on its forehead further emphasized its ferocity as the king of beasts. The blood-colored tiger head opened its gaping maw wide, lunging straight at Shen Mo. The Blood Beast transformation technique was an earth-grade low-level martial art and the most powerful technique of the Blood River sect. It was divided into 5 forms, corresponding to the wolf, leopard, lion, tiger, and bear. Only the sect master, the young master, and core disciples were qualified to learn it. Its power was immense, but it consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Therefore, it was rarely used in ordinary combat. Only after consuming an explosive chi pill would one dare to employ the Blood Beast transformation technique.
Die!
A triumphant smile appeared on Feng Lishan's face. At such a short distance, and in such a short time, Shen Mo had no chance to react. He was sure of it, Shen Mo was doomed. Then he saw Shen Mo calmly and leisurely raise his right hand. A purple-black armor materialized out of nowhere, instantly covering Shen Mo's entire right hand. It fit perfectly, without any gaps. It looked as though the entire arm had been forged from the purple-black armor. Feng Lishan's pupils contracted. For some reason, he felt a terrifying aura emanating from that purple-black armor. even though it hadn't moved yet. Its evil and murderous intent alone was enough to shake one's spirit. But it wasn't over yet. He watched as Shen Mo took out a drop of ice-blue blood and slapped it onto the armor's surface. Sizzle! The purple-black armor suddenly underwent a violent transformation. Sharp ice spikes sprouted all over. Scales appeared dense and tight. A chilling cold spread through the air, making Shen Mo look like the ruler of ice. What is this thing? The thought popped into Feng Lishan's mind. But he no longer had time to investigate or hesitate. This was now a life-or-death confrontation. No matter what kind of strange thing it was, he had to kill Shen Mo here and escape.
Kill!
Shen Mo felt the surging power in his right arm, and without warning, threw a seemingly ordinary straight punch. The ice-blue demon armor clashed fiercely with the blood-red tiger head. Boom! A terrifying explosion centered on the two men, radiating outward in all directions. The nearest trees shattered into pieces, turning into countless high-speed wood splinters that shot into the distance. If anyone had been nearby, even a core formation cultivator would have been injured by the splinters. Anyone with a lower cultivation level would have been riddled with bloody holes in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of the collision echoed far and wide. Even Song Kao Feng and the other two, who were chasing down the three remaining elders of the Blood River Sect, heard it clearly.
What was that? Is it the young master fighting Feng Lishan?
Wei Qingtai and Song Kao Feng were both filled with uncertainty.
It must be. Let's finish off these elders quickly and go help the young master.
Liu Yuanfeng suggested, his eyes flashing as he shouted loudly. At this moment, the battle between Shen Mo and Feng Lishan had reached its conclusion. The massive, ferocious blood-red tiger had slowly dissipated like smoke. As the dust cleared, Shen Mo still maintained his posture, right fist extended. However, his right arm had already pierced through Feng Lishan's chest. Feng Lishan's heart had been completely shattered, reduced to countless tiny shards of ice.
You!
Feng Lishan struggled to lift his head with all his remaining strength. Blood trickled from his mouth. His life force was quickly fading. He couldn't comprehend it. Even after consuming the explosive chi pill and using the blood beast transformation technique, tiger form, he had still been defeated by Shen Mo. What exactly was this armor that possessed such overwhelming strength? Unfortunately, he no longer had time to find out. His consciousness rapidly plunged into darkness. Feng Lishan, a cultivator at the peak of core formation, had been killed on the spot by Shen Mo. After obliterating Feng Lishan, Shen Mo casually flicked his arm, sending the corpse flying. With a simple thought, the demonic armor on his arm retracted and vanished back into his body. At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from a distance. Swish, swish, swish. Three figures appeared beside him.
Young master, we've come to help.
Song Kaofeng shouted loudly. However, upon seeing the scene before them, the rest of his words died in his throat. Help? Help with what? The fight was already over. Wei Qingtai swallowed nervously. Feng Lishan was a peak core formation cultivator. Even though he had been injured by the cold chi killing formation and was low on spiritual energy, he still had the explosive chi pill as his trump card. And yet, he had been killed by Shen Mo, who was only at the early core formation stage. Could it be?
Have you dealt with the 3 Blood River Sect elders?
Shen Mo casually took Feng Lishan's storage ring and asked indifferently.
Why yes, 2 of them are dead, and 1 has surrendered.
Song Kaofeng quickly replied.
Good, let's head back. There are still many Blood River Sect disciples, they all need to be captured.
Shen Mo nodded.
Bring this body back too, it will greatly demoralize their forces. Yes.
Wei Qingtai hurried forward, storing Feng Lishan's body in a storage ring. Their actions were so diligent, as if Shen Mo wasn't an early core formation cultivator, but someone far more powerful, perhaps a peak or even pinnacle core formation cultivator. Soon, all the Blood River Sect members who had ambushed the Qingxuan cave were dealt with. Most of them were dead. About a dozen Blood River Sect disciples in the Foundation establishment stage had no choice but to surrender. As for those who tried to escape, none survived. This battle was a complete victory.
As for the details of this battle, Deputy Sect Master Liu, please report it to the Sect Master in person. I'm counting on you for this task.
Shen Mo said with a faint smile. Liu Yuanfeng didn't dare refuse and quickly nodded.
Rest assured, young master. I'll relay every detail of the battle to Sect Master Nengong without missing a word.
Only then did Shen Mo turn to face the rest of the Qingxuan Sect disciples. He looked at Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, Zhao Ru, and many other familiar faces. A smile spread across his face.
We won!
The disciples were silent for a moment before they erupted into wild cheers. We won!
Qingxuan Sect is invincible. Young Master is invincible.
Chapter 131, I Yin Zuj no longer fear Shen Mo. Chapter 131, I Yin Zuj no longer fear Shen Mo. At the Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate. After listening to Liu Yuanfeng's report, Murong Yue stood up abruptly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. She exclaimed excitedly.
Wonderful, wonderful. I never expected Shenner's strength to have become this formidable.
Deputy Sect Master Liu, immediately gather the core formation elders and swiftly take over the Blood River Sect's assets. Seize as much as you can. If we delay any longer, the nearby sects will start dividing them up. Understood.
Liu Yuanfeng nodded and bowed before leaving. As Murong Yue watched him walk away, she suddenly chuckled. For some reason, she noticed that Liu Yuanfeng seemed to have lost his usual sinister edge and was now much more compliant. Most likely, it was due to Shen Mo's slaying of Feng Lishan, the sect master of the Blood River Sect. The next day, under Murong Yue's orders, the news quickly spread throughout the Qingxuan Sect. The disciples eagerly discussed the matter, thrilled beyond measure. It was as if they had also been present at Qingxuan Cave the previous night, experiencing the ups and downs alongside Shen Mo.
Young Master is incredibly strong. He even killed the sect master of a first-class sect. What's Young Master's current realm? Core formation middle stage? I'm not sure, but...
At the Heavenly Water Sect, 100 miles east of the mountain gate. Here lay a sparkling, shimmering lake. Around it stood only a few thatched huts made of bamboo. This lake, known as Thousand Bamboo Lake, earned its name from the vast variety of bamboo that grew around it. At this moment, a tall figure in a sky-blue robe hovered above the water, seated in meditation with eyes closed. This was none other than Zhuang Mo, the sect master of the Heavenly Water Sect. She was also one of the 5 highest-ranking figures in the entire Xuanyang prefecture. Countless water droplets floated around her, constantly shifting into different shapes every second. This was her method of cultivation. Controlling water flow. Starting from making the light feel heavy, she gradually worked toward making the heavy feel light. Once she could lift the water of the entire lake, her cultivation method would have reached its pinnacle, the 9th level. On the shore, a pale-faced young man was boiling water and brewing tea. Before long, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Just a single whiff of this delicate aroma could calm the mind and soothe the spirit. Plop, plop, plop. Zhuang Mo slowly opened her eyes. All the water droplets lost control, falling into the lake like a sudden downpour. She gently stepped on the water's surface and in the blink of an eye arrived at the shore.
Zuj, your tea brewing skills have improved.
She praised with a light sniff. Yin Zuj smiled modestly.
It's all thanks to your teachings, Master.
After months of brewing tea continuously, my state of mind has become much more refined. I no longer fear Shen Mo.
The shadow that once loomed over my heart is gone.
He smiled happily. Since the 100 Sects grand ceremony, he had been in a deep slump. If Zhuang Mo hadn't slapped him awake back then, his cultivation might have regressed by now. Now, after months of brewing tea, his mindset and cultivation had both become perfectly balanced. He was ready to form his golden core and step into the core formation stage. Zhuang Mo took a small sip of tea.
The materials needed to form your heavy water golden core are all prepared. As soon as you're ready, you can begin your core formation.
Yin Zuji's face lit up with excitement.
Yes, thank you, Master.
Zhuang Mo pondered for a moment and said asterisk.
I wonder what has happened with the Blood River Sect. Normally, Feng Lishan should have sent a message through the sound transmission jade as soon as he took Qingxuan Cave.
Yin Zuj chuckled lightly.
Master, don't worry. Sect Master Feng is immensely powerful. Capturing Qingxuan Cave should have been a trivial task for him.
Perhaps something has delayed him, which is why he hasn't sent a message immediately.
Zhuang Mo nodded slightly, just about to speak when suddenly, a figure stumbled and rushed toward them from afar, appearing highly agitated. Moments later, the figure landed hurriedly and walked quickly over to Zhuang Mo and Yin Zuj. Zhuang Mo frowned deeply.
I seem to recall saying that no one is to disturb me during my cultivation here.
The Heavenly Water Sect elder immediately bowed in fear.
Forgive me, Sect Master. The matter is too grave. I had no choice but to come. Please grant me mercy. Speak!
Only then did the elder dare to continue.
Feng Lishan is dead, and the Blood River Sect's assets have been divided among Qingxuan Sect, White River Sect, and Stormy Rain Sect.
He raised his head, looking at Zhuang Mo, and whispered.
Sect Master, our plan has failed.
Craig. Zhuang Mo crushed the teacup in her hand. The scalding tea spilled over her fair hand, turning it bright red. An uncontrollable fury surged across her face.
What happened? Speak quickly.
Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the Heavenly Water Sect elder hurriedly recounted every detail of the events that had transpired the previous night.
What? The cold chi-killing formation. Feng Lishan was killed by Shen Mo.
Zhuang Mo's face was full of disbelief. A peak core formation cultivator, killed by someone in the early core formation stage. That was nearly impossible. The informant reports that Feng Lishan tried to flee, but Shen Mo pursued him. In the end, they found Feng Lishan's corpse with a gaping hole in his chest. There's no doubt that he's dead. The elder whispered. Crash. The teacup suddenly fell to the ground. Yin Zuji's face turned deathly pale. His vision blurred. Everything before him, Zhuang Mo, the Heavenly Water Sect elder, the sun, the buildings, even the birds flying by seemed to morph into Shen Mo's face. Thud. He could no longer hold himself upright and collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. It was as if something inside him had shattered. And something deep within the darkness crawled out, once again taking over his heart. Zhuang Mo took a deep breath.
Take him back to the courtyard and let him rest. Yes.
The elder nodded repeatedly and quickly helped Yin Zuj away. Zhuang Mo gazed at the streak of light in the sky, her face icy cold. Her eyes were filled with a deep sense of frustration and disappointment. Yin Zuj, the disciple she valued most. The heart that he had only just mended was completely shattered by a few words from the elder. The shadow in his heart, the nightmare named Shen Mo, had once again consumed his mind. And this time it would never fade. Perhaps she had been wrong from the start. Yin Zuj was never suited for cultivation. In contrast, Bai Ziyu, who had always been suppressed by Yin Zuj, now seemed far more worthy of nurturing.
The strongest cultivators of the Blood River Sect are all dead. That sect is now worthless. What's more troubling is that we still haven't been able to gauge the attitude of the Qingxuan Sect. They haven't shown any reaction at all.
Zhuang Mo's expression remained cold.
It seems that the Heavenly Water Sect will have to step in personally.
Chapter 132, Eliminating Shen Mo. No, I'm giving him a grand gift. Chapter 132, Eliminating Shen Mo. No, I'm giving him a grand gift. Xuanjing Prefecture, Giant River City Government Office. Jai Shilong, for once, wasn't handling official documents. Instead, he stood quietly under the towering tree in the back courtyard of the office, watching the scene in front of him. Behind him stood Luo Xuanghen.
How long has it been since the 100 Sects ceremony?
Jai Shilong suddenly asked. Luo Xuanghen replied in a low voice.
Governor, it's been 4 months.
Jai Shilong nodded slightly.
It's nearly been half a year. Over this period, things have gone smoothly. Many small and second-tier sects have already disappeared.
Luo Xuanghen, now more cautious, immediately added.
All thanks to your brilliant strategy, Governor.
Jai Shilong smiled faintly. At that moment, a soldier outside suddenly shouted.
Urgent message, Blood River Sect's leader, Feng Lishan, has been killed by Qingxuan Sect's young master, Shen Mo. Blood River Sect's territory has already been divided by nearby sects.
Jai Shilong raised an eyebrow.
Enter!
Upon hearing the name,
Shen Mo.
Luo Shuanghen couldn't help but frown deeply. Wasn't that the person the governor had asked him to recruit some time ago? The soldier quickly stepped forward and handed a scroll of official documents to Jai Shilong. Jai Shilong opened it, quickly scanning through it, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes.
Take a look,
He said, handing the document to Luo Shuanghen after finishing. Luo Shuanghen nodded and read it carefully, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Jai Shilong smiled.
Some time ago, Flying Frost Sect and Spirit Beast Sect were destroyed in the Alchemy King's cave. Rumor has it that Shen Mo played the key role in it. And now, Feng Lishan, leading 6 core formation cultivators and dozens of Foundation establishment disciples, ambushed Profound Frost Cave, only to be killed by Shen Mo. Tusk! It seems the events in the Alchemy King's cave can now be confirmed. Shen Mo was hiding much of his strength.
Luo Shuanghen couldn't help but nod.
Governor, this man is indeed a genius. To think he could kill a core formation perfection cultivator with just mid-stage core formation strength. What are your plans? Should we eliminate him?
Jai Shilong glanced at him, smiling faintly.
Eliminate him? Why? Luo Shuanghen, you have potential, but there's still much for you to learn.
Luo Shuanghen was momentarily stunned, still not understanding the meaning behind Jai Shilong's words.
Luo Shuanghen, receive your orders.
Jai Shilong's voice boomed. Luo Shuanghen immediately dropped to one knee.
Yes. I order you to take 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, 2 supreme-grade profound-level spiritual weapons, and 20 bottles of profound-level pills. Head to Qingxuan Sect at once and deliver these gifts to Shen Mo. I want you to recruit him once again. Do not fail this time. And make sure the occasion is grand. Everyone must know that I, the governor, am presenting Shen Mo with a great gift.
Luo Shuanghen hesitated for a moment. He faintly understood Jai Shilong's intentions.
One more thing.
Jai Shilong's face turned expressionless.
What gifts did you bring last time, and what attitude did you display toward Shen Mo? Was that how you treat a genius? Is that how you recruit talent? If it happens again, you won't have a place in this office any longer.
Luo Shuanghen felt a deep sense of dread. How did Jai Shilong know everything he had done so clearly? He nodded repeatedly.
I understand. I'll leave immediately.
He didn't dare ask any further questions and rushed to the office warehouse. Jai Shilong, with his hands behind his back, continued gazing at the towering tree, his eyes distant, as if the extravagant gifts he had just sent were of little significance. 10 days later, Profound Frost Cave. Under Shen Mo's orders, the disciples stationed here had cleared an area to create a martial arts training ground. Of course, though it was called a training ground, it was really just a leveled area with walls built around it. It wasn't very large. Only the young master, elders, and core disciples had the privilege to come here. The rest of the disciples weren't allowed. At this moment, Shen Mo was sparring with Wei Qingtai, honing his combat skills. Not far away, Zhao Ting, Luo Shengnan, and others watched intently, not daring to be distracted in the slightest.
Young master, here I come.
Wei Qingtai roared, his fist forming a lightning-wrapped spearhead, striking directly at Shen Mo's chest.
Well done.
Shen Mo smiled, and in less than a breath, 3 bronze gates appeared simultaneously. Clang, clang, clang. The lightning spearhead violently crashed against the gates. Yet the bronze gates didn't budge. Wei Qingtai poured more spiritual energy into his attack. However, he only managed to break through one of the bronze gates. After shattering the first gate, the lightning spearhead lost all its energy, like an arrow at the end of its flight. Wei Qingtai had no choice but to retract his move.
My thunder spear is my strongest technique, but I couldn't even break through 1/3 of the young master's defense.
Shen Mo was about to speak when he caught sight of some disciples outside the training ground, moving an enormous gate sculpted entirely out of ice. His expression froze for a moment, as if he had fallen into a state of sudden enlightenment. Wei Xiongtai was taken aback and quickly and cautiously retreated, not daring to make a sound. It wasn't until he was more than 10 zhang away from Shen Mo that he finally let out a sigh of relief.
Give the order, no one is to approach the training ground.
Wei Xiongtai instructed in a low voice.
Understood, I'll handle it.
Zhao Ting and Luo Shengnan both nodded. Their expressions were filled with envy. Shen Mo had clearly seen the ice gate and immediately entered a state of enlightenment. They had long heard of the young master's extraordinary comprehension ability, but they hadn't expected that even in such a moment, he could achieve this level of insight. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, the morning turned into afternoon. In the training ground, only Shen Mo stood alone. The 3 bronze gates quietly floated around him. Beside him, a sphere of spiritual energy surged and transformed constantly. At first, it was just golden spiritual energy. Later, ice spiritual energy flowed in. Eventually, even faint traces of fire, lightning, and other spiritual energies appeared. At one point, the spiritual energy sphere suddenly shifted rapidly. It elongated and widened. The 4th bronze gate suddenly emerged. What was even more astonishing was that after the 4th bronze gate appeared, it began to transform. The golden spiritual energy dispersed. Ice spiritual energy surged. In an instant, the bronze gate turned into an ice gate. In just a few breaths, the ice energy dissipated, and faint fire energy gathered from all directions. The ice gate transformed into a blazing flame gate. Then came a giant wooden gate, wrapped in vines and formed from plants. Next, a shimmering, highly flexible water gate made of dense water appeared. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, these were the most common forms of the 5-element spiritual energy. Wind, lightning, and ice were rarer, more powerful mutated spiritual energies. A total of 8 types of spiritual energy appeared in succession, each presenting a different form of the gates. Buzz! At that moment, Shen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a look of delight. The 4 profound gates had now reached the 4th stage. The 4th gate could transform into various forms depending on the connection to different elements of spiritual energy. When the ice gate was formed, it could more effectively resist ice-type martial techniques. Similarly, when the flame gate was formed, it could better withstand fire-based martial techniques. With this, no matter what martial technique the opponent used, Shen Mo would have a countermeasure. His defensive capabilities had thus greatly improved. Shen Mo's expression showed satisfaction. He had sensed this opportunity earlier in the morning. And now, just as described in his life panel, it had come to fruition. Outside the training ground, voices of congratulations could be heard.
Congratulations, young master, on another breakthrough in your martial arts.
Chapter 133, A Real Man Fights Head-On. Chapter 133, A Real Man Fights Head-On. Shen Mo looked up and saw Song Keofeng, Wei Xiongtai, Zhao Ting and others approaching quickly, their faces full of joy. He smiled and responded,
Thank you, everyone.
These people certainly knew how to handle things. Realizing that he had entered a state of enlightenment, they had immediately ordered guards to keep anyone from approaching the training ground, ensuring his enlightenment was not disturbed.
Young master, another group of outer disciples has arrived at the sect's gate. I'll go help escort them.
Wei Xiongtai said respectfully.
Go ahead, both of you have important tasks.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. Wei Xiongtai and Song Keofeng were stationed here under orders, with their daily responsibilities leaving them little time for cultivation. Naturally, Shen Mo wouldn't behave like some spoiled young master, insisting they accompany him all the time. After Song Keofeng and Wei Xiongtai left, Zhao Ting and Luo Shengnan quickly stepped forward. Both looked at Shen Mo with expressions of admiration. His comprehension ability was truly astounding. When it came to learning techniques and martial arts, he accomplished twice the results with half the effort.
Oh right, young master, there's a significant matter related to you. News has come from the north.
Zhao Ting suddenly said. Shen Mo smiled.
No need to be so formal in private. Just call me Shen Mo. What's happening in the north? All right.
Zhao Ting smiled in return.
It's the governor. I've heard he sent another gift for you.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Jai Shilong sent people over again. This time, it seemed a little different. It was as if the entire thing had been deliberately made into a spectacle, making sure everyone knew about it.
How many people did they send? Which places did they pass through?
Shen Mo asked. Zhao Ting explained everything in detail and added.
These are reports from merchant caravans, so the specifics might differ slightly.
If you need, our Qingxuan Sect can investigate immediately.
Qingxuan Sect had now risen to the status of a first-rate sect. After destroying Flying Frost Sect, they had followed up by wiping out Blood River Sect. Their momentum was unmatched at the moment. No matter the sect or faction, everyone now had to show Qingxuan Sect respect. If Qingxuan wanted to investigate something, merely spreading the word would bring countless cultivators eager to present information, hoping to curry favor with the sect.
No need. I've already figured out their intentions.
Shen Mo waved it off. Luo Shengnan scratched her head.
Intentions. Isn't Jai Shilong just trying to recruit you because of your limitless potential?
Shen Mo smiled and shook his head.
That's not it. He's not trying to recruit me. He's putting me in a difficult position.
Luo Shengnan was confused. Zhao Ting, however, seemed to grasp something. Shen Mo continued.
Jai Shilong sent a large team south, making such a huge commotion. Everywhere they go, it draws crowds, announcing his intent to recruit me. Even if some sects didn't know about Qingxuan Sect or weren't aware of my recent deeds, they will investigate. They'll quickly learn about the destruction of Flying Frost Sect and Blood River Sect, and will find out that I was the one who killed Feng Lishan. Once the news spreads, I'll soon become the target of many. The surrounding sects will become wary of Qingxuan Sect, possibly even our allies. That's hardly a good thing.
After hearing Shen Mo's analysis, Zhao Ting and Luo Shengnan both froze. Luo Shengnan even started cursing on the spot.
Damn it, Jai Shilong didn't have good intentions at all.
What kind of grand gift is this? Might as well not take it.
Shen Mo chuckled.
Why wouldn't we take something that's free? And since they made such a big spectacle, it must be different from last time.
I suspect it really is a valuable gift.
Zhao Ting nodded in approval.
Shen Mo's right, their goal has already been achieved. The gifts they bring now are just bait. It'd be a waste not to take it.
At that moment, a disciple outside the training ground called out loudly.
Young master, a team from the north has arrived, claiming to be from the Giant River City's government office. They request to see the young master.
Shen Mo laughed lightly.
Ah, here they are. Let's go and take a look.
At the entrance of Profound Frost Cave, Luo Xuanghen stood calmly. Behind him was an extravagant entourage, composed entirely of handsome men and beautiful women. They all rode tall, majestic horses, exuding an air of confidence. Each person held a signboard. Every signboard bore the two characters Shen Mo, written in elegant, flowing script. Just this display alone was enough to attract countless eyes. One could imagine how flamboyant and grand their procession must have been when they passed through the city streets. Luo Xuanghen was still dressed in white, still the same handsome figure. However, the arrogance and domineering attitude were now gone. While he had always been somewhat proud and aloof, he wasn't foolish. During the journey over the past 2 days, he had come to understand Jai Shilong's intentions. Jai Shilong wasn't sincerely trying to recruit Shen Mo. On the contrary, he was putting Shen Mo in a difficult position, making him the star of Xuanjing Prefecture. Eventually, someone would make a move against Shen Mo. Thinking of this, Luo Xuanghen actually felt a bit sympathetic toward Shen Mo. What good was unlimited potential or formidable strength? Even if he could kill a core formation perfection expert while only at mid-stage core formation, what difference did it make? Once you stand against the powers of the world, it doesn't matter if you're a god, a saint, an immortal, or a Buddha will still fall. At that moment, Luo Xuanghen heard footsteps approaching. He lifted his head and immediately saw three young men walking toward him in long strides. At the forefront was a tall figure with a commanding presence. It was Shen Mo, with whom he had briefly crossed paths before. Luo Xuanghen looked at him for a few moments longer, feeling that the Shen Mo of today had an unexplainable aura that hadn't been there before. It even sent a chill through his heart.
Is this the pressure that comes from slaying a core formation perfection cultivator?
He muttered to himself.
The governor's messenger, what gift have you brought me this time?
Shen Mo smiled. Luo Xuanghen felt a chill in his heart. He had introduced himself last time and mentioned his name. As a core formation cultivator, there was no way Shen Mo could have forgotten. Addressing him as
The governor's messenger
clearly showed Shen Mo's disdain for even mentioning his name. But despite this, Luo Xuanghen remembered Jai Shilong's words clearly and didn't let any of his emotions show on his face. With a smile, he spoke confidently.
Young Master Shen, the governor has sent me to present a grand gift. In this storage ring, you will find 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, 2 supreme-grade profound-level spiritual weapons, and 20 bottles of profound-level elixirs. The governor hopes that you will recognize the world's grand scheme and soon choose the right side.
At this point, Luo Xuanghen cupped his hands and bowed slightly. He then retrieved the storage ring and placed it in his palm, offering it with both hands. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. This man was interesting. Compared to his arrogance and smugness from last time, he had now completely restrained himself. Shen Mo smiled.
All right, I'll take these. Convey my thanks to the governor. And also, deliver a message to him for me.
Luo Xuanghen's eyes flickered.
Please speak.
Shen Mo said calmly.
A master uses a stick to drive away wild dogs. But on the day when a wild dog is tamed into a house dog, the stick will inevitably be broken by the dog that now holds a grudge.
A strange expression flashed in Luo Xuanghen's eyes.
Understood, I will deliver these words to the governor.
With that, he immediately turned to leave.
Return to Giant River City. Yes, sir.
The entire entourage responded in unison, turning their horses and departing swiftly. Luo Shengnan scratched her head.
Wild dogs, house dogs, and sticks. What does that even mean? I don't get it.
Zhao Ting, deep in thought, chuckled mischievously.
With your brain, it's no surprise you don't get it. As long as Jai Shilong understands, that's what matters.
Luo Shengnan, now irritated, snapped.
Fine, let's head to the training ground and fight. Who cares if I'm not smart, as long as I'm stronger than you?
Zhao Ting coughed a few times.
Ah, my stomach hurts. Young master, I'll take my leave first.
He quickly turned and bolted. Luo Shengnan, now even more furious, yelled.
Running away. If you're a real man, come and fight me.
Chapter 134, The Fragrance of White Rock City. Chapter 134, The Fragrance of White Rock City.
The master drives away wild dogs with a stick. When one day the wild dog becomes a domesticated pet, the stick that once drove it away will inevitably be broken out of resentment.
Jai Shilong gazed southward, muttering these words to himself. Standing quietly beside him was Luo Xuanghen. Luo Xuanghen had rushed back from Qingxuan Sect at top speed and relayed every word Shen Mo had spoken, without missing a single detail, to Jai Shilong.
What do you think he means by this?
Jai Shilong suddenly asked. Luo Xuanghen shook his head.
I do not know.
Jai Shilong sneered.
It's not that you don't know, you just don't dare say it.
Luo Xuanghen remained silent. How could he dare say anything? Jai Shilong spoke calmly.
He believes I'm the cudgel of Yuzhu Prefect, or perhaps even the cudgel in the hand of Emperor Jing. This kid is quite interesting. While Qingxuan Sect is on the brink of destruction, he has already seen my future.
Luo Xuanghen still kept his silence.
What's the movement from the 5 sects of Qingxuan?
Jai Shilong asked, regaining his composure. Only then did Luo Xuanghen speak.
Divine Sword Sect, Sword Sovereign Zhou Qingkang has successfully condensed a 7-kill golden core and entered the core formation stage. Verdant Vine Sect, Demon Sovereign Mo Yuhang has successfully condensed a 10,000 demons golden core and entered the core formation stage. Rising Sun Sect, Fiery Sovereign Hong Chiyu has successfully condensed a red sun golden core and entered the core formation stage. Thunderfire Sect, Wanjin failed to condense his golden core and is gravely injured, bedridden for at least 3 months.
Heavenly Water Sect, upon hearing the news of Feng Lianshan being killed by Shen Mo, Yin Zuj fainted on the spot. It is said that sect master Zhang Mo is already grooming Bai Ziyu as a successor. Jai Shilong's face remained unchanged.
For 5 sovereigns of Xunjiang, the gap seems a little too wide. And what about Heavenly Water Sect? There should be some movements, right?
Luo Xuanghan nodded.
Sect Master Zhang personally met with Lu Xinyu, the sect master of White River Sect, but no one knows what they discussed.
Jai Shilong nodded.
Nothing else from Verdant Vine Sect other than Mo Yuhang's core formation.
Luo Xuanghan shook his head.
No, Verdant Vine Sect has been very quiet recently, mostly researching poisons and taming demon beasts.
Jai Shilong waved his hand.
You may leave. Yes.
Once again, Jai Shilong was left alone in the courtyard. He furrowed his brows slightly.
No action from Verdant Vine Sect. No, they must have done something, but it slipped past my eyes and ears. Verdant Vine Sect and Heavenly Water Sect must be planning a chess game through Qingxuan Sect.
Deep within Profound Frost Cave, Shen Mo crouched next to the ice dragon's remains. In his right palm, the red lotus flame blazed, slowly melting the ice dragon's body. The red lotus flame could gradually melt the remains of the ice dragon. This was a trick he had only discovered in the past few days. Though the process was slow, in a whole day he had only managed to melt the dragon's tail. But he had obtained a few drops of ice dragon blood. At least with persistence, he would eventually melt the entire ice dragon. Its bones, tendons, and blood all could be taken at once. Once the ice dragon's body was fully melted, the temperature of Profound Frost Cave would gradually rise, and the place would lose all its value. Whether he sold it to other sects or abandoned it didn't matter. Moreover, after several consecutive days of melting, Shen Mo also realized that his rapport with the red lotus flame was improving. Even though the flame had been subdued by him, it didn't necessarily obey all his commands. Now, through repeated use, their synergy was growing stronger.
Has there been any recent activity from Heavenly Water Sect?
Shen Mo casually sat on the ground, melting the dragon's corpse while observing his life panel. Destiny, you will stop at the late stage of the core formation. 3 months from now, Qingxuan Sect will be attacked, and you will die under the sword of Zhang Mo, the sect master of Heavenly Water Sect. Opportunity 1. Today, the progress of melting the ice dragon's body will accelerate significantly, melting half the corpse. You will obtain 1 ice dragon bone and 1 ice dragon tendon. Opportunity 2. In more than half a month, you will completely melt the ice dragon's body and store all its treasures in your storage ring. Opportunity 3. A month from now, you will consume the last great replenishing pill and successfully reach the late stage of core formation. Upcoming turn 1. After entering the late stage of core formation, you will hear about a strange fragrance near White Rock City, suggesting a great treasure has appeared. On your way to investigate, you will pass by White Rock City and fall into a trap set by White River Sect. You will discover the trap ahead of time, but White River Sect will send a core formation elder and 3 core formation elders to hunt you down. Ultimately, you will fall into White River Sect's hands and be used in exchange for Profound Frost Cave. Upcoming turn 2. After being captured by White River Sect, you will be tortured and your Danshan will be crippled. When Qingxuan Sect trades you back, you will be a useless person. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed that the act of killing Feng Lianshan, the sect master of Blood River Sect, had already caused a shift in his predetermined fate. Zhang Mo was clearly losing patience.
The key is that I fell into White River Sect's trap, and after being captured, my Danshan was crippled. Murong Yue will surely be enraged by this and attack White River Sect, even though her strength is weaker than theirs.
Shen Mo was deep in thought. With the destruction of Flying Frost Sect and Blood River Sect, White River Sect had become the only first-rate sect under Heavenly Water Sect's command. Moreover, after taking over part of Blood River Sect's industries and personnel, White River Sect's power had undoubtedly grown significantly. Shen Mo had long known that White River Sect would make a move. He just hadn't expected that they would come for him directly.
There's a strange fragrance in White Rock City, detectable from dozens of miles away.
Shen Mo pondered. Elders were typically core formation cultivators over 400 years old. Due to their seniority and age, they were referred to as elders. These individuals usually went into deep seclusion, only appearing when their sect was on the brink of destruction. Elders were few in number. While the 5 sects of Qingxuan certainly had elders, the exact number was never publicly disclosed. Some powerful, long-established first-rate sects also had elders. White River Sect was one such sect. As for Qingxuan Sect, some of their elders had perished in the battle against Heavenly Water Sect long ago, and the rest had all passed away over the past 50 years. Thus, Qingxuan Sect no longer had any elders. Elders are typically at the peak of the core formation stage. Due to their deep experience and extensive knowledge, their strength surpasses that of younger core formation peak cultivators by several degrees.
However, each battle they fight accelerates their aging, effectively burning their life force. That's why they are reluctant to fight unless absolutely necessary. For White River Sect to deploy an elder against me, they are clearly determined to capture me. Dealing with such people is not impossible.
Shen Mo understood the strengths and weaknesses of elders well. They were powerful and had rich combat experience. But their greatest weakness was their inability to sustain long-term battles. As long as he avoided direct confrontation and used tactics to wear them down, he might be able to defeat one. If this elder were to fall, it would surely deal a devastating blow to White River Sect. At that point, Qingxuan Sect could seize the opportunity and attack White River Sect in one swift move. In this way, Flying Frost Sect, Blood River Sect, and White River Sect, these 3 arms would be severed. No matter how much Heavenly Water Sect resisted, they would have no choice but to intervene personally.
The plan is set. Now I just have to wait for that day to come.
Chapter 135, So It Was Him. Chapter 135, So It Was Him. In the deepest part of profound Frost Cave, all was silent. Time passed slowly, bit by bit. The red lotus flame blazed fiercely. At a certain moment, a large portion of frost suddenly melted. Shen Mo's expression brightened slightly, and he quickly inspected the situation.
So the ice dragon's body is already hollow. No wonder it melted so quickly.
Shen Mo shook his head slightly. Looking inside through the hollow, he saw that most of the ice dragon's body had already been emptied. Only a few bones remained. The tendons were almost gone as well. All that was left were a few pockets of frozen ice dragon blood, still clinging tightly to the inside of the body. He roughly estimated that there was just enough blood to fill 2 more vats.
Not sure if that will be enough for what I need.
Shen Mo sighed lightly. He had thought it would be a great source of blood. The upkeep for his demon armor required a constant supply of blood, and even this might not be enough to satisfy the insatiable beast. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Shen Mo sat quietly in his room, refining the medicinal power of the Great Replenishing Pill. This particular bottle of Great Replenishing Pills was not the one Murong Yue had given him. Instead, it was something he had taken from Feng Lianshan's storage ring after killing him. Feng Lianshan hadn't used them all, leaving 2 pills behind, which now benefited Shen Mo. Just as his life panel had predicted, after swallowing the Great Replenishing Pill, Shen Mo immediately felt the bottleneck that had trapped him for so long begin to loosen. At a certain moment, the bottleneck broke open. His internal energy surged. The infernal gold core within him expanded significantly. Heavy, brilliant, flames rising, smoke swirling. It was far more powerful than the average cultivator's gold core.
Core formation stage, fully achieved.
Shen Mo felt a rush of excitement and immediately got up, heading outside. Breathing in the fresh air, he smiled. Shen Mo quickly walked out of his residence. After only a few steps, he overheard two stewards nearby discussing something.
That's true.
Shen Mo's interest was piqued. He approached them casually and asked.
What's the situation in White Rock City right now?
The two stewards were startled, but upon seeing that it was Shen Mo, they quickly bowed respectfully. Then they relayed everything they knew in detail.
Young sect master, are you planning to take a look?
One of them asked. Shen Mo nodded slightly.
It does seem interesting. Go inform Elder Song and Hall Master Wei that I'm heading to White Rock City and they don't need to worry about my safety. Yes, I'll go right away.
Shen Mo took to the air, heading north toward White Rock City. As the young sect master, his identity and status were too important for him to simply disappear without notice. By informing Song Ko Feng and Wei Xingtai, if they wanted to look for him later, they would at least know where to start. White Rock City. This city was located to the north of Profound Frost City, roughly in the central region of Qingxuan Prefecture, rather than the southern region where Qingxuan Sect was based. White Rock City had once been under the control of Blood River Sect. But after Blood River Sect was destroyed, the city became the center of a power struggle among Qingxuan Sect, White River Sect, Storm Rain Sect, and Purple Star Sect. The four sides had been in a deadlock for a long time, and none had been able to fully claim the city. Considering that such a stalemate would consume a huge amount of manpower and resources, and with Qingxuan Sect expanding rapidly and having many industries to defend, Murong Yue had convened a meeting of the elders and decided to temporarily withdraw from White Rock City, pulling out the two stationed elders. As a result, White Rock City had become divided among three factions. However, despite this division, a large portion of the city remained unclaimed. These unclaimed territories had become the playground of rogue cultivators. Powerful foundation establishment rogue cultivators formed various gangs, recruiting others and carving out their own territories in White Rock City. Today, the city was in utter chaos. Murder and robbery in broad daylight had become commonplace. At this moment, a young figure arrived at the entrance of White Rock City. He wore a half-mask with fire patterns, covering his eyes and nose, leaving only his mouth exposed. There were many people wearing masks like him. He didn't stand out. This young man was Shen Mo. Even before approaching White Rock City, he had already donned the mask. In this way, he concealed his face, avoiding unnecessary trouble.
Indeed, such a fragrant aroma.
As soon as Shen Mo arrived at White Rock City, he immediately caught the rich fragrance in the air. Just a light sniff filled him with a sense of relaxation and delight. Even the rotation speed of his infernal gold core had accelerated.
The scent of thousand-mile fragrance.
Shen Mo's spirits lifted.
But how should I find it? This treasure is definitely underground, and without any clues, it's going to be difficult to locate.
He took a few casual steps and noticed several corpses lying on the roadside. Not far away, the sounds of clashing weapons and fighting rang out. Clearly, two groups of rival cultivators had started a battle. Some rogue cultivators cast their eyes on Shen Mo, showing fierce intent. However, after Shen Mo swiftly killed a few of them, the rest of the rogues immediately transformed from hungry wolves into obedient sheep, bowing in submission. He continued walking for a while until he suddenly sensed someone following him. Shen Mo smirked, then abruptly moved at high speed, circling around several times. In no time, he had shaken off his pursuers. After a few more turns, he casually walked into a tea house. "Shopkeeper, a bowl of cold tea." Shen Mo sat down and spoke calmly.
Coming right up, Taoist, please wait a moment.
The shopkeeper wasn't a powerful cultivator, just at the body refining stage. His cultivation level was quite low, barely at the mid-stage of body refining, not much stronger than an ordinary strong mortal. Soon, a bowl of cold tea was brought to him. Shen Mo's mask only covered the upper half of his face, allowing him to drink freely. While sipping his tea, he also listened to the conversations of the cultivators in the tea house.
Look at that girl, she's a real beauty. How about we? So it's him.
Chapter 136, how can I reject an opportunity that presents itself? Chapter 136, how can I reject an opportunity that presents itself? Shen Mo discovered that the person dressed in the Qingxuan Sect disciples' robes was actually Xiao Fan. The woman beside him was not a Qingxuan Sect disciple, but Aoyang Kaiyan, the daughter of the deputy sect leader of the Divine Sword Sect.
According to fate, Xiao Fan had long hooked up with Aoyang Kaiyan. As for Liu Fei, he must have already dumped her, right? Even Liu Yuanfeng can endure this. His own daughter was abandoned by his disciple, yet he remains indifferent.
Shen Mo took a sip of tea and smiled faintly. He continued to carefully examine Xiao Fan's life panel. When he saw the upcoming opportunities, he was pleasantly surprised. Upcoming opportunity 1. 2 days later, while searching for the source of a floral fragrance with Aoyang Kaiyan, he will arrive at an uninhabited residence in the east of White Stone City. Beneath the house, he will discover a mid-tier Earth-rank treasure, the Red Sun Lotus. Upcoming opportunity 2. 5 days later, the 1,000-mile fragrance will bloom in the City Lord's mansion of White Stone City. The White River Sect, Stormy Rain Sect, and Purple Star Sect will all be involved. Xiao Fan will witness the factions fighting and take advantage of the chaos, eventually obtaining both the peak-tier Earth-rank treasure 1,000-mile fragrance and its rare essence. Upcoming opportunity 3. 7 days later, upon returning to the Qingxuan Sect, Aoyang Kaiyan will gift him a bottle of great replenishment pills before his departure. Upcoming opportunity 4. Half a month later, while practicing the Thunder Shadow Sword technique in the bamboo forest near Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate, a thunderstorm will occur. During this moment, he will have an epiphany and advance the technique to the 3rd level. Upcoming opportunity 5.
I almost feel embarrassed by how easily these opportunities are falling into my lap. But since the opportunity is coming to me on its own, I can't just reject it. After all, as the saying goes, even a goose feather sent from 1,000 miles away carries the sender's affection.
Shen Mo smiled faintly. He immediately tossed out a piece of low-grade spirit stone, paid the bill, and left. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, hastily accepting it and bowing deeply as Shen Mo walked away. His chilled tea was infused with many precious medicinal ingredients, making it cool and refreshing. Yet even so, a jar of it would barely sell for 2 low-grade spirit stones. Shen Mo's single small piece of spirit stone was worth half a jar of his tea. Naturally, he was extremely grateful to Shen Mo. Xiao Fan took a big gulp of the tea, and as he watched that departing figure, an inexplicable sense of fear arose within him.
That back looks so familiar.
Night fell. In White Stone City at the Tongfu Inn, a graceful woman stood on the rooftop, gazing at the night sky. Her features were exquisite, her appearance stunning, making it impossible to determine her age. Behind her were 3 elders in the core formation stage. 2 of them appeared to be around 40 or 50 years old. They wore blue and white elder robes of the White River Sect. The 3rd was cloaked in black, his entire body concealed. Under the moonlight, one could just barely make out his white hair and his face full of age spots.
Sect Master!
The 3 cultivators cupped their fists toward the graceful woman.
How are things?
The woman asked faintly. One of them replied.
After the news of the strange floral fragrance in White Stone City spread, Shen Mo has already exited seclusion and arrived in the city. However, as soon as he entered, he sensed someone tailing him and managed to shake off our people. The only thing we know is that he's wearing a half-face mask with a flame pattern.
The woman calmly said.
Find him. Our White River Sect has been secretly operating in White Stone City for many years and already has a vast intelligence network. Inform the rogue cultivators to keep an eye out for this person. He must be found within 3 days.
Yes.
The woman added.
Also, the news of the floral fragrance in White Stone City has spread. I suspect many top-tier sects have already arrived.
We must find the 1,000-mile fragrance before them. This item is crucial for Sect Master Zhang to form his nascent soul. It cannot be lost. I understand.
The 2 men bowed their heads and left. After they had gone, the elderly man who had remained silent suddenly spoke.
Xinyu, a treasure as precious as the 1,000-mile fragrance. You don't want it for yourself.
White River Sect Master Lu Xinyu sighed softly.
I am only at the peak of the core formation stage, not yet at its pinnacle. I don't need treasures to prepare for the nascent soul stage just yet. More importantly, using such a treasure to secure the support of the Heavenly Water Sect is of greater value.
The elderly man frowned.
Is Qingxuan Sect truly that powerful? When I went into seclusion 40 years ago, the Qingxuan Sect had already declined into a second-rate sect.
Lu Xinyu smiled bitterly.
Second uncle, too much has changed with the Qingxuan Sect. Shen Mo somehow obtained the art of crystal refinement and handed it to Qingxuan Sect. Now, their business covers the entire southern part of the Xunjiang prefecture.
Even Feng Lishan, the Blood River Sect master, a peak core formation cultivator, was killed by Shen Mo. If Qingxuan Sect continues to grow at this rate, in less than 3 years, they will rise to rival the Heavenly Water Sect, reclaiming their place among the 5 great sects of Xunjiang. When that happens, what do you think will become of our White River Sect, given that we betrayed Qingxuan Sect back then?
The elderly man fell silent. Back when Qingxuan Sect was still one of the 5 great sects of Xunjiang, the White River Sect had been a loyal subordinate, faithfully following their orders. However, as Qingxuan Sect gradually declined, the White River Sect started harboring second thoughts. Later, the Heavenly Water Sect reached out to the White River Sect. After offering great rewards, the two sects struck an agreement. Naturally, this culminated in the classic betrayal of an old ally. If Qingxuan Sect's fall from grace among the 5 great sects was caused by the Heavenly Water Sect, then the White River Sect was at least an accomplice. They had also become mortal enemies of Qingxuan Sect. After a long pause, the old man finally spoke slowly.
You're right.
Lu Xinyu nodded.
That's why we must spare no effort to halt Qingxuan Sect's rise.
And the best way to achieve that is by capturing Shen Mo. I had initially thought that Feng Lishan's ambush at Profound Frost Cave would be enough to catch Shen Mo, but unexpectedly.
The elderly man smiled faintly.
No worries. Now that I'm here, no matter how talented or powerful this child may be, he's as good as caught.
Lu Xinyu nodded slightly.
Second uncle, you cannot fight for long. The 3 of us will create the opportunity for you. Just capture him with 1 strike.
The elderly man smiled kindly.
All right.
Chapter 137, Stormy Rain Sect and Purple Star Sect gather from all sides. Chapter 137, Stormy Rain Sect and Purple Star Sect gather from all sides. In White Stone City, at the Tiangxiang restaurant, Liu Mengu, the sect master of the Stormy Rain Sect, was gulping down alcohol heartily. Beside him sat a curvaceous woman draped in black gauze. A small white snake coiled around her body. She was none other than Mo Yuheng, the young sect master of the Verdant Vine Sect. Having just condensed her golden core of 10,000 demons and recently stepped into the core formation stage, she had come to White Stone City. Standing nearby were Qin Feng, the vice sect master of Stormy Rain Sect, and an elder of the core formation stage, but neither had taken a seat. Liu Mengu, after finishing a jug of wine, leaned in and asked in a low voice.
Young sect master, are you certain the source of the fragrance is the 1,000-mile fragrance? I've heard rumors suggesting it might be other treasures.
Those treasures can't be used to form a nascent soul.
Mo Yuheng chuckled softly.
Sect Master Liu, have you forgotten my unique constitution? These little creatures by my side are exceptionally sensitive to the scent of rare treasures.
Liu Mengu laughed sheepishly.
Right, that's my oversight.
Mo Yuheng smiled.
My father already has 2 treasures for forming his nascent soul. Obtaining this 1,000-mile fragrance will give him a 3rd, allowing him to form a 3-lotus nascent soul.
Liu Mengu scratched his head.
By the way, I've heard that Shen Mo has also come to White Stone City, but he seems to have vanished after arriving.
A glimmer flashed in Mo Yuheng's eyes.
Oh, then we're in for quite the show. What do you mean?
Liu Mengu asked, puzzled. Mo Yuheng gently stroked the small snake as she smiled.
The 3 top-tier sects under the Heavenly Water Sect's control, 2 of them have already been wiped out. Only White River Sect remains.
The Heavenly Water Sect is itching to eliminate Shen Mo, but they can't act directly due to their status, as it would be improper to bully someone weaker. Their only option is to use White River Sect.
White Stone City used to belong to the Blood River Sect, but secretly, White River Sect has been running things here for a long time. Shen Mo coming here.
Also, if I remember correctly, the first rumors about the strange fragrance in White Stone City originated from people associated with White River Sect, right?
Liu Mengu scratched his head.
Yeah, those spreading the news were pretending to be rogue cultivators, but they were actually from White River Sect. I looked into that a while ago.
Exactly. White River Sect is probably trying to lure Shen Mo out of the Qingxuan Sect. In the next few days, we might witness them trying to capture Shen Mo.
Mo Yuheng said, her eyes flashing. Liu Mengu thought for a moment.
If Shen Mo really falls into their trap, should we intervene?
Mo Yuheng blinked.
Fall into their trap? Sect Master Liu, Shen Mo's current strength is already on par with yours. Unless White River Sect sends out more than 10 elders, capturing him will be quite difficult.
Liu Mengu couldn't help but laugh. Mo Yuheng smiled.
Unless White River Sect brings out their veteran elder, there's no way they'll capture Shen Mo.
But my father's intelligence suggests that the veteran elder of White River Sect is still in secluded cultivation and hasn't left their sect. This time, White River Sect has only sent 4 people to White Stone City, including Lu Xinyu. They likely have other means, perhaps a formation, but to think they can trap Shen Mo with a formation is underestimating him.
Liu Mengu nodded repeatedly.
Yes, I remember Shen Mo used a cold-killing formation in Profound Frost Cave to severely weaken Feng Lishan and others.
He clearly has deep knowledge of formations. Mo Yuheng smiled.
So, we just need to sit back and enjoy the show. Understood.
In White Stone City, at the City Lord's mansion, a tall middle-aged man stood silently, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. He was dressed in a luxurious purple robe. Gold threads were woven into the collar and chest. On the front and back, the robe was embroidered with shining stars. This man was none other than Yang Tianxing, the sect master of the Purple Star Sect. Behind him stood 2 men, equally silent, saying nothing. They were also dressed in purple robes, radiating powerful auras. Both were core formation cultivators. After a long pause, Yang Tianxing slowly spoke.
The people from White River Sect and Stormy Rain Sect are both here.
The elder of the Purple Star Sect on the left responded.
Yes, Sect Master. 4 people from White River Sect have arrived, with Sect Master Lu Xinyu leading them, along with 3 core formation elders.
As far as we know, the veteran elder of White River Sect is still in secluded cultivation and has not come out.
The elder on the right added.
3 people from Stormy Rain Sect have also arrived, including Sect Master Liu Mengu, Vice Sect Master Qin Feng, and a core formation elder.
However, we've also heard that Mo Yuheng, the young sect master of Verdant Vine Sect, has arrived in White Stone City. It seems they are working together. Yang Tianxing raised an eyebrow.
The Verdant Vine Sect has been quiet for a long time, and now they've decided to step in. Order our people to intensify the search for the 1,000-mile fragrance. We must find it before White River Sect and Stormy Rain Sect. Understood.
The 2 Purple Star Sect elders replied in unison.
Sect Master, there are rumors that the Qingxuan Sect's young Sect Master, Shen Mo, has also come to White Stone City. Should we?
The elder on the left suddenly asked. Yang Tianxing's eyes flashed briefly. The Purple Star Sect had always closely aligned itself under the Thunderfire Sect's banner. Previously, the Thunderfire Sect had a minor conflict with the Qingxuan Sect over the Thunder Crystal Mine. Although it hadn't escalated into open hostility, tensions undoubtedly existed between them. If he could capture Shen Mo and present him to the Thunderfire Sect's leader, Yang Tianxing might be able to gain significant rewards. However, doing so would thoroughly offend the Qingxuan Sect. Balancing this decision was critical. Yang Tianxing didn't want to provoke his backer, Thunderfire Sect, but neither did he wish to start a war with the equally powerful Qingxuan Sect. After a long deliberation, he finally shook his head.
Let's wait and see. If Shen Mo is foolish enough to involve himself in this matter and interferes with us, we'll deal with him then.
The two elders of the Purple Star sect immediately understood Yang Tianxing's meaning and nodded repeatedly. At the same time, in the east of Whitestone City, Shen Mo wandered around for a bit before quickly locating the long-abandoned residence. He effortlessly opened the door and stepped inside. The interior was quite ordinary, with no objects emitting spiritual energy. From the furnishings, it seemed the house's owner had been a hunter. Shen Mo took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. At first whiff, the floral fragrance here seemed identical to the scent permeating the entire city. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the fragrance here was much stronger, not the fresh and subtle aroma that filled the city. Shen Mo unleashed a few threads of spiritual energy, easily shattering the ground beneath him. With his current cultivation, he could open up such a stone floor without making a sound. Plug. He leapt down into the cellar. The air inside was thick with the stench of rot. There were piles of sweet potatoes, and dried meat, likely stored by the house's owner for the winter. However, since the owner had never returned, no matter how well these items were stored, they had inevitably rotted. Amid the foul odor, a particularly strong fragrance stood out. Shen Mo immediately spotted a small crimson flower, about the size of a palm. It was growing among the decayed plants and dried meat.
Growing amidst decay and filth, yet producing such a rich fragrance.
Chapter 138, The 1,000-Mile Fragrance Blooms, Treasures Revealed. Chapter 138, The 1,000-Mile Fragrance Blooms, Treasures Revealed. Shen Mo gently plucked the petals of the red sun lotus. Like munching on potato chips, he tossed them into his mouth. Instantly, waves of medicinal energy surged through his body. The feeling was completely different from when he refined the 1,000-hand lotus in the past. If that experience had been a gentle stream, this was like a rushing mountain flood. The red sun lotus was one of the 60-some earth-rank treasures recorded in the Flame-Hell Destruction Manual, and it was the most suitable for nurturing a 9-layered lotus platform. Why was it the most suitable? It was precisely because of the vast amounts of fiery spiritual energy contained within it. By dawn, Shen Mo had fully refined the red sun lotus. Not a trace of its spiritual energy was wasted. When he observed his Danshan internally, he immediately saw that below his golden core, a second lotus platform had already formed atop his Tao altar. This new lotus platform was a fiery red, radiating intense heat. At first glance, it seemed as though flames were dancing, but in truth, it was crimson petals spinning continuously. Shen Mo sensed his body had grown significantly stronger, and the flow of blood in his veins had sped up. This meant that if he were injured, his body would now heal far faster than before. The effects of this single red sun lotus were equivalent to 5 green jade beads.
It's time to leave. In 2 days, the 1,000-mile fragrance will bloom. I need to rest and prepare for that moment.
With a single leap, Shen Mo stood up and left. As he strolled out of the residential area, a young couple holding hands walked past him. This familiar pair, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, was none other than Xiao Fan and Aoyang Qian. It was obvious they had followed the scent of the flowers to this place. Had Shen Mo not intercepted the opportunity, the red sun lotus would have certainly ended up in Xiao Fan's hands. Shen Mo smiled faintly as he brushed past them. Xiao Fan gave the man wearing a flame-patterned mask a puzzled look.
Brother Xiao Fan, what's wrong? What are you looking at?
Aoyang Qian asked with a light laugh. Xiao Fan shook his head.
Nothing, I just felt like I saw someone familiar. Someone familiar.
Aoyang Qian tilted her head.
Someone I both hate and fear.
Xiao Fan said, his expression complicated. Aoyang Qian clenched her fists playfully.
Who is it? I'll ask my father to kill him for you.
Xiao Fan chuckled.
No need. With my potential in no more than 5 years, I'll surpass him. The humiliation I've suffered, I will wash away with my own hands.
Ouyang Kaiyan's eyes sparkled.
Brother Zio Fan, what I admire most about you is your indomitable spirit and your upright character.
Zio Fan smiled humbly.
Sister Kaiyan, you think too highly of me.
Ouyang Kaiyan giggled as she looked ahead at an unremarkable residence.
It seems that intense floral scent is coming from over there, Brother Zio Fan. Let's take a look.
The two entered the house. Immediately, they sensed something was off. The ground inside was already shattered. Zio Fan's instincts told him something bad had happened. He quickly jumped into the cellar. It was empty. The once strong floral fragrance was rapidly fading. Ouyang Kaiyan tilted her head.
Looks like we've come to the wrong place. There's nothing here.
Brother Zio Fan, let's check the next house.
Zio Fan scratched his head.
Yeah, seems like we've got the wrong place.
The city lord's mansion.
This inn looks good.
Shen Mo walked into an inn called Yuilai and rented a room on the third floor. Opening the window, he had a clear view of the city lord's mansion.
It seems the city lord of Whitestone City is affiliated with the Purple Star Sect.
Shen Mo gazed at the magnificent city lord's mansion, lost in thought. He had done his homework in advance. While he didn't know the intricacies of the three factions in Whitestone City, he was at least familiar with the basics. The White River Sect and Stormy Rain Sect needed little explanation. The White River Sect, under the Heavenly Water Sect, was a sworn enemy of the Qingxuan Sect. The Stormy Rain Sect was under the Verdant Vine Sect, and they were allied with the Qingxuan Sect. The Purple Star Sect was relatively unfamiliar. This sect belonged to the Thunderfire Sect, a prestigious and long-standing sect with a deep foundation and many powerful members. As the three factions vied for control over Whitestone City, the Purple Star Sect, being the closest, had taken the initiative and assassinated the old city lord, installing one of their own in his place. Additionally, the Purple Star Sect had taken control of the northern part of the city, along with many villages and towns to the north of Whitestone City. This region was rich, with 2 mines and more than 10 medicinal fields, producing abundant resources. The White River Sect was the second to arrive, seizing the prosperous western part of the city. Many restaurants, inns, tea houses, and brothels now fell under the control of the White River Sect. The Stormy Rain Sect and the Qingxuan Sect were the last to arrive, only managing to secure the southern region. After the Qingxuan Sect decided to withdraw, they transferred control of their territory to the Stormy Rain Sect through a deal. As for the eastern part of the city, none of the 3 major factions had touched it. It remained entirely under the control of rogue cultivators. Additionally, in the corners untouched by the 3 major factions, rogue cultivators continued to operate. Shen Mo speculated that many of these so-called rogue cultivators were actually backed by the 3 factions. On the surface, they appeared to be independent groups, but in reality, they acted as pawns or
White gloves.
for the 3 sects. These white gloves were useful, able to do the dirty work and, if necessary, could be discarded without hesitation.
In truth, for the 5 great sects of Xunjiang, the first-rate and second-rate sects that serve them are nothing more than disposable, white gloves as well.
Shen Mo mused with a faint smile before dismissing the thought. He then sat cross-legged on his bed, swallowed a great replenishment pill, and began cultivating. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over those days, the fragrance permeating the entire city grew more intense. From core formation cultivators to common mortals, everyone had a growing sense of anticipation. The treasure was about to appear. As the fragrance thickened, the frequency and intensity of secret skirmishes in the city also increased. Shen Mo had even witnessed several late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators die right below his window. That night, suddenly, colorful lights burst into the sky above the city lord's mansion. The night wind carried the strange fragrance throughout the city. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, figures instinctively rushed out from their places of rest. Greedy eyes fixated on the city lord's mansion.
The city lord's mansion.
Someone shouted, and immediately, countless figures surged toward the mansion. Boom! Flames erupted into the sky. In just moments, the city lord's mansion, a place that had always been peaceful and protected from rogue cultivators, was engulfed in a raging fire. Shen Mo did not immediately join the fray. Instead, he stood on the rooftop of the Yuelai Inn, watching the city lord's mansion from afar, shaking his head slightly. On the rooftops around him, numerous other cultivators were also standing. All of them were at least at the foundation establishment stage. Quite a few were even at the core formation stage. They were far more composed. Unlike the overly greedy cultivators who rushed headlong toward the city lord's mansion, these seasoned individuals remained patient. Shen Mo couldn't help but feel some sympathy for those dark figures charging toward the mansion. The first wave of intruders was clearly foolish. The city lord's mansion, the headquarters of the Purple Star Sect, wouldn't be without defenses. Even if they were momentarily caught off guard and the fire caused some confusion, there was no way the rogue cultivators would be able to breach it. As expected, soon the night wind carried the sounds of screams and the stench of blood. At the same time, a cold voice echoed across the skies of White Stone City.
Yang Tianxing is here. Anyone who dares to trespass into the city lord's mansion will be killed without mercy.
Chapter 139, Senior, please take me somewhere else. Chapter 139, Senior, please take me somewhere else. Everyone's hearts were filled with hesitation. The sect master of the Purple Star Sect himself had arrived. It seemed there was no longer a chance for anyone to fish in troubled waters. At that moment, another powerful aura surged beneath the night sky, rising higher and higher in layers.
Ha, Sect Master Yang, you're quite something. White Stone City isn't the territory of your Purple Star Sect. If you can come, why can't I, Liu Mengu?
Liu Mengu. The cultivator's expressions froze once again. The sect master of the Storm Rain Sect, Liu Mengu. Another cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage. Just as Liu Mengu finished speaking, another strong presence suddenly appeared from not far away. It was as if the cool moonlight illuminated the world.
There's no need for such hostility, you two. Let's not damage the harmony. Sect Master Yang, we're only interested in taking a look at the city lord's mansion. We don't have any other intentions.
Under the moonlight, the cultivators saw a graceful woman floating in midair. She was dressed in a plain white robe, her aura serene and otherworldly. With the arrival of Yang Tianxing and Liu Mengu, it wasn't difficult to guess the identity of this woman. She was none other than Lu Xinyu, the sect master of the White River Sect. Now, the leaders of the three major forces in White Stone City had all revealed themselves. Some of the spectators among the cultivators were thrilled. Normally, they would never get the chance to see figures of this level. After all, the three were the leaders of prestigious sects, possessing immense power and high status. It seemed a fierce battle was about to break out. Unlike the astonished cultivators, Shen Mo remained unfazed. He had long known that these three forces would vie for control over the thousand-mile fragrance. He also knew that none of them would ultimately succeed in claiming it. In the end, Xiao Fan would take advantage of the chaos and secretly steal it away. If these three sect masters knew their fate was already sealed, what would their reactions be?
Sect Master Lu, your words are misguided. The City Lord's mansion is the territory of my Purple Star Sect. No matter what's inside, it's not for the White River Sect or Storm Rain Sect to see.
Yang Tianxing glanced at Lu Xinyu from a distance, sneering coldly. Lu Xinyu smiled slightly.
Who said the city lord's mansion is your territory?
As her words fell, a violent explosion suddenly erupted from within the mansion. Yang Tianxing's pupils contracted as he looked toward the source. The explosion came from the city lord's bedchamber. Moments later, a group of cultivators rushed out from the city lord's mansion, surrounding the city lord's son.
Sect Master Lu, the old city lord who went against the will of the people, has been executed. We wish to establish his son as the new city lord. Please protect us, Sect Master Lu.
The leading rogue cultivator shouted loudly toward Lu Xinyu. Yang Tianxing's face turned grim with anger. The White River Sect had already planted its agents within the city lord's mansion.
Our White River Sect has always stood for fairness and justice. Since you seek our aid, how could I refuse?
Lu Xinyu spoke in a clear voice. With that, she led her core formation cultivators to the scene without delay. Yang Tangxing roared furiously.
A son killing his father is the greatest form of unfilial conduct. He deserves death.
He channeled his spiritual power and unleashed a massive hand of starlight toward the gate of the city lord's mansion, enveloping the group of cultivators and the city lord's son within it. Boom! A streak of moonlight, spanning dozens of meters, suddenly shot forth and collided with the starlight hand. Bang! The moonlight and starlight intertwined and annihilated each other, the impact shattering the surrounding buildings into rubble. Dust filled the air. In an instant, Lu Xinyu and her people had arrived, shielding the city lord's son and his group.
Sect Master Yang, the city lord you appointed was tyrannical and violent. His son acted with righteousness by putting an end to him and should be rewarded, not punished.
Lu Xinyu frowned deeply.
It seems the Purple Star Sect no longer has a place in White Stone City.
For the stability of White Stone City, my White River Sect is willing to take action and drive the Purple Star Sect out.
From afar, Liu Mengu laughed heartily.
Sister Lu is absolutely right. I, Liu Mengu, fully support her.
The rogue cultivators, seeing this, also began shouting loudly.
We support it too. The Purple Star Sect has acted unjustly. It's only right we join forces to oppose them. Charge, storm the city lord's mansion and seize the treasures. Oops, I mean restore order to the city. Ah, yes, it's for White Stone City's stability, not for any treasures.
Lu Xinyu was the first to make her move. With that, the situation escalated rapidly. Under the dark night sky, the battle instantly reached a fever pitch. The White River Sect, Purple Star Sect, and Storm Rain Sect were locked in a chaotic struggle. The rogue cultivator gang they secretly manipulated seized the opportunity to enter the city lord's mansion, searching for the treasure emitting the floral fragrance. Shen Mo watched the scene unfold with a half-smile. These people sure make things complicated when fighting. Clearly, they were all here for the 1,000-mile fragrance. Yet they had to claim it was for fairness and justice, or the stability of White Stone City. But the White River Sect was truly capable. They managed to manipulate the city lord's son into killing his father. With this, they instantly took the moral high ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Silhouettes darted through the night, racing toward the city lord's mansion. Shen Mo's gaze swept across the streets and alleys. He quickly found his target, Xiao Fan and Aoyang Kaiyan. The two had also seized the opportunity, rushing into the city lord's mansion at top speed. Shen Mo chuckled lightly and followed them immediately. Finding the 1,000-mile fragrance on his own would be too troublesome. By simply following these two, he'd naturally discover the final target. With a few swift movements, Shen Mo easily slipped into the city lord's mansion. At that moment, the mansion echoed with the sounds of battle, and flames rose high into the sky. Corpses littered the ground. There were not only the bodies of ordinary people but also those of high-level cultivators, who, in the eyes of mortals, were once unreachable figures. Now, they lay on the ground like dead pigs. People die for wealth, just as birds die for food. Mortals are like this. So are cultivators. Many cultivators, driven mad by the killing, were attacking anyone they saw. Shen Mo, using his eightfold thunder technique, easily weaved through the crowd. Only when there was no way to avoid an attack would he flick his fingers, sending a thread of spiritual energy that instantly struck vital points, killing his enemies in seconds. Most of the rogue cultivators here were at the foundation establishment stage. For a core formation cultivator like Shen Mo, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Pure carnage.
The floral scent is becoming harder to track.
Shen Mo took a moment to sniff the air. However, the smell of blood, sweat, and burning completely overwhelmed the floral scent. Even if he brought in a demon hound trained to the 4th rank, it would still be as lost as a headless fly.
This luck!
Shen Mo trailed Xiao Fan the whole time. It amused him to no end. The rogue cultivators practically acted as if he didn't exist. Throughout the chase, Shen Mo observed that only 4 people had attacked Xiao Fan. Of them, 3 mysteriously died before they could even strike, stabbed in the back, hit by stray arrows, or crushed by a burning beam. The 4th one, well, he was an overconfident Foundation establishment novice who got killed by Xiao Fan with a single sword strike.
Is he heading for the rock garden?
Shen Mo noticed Xiao Fan's movements and quickened his pace, catching up. Indeed, the floral scent here was much stronger. With a few leaps, Shen Mo reached the rock garden ahead of Xiao Fan, slamming his palm down on the path before him. Boom! The cobblestone path instantly caved in, leaving a large crater. Xiao Fan instinctively stopped and swallowed hard. Such power.
Senior, please, I'll head somewhere else.
Chapter 140. The treasure will surely end up in Lu Xinyu's hands. Chapter 140. The treasure will surely end up in Lu Xinyu's hands. Shen Mo chuckled lightly as he looked at the rock garden. He swiftly struck with his palm. Boom! The rock garden instantly shattered into countless fragments, shooting in all directions. Beneath it, a pit was revealed. A rich floral fragrance immediately wafted out, spreading around the area. Shen Mo quickly used his 8-fold thunder technique and dashed into the pit at top speed. It turned out that there was a hidden underground tunnel here. He surmised that it was probably constructed by the previous city lord as an escape route. With the old city lord dead, the tunnel had naturally fallen into obscurity. Shen Mo advanced rapidly through the tunnel. There was no longer any trace of the blood, sweat, or burning smells from the outside world, so he followed the floral scent all the way forward. He soon arrived at the spot where the fragrance was the most intense. There was a small pool of water here. Drip, drip. Water droplets slowly fell from above. Suspended in the pool was a lotus flower about the size of a palm. It was the 1,000-mile fragrance. At this moment, the flower had fully bloomed. At its center was a single, crystal-clear droplet of dew. This was the 1,000-mile fragrance dew. It was a drop of dew formed only when the 1,000-mile fragrance was in full bloom and undisturbed by external forces. Shen Mo had already prepared a jade bottle and swiftly collected the 1,000-mile fragrance dew. Then he took out a pair of small scissors made from jade and carefully cut the 1,000-mile fragrance. If plucked by hand, much of its medicinal power would be lost. Only by using jade scissors could the maximum potency be preserved. After the fall of the Qingxuan Sect and Blood River Sect, their records had been sent to the Qingxuan Sect. During his downtime from cultivation, Shen Mo had read these books and was well aware of the 1,000-mile fragrance's properties. By now, the strong floral scent had spread far and wide. More and more people were beginning to notice this place, including Lu Xinyu, Liu Mengu, and Yang Tianxing, who were fighting in midair. Had someone already obtained the 1,000-mile fragrance? Whose hands was it in? The same thought arose in all 3 of their minds. They simultaneously stopped their battle and looked toward the gathering crowd. They saw a large number of cultivators rushing toward the city lord's mansion's rear garden. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. A figure burst out from underground, moving at incredible speed. Before the surrounding cultivators could even react, the figure had already widened the distance between them by several dozen meters.
That's him!
One of the cultivators shouted, pointing at the figure in midair.
Chase, 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 the treasure is mine. Hey brat, stop running, hand over the treasure.
The cultivators were immediately thrown into a frenzy, madly pursuing the figure. Xiao Fan, hearing the commotion, also returned to the vicinity of the rock garden. Through the hole in the ground, he saw the now empty pool. He quickly realized that the 1,000-mile fragrance had just been here, in this pool. But now it was gone. The problem was, he had already felt that something was off with the rock garden earlier. The treasure must have been beneath it. Unfortunately, that core formation cultivator got involved, and he had to step aside. As it turned out, his hunch had been right. But now, the treasure had slipped away from him.
Ugh!
Xiao Fan was quite upset. That core formation cultivator was clearly a stranger. So why did it feel as if he was facing Shen Mo all over again?
Brother Zio Fan, are you all right?
Yang Qian's concerned voice came from not far away.
I'm fine.
Zio Fan sighed. Yang Qian giggled.
It's all right, it's all right. If Brother Zio Fan wants something, just let me know. I've got it. I remember you're still short 2 top-tier profound-level treasures to form a perfect golden core, right? I've got them for you.
As she spoke, she forcefully handed over 2 treasures to Zio Fan. Zio Fan was shocked and quickly accepted them.
All right, Sister Qian, your love for me is truly real.
Yang Qian blushed furiously.
Brother Zio Fan, you're being too blunt.
I need to find a quiet place to form my golden core. Let's go.
I'll guard you while you do it.
The 2 of them quickly left. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shen Mo used his *8 directional thunder movement *, swiftly moving through the city lord's mansion. His goal was simple, to shake off the pursuers and leave Whitestone City. It was easy enough to shake off the rogue cultivators, as most were merely at the foundation establishment stage, and he could kill them with a flick of his fingers. However, the members of the 3 major sects wouldn't let him leave so easily. Of course, since Shen Mo had decided to seize the 1,000-mile fragrance, he had also prepared to face these people. After stepping into the Great Accomplishment Core formation stage, he could kill any cultivator of the same level in seconds. Against a peak core formation cultivator, he could still crush them. Even when faced with a top-level core formation cultivator, though he might not be able to win, he could at least escape unscathed. It could be said that of all the cultivators in the city, the only one Shen Mo needed to be cautious of was the elder from the White River Sect who had reached the peak of the core formation stage. At that moment, a streak of moonlight suddenly spanned dozens of meters, crashing toward him. Shen Mo instinctively dodged, easily avoiding the strike. The moonlight smashed into one of the pavilions in the city lord's mansion, reducing it to rubble. Fragments of stone grazed Shen Mo's right leg, leaving a small cut. However, such a wound was nothing in the face of his body's powerful regenerative abilities. Within just a few breaths, the wound had already healed. Lu Xinyu, watching this from a distance, raised an eyebrow slightly. She could tell at a glance that her opponent was also a core formation cultivator.
Fellow cultivator, this item belongs to Whitestone City. As an outsider, you shouldn't take it away.
Lu Xinyu said calmly. Shen Mo deliberately made his voice hoarse and laughed.
Priceless treasures belong to those with destiny.
You, Lu Xinyu, just happen to be born in Whitestone City, and you think you have the right to claim it.
Lu Xinyu wasn't angered but continued.
Fellow cultivator, you're also at the core formation stage. I'm not one to make enemies lightly. Name your price. As long as it's reasonable, I'm willing to buy it.
Shen Mo sneered.
The 1,000-mile fragrance is one of the treasures that nurtures a lotus throne. It's worth half the life of a nascent soul cultivator. You want it? Bring me 10,000 top-grade spirit stones in exchange.
Lu Xinyu frowned. It was clear that this person had no intention of handing over the 1,000-mile fragrance.
Then you can die.
Lu Xinyu said coldly, her voice chilling as she waved her hand. In an instant, 6 streaks of moonlight shot out, enveloping Shen Mo from all directions. Yang Tianxing and Liu Mengu, who were rushing over, both frowned when they saw this. This move was Lu Xinyu's signature technique. It was a move called Sixfold Cold Moon, only comprehensible by those who had cultivated the White River Sect's Earth-rank martial art, Moon Path to Heaven to the 8th level. When unleashed, the 6 streaks of moonlight sealed off the opponent from every angle. The moonlight was cold and yin in nature. Attempting to break through it with brute force would only cause the moonlight to bind tighter. Of course, with overwhelming brute strength, it was possible to shatter the moonlight. But among cultivators of the same realm, no one had ever accomplished such a feat. Both Liu Mengu and Yang Tianxing had fought against Lu Xinyu before. The only way they knew to counter this move was to avoid it altogether.
It seems that treasure will belong to Lu Xinyu.
Chapter 141, Ice Dragon Blood Demon Armor Smashing 6 Moons Raise with 1 Punch. Chapter 141, Ice dragon blood demon armor smashing 6 moons rays with one punch. In midair, facing the 6 chilling beams of moonlight, Shen Mo's expression remained particularly calm. Is this move supposed to be strong? With a slight activation of his power, a dark purple demonic armor instantly appeared on his right arm. In a moment, his entire right arm was tightly covered, without a gap. He clenched his fist sharply, and the blood pouch in his palm burst open. Ice dragon blood immediately seeped out and was absorbed by the armor. During his previous fight with Feng Lishan, Shen Mo had realized that retrieving the ice dragon blood from his storage ring and feeding it to the armor was too slow. So he made a small improvement. It was simple, really. He crafted small blood pouches and attached them to his sleeve. Each pouch contained 2 to 3 drops of ice dragon blood. These pouches didn't interfere with his movements and wouldn't burst open on their own. But when he clenched his fist hard, the blood pouch would burst. The blood would immediately seep out, allowing the armor to absorb it at the first moment. This greatly shortened the time. When experts fight, it's those fleeting moments that decide the outcome. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the dark purple demonic armor on his right arm underwent a massive transformation. Suddenly, it exuded a bone-chilling aura, covered in sharp ice spikes. The surface was now clad in tightly interlocked scales. Compared to its earlier appearance of dark purple metal, the armor now looked entirely different. This scene was witnessed by Lu Xinyu, Liu Mengu, Yang Tianxing, and the other cultivators. For some reason, they all felt a faint sense of threat emanating from that strange arm guard. Yet they couldn't pinpoint why. It was merely an instinctual feeling of danger.
What is that thing? Some kind of spiritual weapon?
Liu Mengu scratched his head.
But why does it only cover the right arm and not the whole body?
Yang Tianxing frowned.
Maybe it's a gauntlet-type spiritual weapon.
In the next moment, Shen Mo stepped back half a step, his right fist brimming with power. An unstoppable, surging force pulsed within his right arm. Just as the 6 beams of moonlight enveloped him, Shen Mo suddenly threw a punch. Boom! In midair, light exploded, and chaotic currents shot out. A violent shockwave rippled in all directions. Nearby buildings collapsed with a thunderous crash. The once grand city lord's mansion now stood as nothing but a pile of rubble. Everyone looked back into the sky. The 6 beams of moonlight had shattered like glass. In an instant, they turned into countless particles of light and disappeared. Yet the rogue cultivator, wearing a half-face mask with flame patterns, stood unscathed. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before them. For Liu Mengu and Yang Tianxing, both cultivators at the core formation stage, the shock was even greater. Unlike ordinary cultivators, they had experienced Lu Xinyu's move firsthand and knew its terrifying power. Which made it even more alarming. The fact that this masked rogue cultivator had shattered the 6 layers of cold moon with a single punch was enough to make their hearts race. Did this mean that they too were no match for him? Lu Xinyu's expression at this moment was like she'd seen a ghost. Her strongest technique was completely useless against him. Her gaze suddenly shifted to the man's right arm. That strange arm guard.
Master Lu, still planning to keep me here?
Shen Mo rasped, his voice cold. Lu Xinyu gritted her silver teeth and suddenly shouted to those behind her.
Surround him, that arm guard is the real treasure.
Swish, swish, swish. Several figures suddenly appeared, encircling Shen Mo from all directions. They were the elders of the White River Sect. One of them, cloaked entirely in black, had their face and body completely concealed. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. He smiled faintly. As expected, the leader of a sect wasn't so easily scared off. His gaze casually swept over the elder in the black robe. Everyone else had shown their faces, but this person not only hid their face but had their entire body wrapped up. He had long sensed that the other party's identity was extraordinary. After a quick glance at the life panel, Shen Mo immediately understood. The person before him was none other than the ancestor of the White River Sect. The only ancestor.
Our White River Sect lost a significant treasure many years ago, an arm guard just like that. I suspect you were involved in the theft back then.
Lu Xinyu's gaze grew sharper as she spoke.
I request that you hand over the arm guard and come with us back to the White River Sect to await judgment.
At these words, Shen Mo's expression turned playful. As expected of a sect leader, even when trying to steal something, they had to pin a crime on you first. Liu Menggu and Yang Tianxing exchanged knowing glances, their expressions tinged with amusement. If you're going to rob someone, just do it, no need for such a grand pretext. Among the observing rogue cultivators, a few sharp-witted individuals immediately saw through Lu Xinyu's ploy and sneered. However, many others believed her words. After all, the White River Sect had indeed lost a significant treasure in the past, though it was a full suit of armor, not just an arm guard.
Stealing is stealing. There's no need to frame me for it.
Shen Mo chuckled lightly.
But does Master Lu really think these people alone can trap me?
Lu Xinyu sneered coldly.
You are indeed strong, only slightly weaker than me. But do you think I came here today to seize the 1,000-mile fragrance without a backup plan?
Everyone attack.
As her voice fell, Lu Xinyu and 3 other core formation stage cultivators lunged at Shen Mo. At that moment, the black-robed figure suddenly threw off his cloak, revealing his true identity. The moment he revealed himself, Liu Menggu and Yang Tianxing were visibly shaken.
Ancestor, it's the ancestor of the White River Sect who had been in closed-door seclusion. Why is he here? They said he hadn't left.
The 2 of them looked grim. They had been played by Lu Xinyu. Even without this rogue cultivator with the flame-patterned mask, the 1,000-mile fragrance would inevitably have fallen into Lu Xinyu's hands. After all, the ancestor's combat strength was terrifying. Among the gathered rogue cultivators, some also recognized the ancestor and began to exclaim in shock.
Who would have thought the White River Sect would bring out their ancestor for the 1,000-mile fragrance? That flame-masked man is finished. He's strong, yes, being able to shatter the 6 moons' rays with a single punch, but he's nowhere near strong enough to face the ancestor. It's a pity about that strange demon armor. Looks like it's going to end up in the hands of the White River Sect.
As the White River Sect's assault closed in from all sides, Shen Mo smiled faintly. Before their attacks could land, he immediately activated his 8 directions thunder movement technique. There was no need for him to clash head-on with the ancestor of the White River Sect. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Shen Mo dashed out of the range of their attacks, landing among the houses outside the city lord's mansion.
His reflexes are so fast, as if he had known all along that the White River Sect would bring out their ancestor.
Yang Tianxing muttered in confusion.
Could he have sensed the threat? His movement technique is also top tier, at least a supreme-level profound-grade technique.
Liu Menggu remarked, surprised. Rogue cultivators have limited resources and finances. They typically focus on cultivating their core techniques to elevate their realm. Next, they usually prioritize offensive martial arts. Core techniques and offensive martial arts are often the highest-grade skills rogue cultivators possess. Movement techniques come next, followed by defensive skills. After all, in a world where killing for treasure is common, survival depends more on the strength of your offense, not how fast you can move or how well you can defend. For a rogue cultivator to possess a supreme-level profound-grade movement technique was indeed surprising.
Chase him. We'll restrict his movements, and the ancestor will handle the kill.
Lu Xinyu commanded sharply.
Yes.
Chapter 142. He cannot use the demon armor again so soon. Chapter 142. He cannot use the demon armor again so soon. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Mo moved nimbly across the rooftops of the residences in White Stone City, weaving through them with ease. Each time he landed, he would only stay for 5 breaths before the spot he had just touched was obliterated by Lu Xinyu and her pursuers. Lu Xinyu and her group showed no regard for the city's residents, leaving a trail of devastation and corpses in their wake. Many rogue cultivators watching from afar felt uncomfortable at the sight.
Is this what the White River Sect, which claims to uphold justice and fairness, really stands for?
Shen Mo maintained a constant distance from the White River Sect members, occasionally glancing back to mock them. Lu Xinyu's chest heaved with fury, reflecting her inner rage. They had been chasing this guy for a full incense stick of time. Yet all they had managed to do was follow behind, achieving nothing. They hadn't even gotten close enough to touch a hair on his head. The ancestor had come close to catching him a few times. But each time, Shen Mo would swiftly use his movement technique to widen the gap. Lu Xinyu's sharp intuition detected a potential weakness, and she growled.
After he used that move, the arm guard returned to its dark purple color, which means he can't use it again in such a short time. Take the explosive chi pill. We need to limit his speed. We can't let him escape.
Lu Xinyu gritted her silver teeth.
Use the blood river, Sect's explosive chi pill.
Understood.
The elders around her hesitated for a moment but quickly complied, swallowing the explosive chi pills. Although the Blood River sect had been destroyed, many of their explosive chi pills had made their way into the market, both openly and secretly. The White River sect had, of course, obtained a large supply of them. After consuming the pills, the two elders suddenly became more energized, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. With a single leap, they stomped through a residence, their speed increasing dramatically. Meanwhile, the flame-masked man, Shen Mo, showed signs of injury in both legs, his speed gradually declining. With the speed gap closing, in the blink of an eye, the two elders were less than 10 meters behind Shen Mo. At this distance, they were ready to strike.
Attack! Don't let him get away.
The two elders exchanged a glance and shouted simultaneously. The elder on the left conjured a frigid spear and hurled it toward Shen Mo. The elder on the right extended his hands, from which countless vines sprouted, aiming to entangle Shen Mo's legs. Shen Mo smiled faintly. He had deliberately slowed down just for this moment.
Taking an explosive chi pill, giving you limitless energy makes you strong. Not necessarily.
With a clench of his fist, Shen Mo crushed a second blood pouch. Once again, the demonic armor transformed into the ice dragon blood demon armor. Seeing this, Lu Xinyu's heart sank. She had miscalculated. The devastating blow that had shattered her
6 layers of moonlight.
was not his ultimate trump card, nor was it a move he could only use once. At least for now, he could use it again. Nearby, Liu Menggu and Yang Tianxing, who had been observing the battle, were also stunned. He can still use it. Does that technique not consume anything? It doesn't seem like it, though.
Block it!
The two roared in unison. But before they could finish saying the word,
Block!
the ice dragon blood demon armor struck. Boom! One punch. With just one punch, both of their bodies were blown apart in midair. Their remains scattered through the sky like shattered debris. In a single strike, Shen Mo had obliterated 2 core formation stage cultivators in their peak. Liu Menggu gasped in shock.
To blow apart 2 core formation cultivators like that.
Yang Tianxing instinctively felt an overwhelming sense of danger. This rogue cultivator was anything but ordinary.
Master Lu, are you still planning to pursue me?
Shen Mo hovered in midair, coldly staring at Lu Xinyu and the White River Sect's ancestor. His icy gaze sent a chill down Lu Xinyu's spine. She couldn't understand why someone with no prior enmity toward the White River Sect would harbor such deep hatred. Unbeknownst to her, in the original trajectory of fate, the White River Sect had captured Shen Mo and subjected him to inhumane torture. Even though the Qingxuan Sect eventually exchanged him back, the White River Sect had crippled his Danshan, turning him into a ruined man. Shen Mo, already aware of this predetermined fate, naturally held deep hostility toward the White River Sect and Lu Xinyu.
This man has killed 2 of our White River Sect elders on the spot. We cannot let him go unpunished. If we don't kill him today, our sect's reputation will be in ruins.
The elder approached Lu Xinyu, speaking in a deep voice.
I will chase him and limit his movements. You finish him off.
Lu Xinyu took a deep breath.
No, I still have one final move. Even if he can use that strange demon armor again, he won't be able to block this.
The elder hesitated.
No, if you use that technique, It will damage your constitution and greatly reduce your chances of forming a nascent soul.
Lu Xinyu's determination was unwavering.
As long as we remain loyal to the Tianshui sect, the White River sect can rise again at any time.
I must obtain the 1,000-mile fragrance, and more importantly, that strange arm guard of his.
The elder sighed.
Very well, you are the sect master, so I will follow your lead.
Their conversation was unheard by anyone else. Liu Mengu and Yang Tianxing were speculating that Lu Xinyu might try to save face by saying something diplomatic, perhaps letting the rogue cultivator leave. But instead of speaking, Lu Xinyu lightly tapped a rooftop and, like a bolt of lightning, accelerated rapidly toward Shen Mo. Midway through, she began silently chanting something, and her pale face lost all traces of color. At this moment, the crescent moon hung high in the sky. As her chanting continued, her entire body seemed to be enveloped in a layer of shimmering moonlight. In that instant, her aura skyrocketed. Liu Mengu and Yang Tianxing's eyes widened in disbelief.
That technique!
Liu Mengu gasped. Yang Tianxing frowned deeply. Once she uses that technique, her foundation will be damaged and her chances of forming a nascent soul will be greatly diminished. Lu Xinyu is truly sacrificing her future to capture that rogue cultivator. On the ground and rooftops, the rogue cultivators began whispering among themselves. Many of them had never seen this technique before, but a few seasoned elders immediately recognized it. One elder smirked proudly.
You don't know this move. It's the moon body transformation. Old brother, quickly tell us, what exactly is this technique?
The surrounding cultivators were eager to know, as if they were more anxious than at the moment of consummating a wedding. The elder chuckled.
You know the moon path through the sky technique, right? It's the most profound martial art of the White River sect. This moon body transformation is the ultimate move, achievable only when one has mastered the 9th layer of the moon path through the sky. It's so powerful that it's rarely used unless in life-and-death situations. Why is it so rare? Does it damage the body, shorten lifespan?
The elder laughed.
Naturally, but this move doesn't cost lifespan, it consumes one's foundation.
Using it once reduces the chances of forming a nascent soul by 30%.
Using it twice means you can forget about ever reaching the nascent soul stage in this lifetime.
After hearing this, the surrounding cultivators gasped in shock. No wonder Lu Xinyu hadn't used this technique earlier. Now that 2 White River sect elders had died, she had no choice but to use it.
How powerful is the moon body transformation?
Someone couldn't help but ask.
You'll see very soon.
The elder replied, gazing up at the sky. There, the shimmering moonlight surrounding Lu Xinyu had swelled to a terrifying level in just a few breaths. She now resembled a small moon.
Prepare to die.
Chapter 143. It's that armguard that's so powerful, in the end it's just borrowing external power. Chapter 143. It's that armguard that's so powerful, in the end it's just borrowing external power. The pitch-black night sky was weighed down by dark clouds, completely covering the original moon. But now, a new moon had appeared Lu Xinyu. This new moon briefly replaced the original one, casting its light across the vast Beishi city, illuminating it as if it were broad daylight. The cultivators were all stunned, staring at the moon in awe. Ordinary people, on the other hand, knelt down in reverence, bowing in worship. To them, wasn't this a divine act?
1 drop of ice dragon blood isn't enough, then 2 isn't enough, then 3.
Shen Mo's gaze remained calm.
Transform yourself into the moon. Let me shatter your moon.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. He clenched his hand fiercely, and the blood sacs once again burst. This time, 3 blood sacs burst in succession. 9 full drops of ice dragon blood merged into the demon armor. Sizzle! The demon armor swiftly transformed, once again changing from its purple-black form into an icy, spiked shape. Then Shen Mo slowly gathered his strength. As Lu Xinyu's attack was about to descend, he struck out with a powerful punch. Boom! The explosion roared across the sky. Blinding light shot out. The curious mortals who had dared to look up at the sky to witness the battle between the two core formation stage cultivators were instantly caught in the aftermath of the attack. The piercing light nearly blinded them. Blood streamed from their eyes. The lower-level cultivators fared slightly better, only suffering from temporary blindness. But the intense pain in their eyes still caused them to writhe on the ground in agony. Liu Menggu and Yang Tianxing also squinted, not daring to look directly at the blinding light. The light lasted for a while before gradually dimming. The ancestors of White River Sect hurriedly looked toward the battlefield. Then their expressions froze. Not just them, but everyone else, two eyes wide in disbelief at what they were witnessing. In midair, the fist of the masked man with fire patterns had pierced through Lu Xinyu's towering chest. This was no optical illusion. There was only one explanation. The masked man's punch had pierced Lu Xinyu's body.
The White River Sect needs a new sect master.
Shen Mo glanced around, only to be met with looks of utter shock. Casually, he reached out and grabbed Lu Xinyu's storage ring. After saying this, he activated the 8 directions thunder movement technique, stepping on Lu Xinyu's corpse as he sped off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was dozens of meters away. The ancestor of White River Sect was furious, but couldn't let Lu Xinyu's corpse fall to the ground and shatter into pieces. He had no choice but to abandon the chase, rushing over to catch Lu Xinyu's body.
No matter who you are, I will kill you. I swear I'll kill you.
Cradling the lifeless sect master of White River Sect, the ancestor roared into the sky like an old lion unleashing a furious roar. Yang Tianxing and Liu Menggu watched the fire-patterned masked man disappear into the distance, then looked at Lu Xinyu's rapidly cooling corpse. They exchanged glances, both seeing the terror in each other's eyes. If that man could kill Lu Xinyu, he could kill them just as easily. Fortunately, they hadn't rushed in like Lu Xinyu, trying to stop him. Otherwise, they would have been the ones lying on the ground right now. On the ground and rooftops, the rogue cultivators were wide-eyed. Lu Xinyu, a cultivator at the peak of the core formation stage and the sect master of a prestigious sect, now lay lifeless on the ground like a dead dog. This scene deeply shocked all the cultivators present.
That fire-patterned masked man is just a rogue cultivator, yet he can take on sect cultivators head-on, killing 2 great accomplishment core formation cultivators with one punch, and now he's killed Lu Xinyu too. Can rogue cultivators be this powerful? My God. He's too strong. I wish I could be his disciple.
One of the cultivators suddenly sneered.
HMPH, I think it's just that strange arm guard of his. In the end, isn't he just relying on external objects?
The surrounding cultivators immediately burst into mocking laughter.
Oh, you think you're so pure and righteous, huh? Next time, don't use pills, don't use spiritual weapons, and definitely don't use any formations. Actually, why don't you stop absorbing spiritual energy too? That's external power as well.
The cultivator's face flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead as he argued.
How can absorbing spiritual energy be considered using external objects?
What followed was a heated debate about whether
cultivators should live in poverty,
and whether wealth, companions, methods, and land counted as external aids, which drew laughter from those nearby. Of course, while most of the cultivators were still engrossed in this spectacle, a few sharp-minded individuals had quietly slipped away, heading toward White River Sect's properties in Beishi City. Now that Lu Xinyu was dead, White River Sect was without a leader, and it would likely take at least a month or 2 for a new sect master to be appointed amidst the inevitable internal struggles. During this time, White River Sect's properties would inevitably be left vulnerable. It was the perfect opportunity for rogue cultivators to take advantage of the chaos. The news of the fire-patterned masked man, the demon-armored gauntlet, and Lu Xinyu's death quickly spread from Beishi City. Meanwhile, Shen Mo relentlessly used his 8 directions thunder movement technique, advancing at high speed, easily leaving behind the cultivators who had their own schemes. After confirming that no one was following him, he casually found a cave between the mountains. After driving out the cave's original owner, a black bear, and using a gust of wind to sweep away the foul stench, He finally sat down cross-legged.
The sect master of a prestigious sect, a cultivator at the peak of core formation, was indeed no ordinary foe. It took 9 drops of ice dragon blood to utterly crush him. If I had been more greedy and only used 2 blood sacs, consuming 6 drops of ice dragon blood, I would have barely managed a draw. In that case, the attack from the ancestor of White River Sect would have immediately followed, and I would have been trapped in their encirclement.
Shen Mo exhaled deeply. When it was time to be ruthless, one had to be ruthless enough. The ice dragon blood, as a consumable, had to be used when necessary. There was no point in being stingy.
This time, I used up over 10 drops of ice dragon blood, but the rewards were well worth it. First, I obtained the 1,000 Miles fragrance and its essence. Second, I killed Lu Xinyu, the sect master of White River Sect, eliminating the last pillar of Heavenly Water Sect. Third, I obtained Lu Xinyu's storage ring.
Shen Mo waved his hand, and Lu Xinyu's storage ring appeared in his palm.
I hope the storage ring of a sect master will give me some pleasant surprises.
He peeked inside and instantly widened his eyes. The storage ring contained a massive quantity of spirit stones. There were spirit stones of all grades, from low grade to high grade. There were no less than 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. These were clearly Lu Xinyu's personal stash for his own use, not the full wealth of White River Sect. Aside from the spirit stones, there were also several profound-grade spiritual weapons. These spiritual weapons were mediocre. Any other cultivator would be overjoyed to obtain them, but to Shen Mo, they were just average. However, 2 treasures preserved in jade boxes caught his interest. Through the transparent jade boxes, Shen Mo could clearly see the appearance of the 2 treasures. One was a plant resembling a deer antler. The other was a claw that looked like a tiger's, with a drop of golden yellow beast blood oozing from beside it.
Deer antler root. This is also one of the treasures used to nurture the 9-layered lotus throne. Perfect, I'll take it. As for this beast claw.
Chapter 144, The only one they care about is Shen Mo. Chapter 144, The only one they care about is Shen Mo. Shen Mo's expression lit up with joy. He still had 3 jars of ice jiao blood, which he could consume over a long period of time. The beast claw also had blood in it, which could be used as a more powerful trump card.
Might as well use the 1,000 Miles fragrance, and 1,000 Miles do here,
he thought. Shen Mo carefully inspected his surroundings and took 2 formation sets from Lu Xinyu's storage ring, setting up formation flags around him. As the head of a sect, Lu Xinyu's storage ring had a considerable number of formations. There were 3 earth-tier formations in total. They were a maze formation, a poison mist formation, and a concealment formation. Shen Mo decided to set up the poison mist formation and the concealment formation. The concealment formation would mask his presence, allowing him to cultivate freely. The poison mist formation would guard against beasts or cultivators, giving him time to react in advance. After securely setting up everything, Shen Mo took out the 1,000 Miles fragrance and 1,000 Miles dew and consumed them in succession. 10 days later, at the Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate, Murong Yue paced anxiously in the main hall. Beside her were Song Keofeng, Wei Xingtai, Liu Yuanfeng, and Elder Li, all with worried expressions. Of course, it was hard to tell if Liu Yuanfeng's concern was genuine or not.
Still no news on Moore's whereabouts.
Murong Yue asked again.
No, Sect Master Liu of the Stormy Rain Sect said they are keeping an eye out for him.
Wei Xingtai shook his head. Song Keofeng added.
Sect Master Yang of the Purple Star Sect hasn't said anything, but one of their elders agreed to help us search for the young Sect Master's whereabouts.
I've also spoken with some rogue cultivators.
Elder Li sighed, but only a few know that the young Sect Master entered Beishi City. No one knows where he went after that. That night was too chaotic. Many people disappeared mysteriously, though the young Sect Master is strong still.
No, he wouldn't die in Beishi City.
Keep searching, we must find more. Yes, ma'am.
At that moment, Murong Yue and the others suddenly felt a fluctuation in the spiritual energy of the surrounding heavens and earth.
This feeling,
Song Keofeng was taken aback. Wei Shengtai was overjoyed.
I'll go take a look.
Murong Yue, trying to suppress her anxiety, also hurried out of the main hall. Sure enough, not far from the Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate, in the Qingqing Mountains, a pillar of light shot straight up into the clouds. Within the light, a figure could faintly be seen. The disciples of the Qingxuan Sect couldn't help but look up at the light pillar, excitedly discussing it.
Such a grand light pillar.
Liu Yunfeng exclaimed.
Who is it? Which disciple at the peak of foundation establishment is advancing to the core formation stage?
Elder Li's expression brightened. By now, the light pillar had lasted for more than 100 breaths and was gradually fading. The figure inside the light also slowly became clearer.
It's him. I seem to remember this young man.
Murong Yue raised an eyebrow. Liu Yunfeng was momentarily stunned, but then burst into joy.
It's my disciple, Xiao Fan.
Song Keofeng and Wei Shengtai clasped their hands toward him.
Congratulations, Vice Sect Master Liu.
Elder Li snorted coldly.
Congratulations indeed.
Liu Yunfeng smiled faintly, though his expression was somewhat complicated. Xiao Fan was his disciple, and achieving a perfect golden core and entering the core formation stage naturally made him happy. However, Xiao Fan had abandoned his daughter and instead pursued the deputy sect master's daughter from the Divine Sword Sect. This had long been a thorn in his heart. His feelings toward Xiao Fan were now extremely complex. In midair, Xiao Fan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him, overwhelmed with joy.
Finally,
There seems to be some memories surfacing in my mind. Whose memories are these? Who am I?
I need to find time to carefully sort through this.
Xiao Fan slowly descended, deep in thought. The disciples immediately flocked around him, delighted.
Who would have thought the one to form a golden core was senior brother Xiao Fan? Judging by the looks of it, it's surely a perfect golden core.
Many female disciples cast flirtatious glances his way. Xiao Fan pushed aside his thoughts and laughed heartily.
You guessed right, it is indeed a perfect golden core.
Someone else spoke with admiration and envy.
Senior brother Xiao Fan. Who would have thought that after the young sect master, the second person in the sect to form a golden core would be you? With this, the rise of the Qingxuan Sect is certain. We might even reclaim our place among the top 5 sects of Xunjiang.
Xiao Fan's smile froze instantly. What a way to hit a sore spot. Why bring up Shen Mo?
The sect master is here. The sect master is here.
A voice came from the outskirts of the crowd. The disciples quickly parted to create a path. Murong Yue, Song Keofeng, and the others strode forward. Upon seeing the beautiful sect master, Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. However, knowing what he should do, he immediately dropped to one knee.
Xiao Fan greets the sect master.
Murong Yue, who had been unable to find any trace of Shen Mo, looked haggard, but now a comforting smile appeared on her face.
To have condensed a perfect golden core, not bad at all. Xiao Fan, from today onward, you are an inner elder of our Qingxuan sect. Thank you, sect master, for your guidance.
Xiao Fan said respectfully. Murong Yue continued.
Elder Li, from now on, treat Elder Xiao with all the rights and responsibilities of an inner elder. No mistakes allowed. Yes.
Xiao Fan was overjoyed. With his extraordinary talent, having condensed a perfect golden core at such a young age, surely Murong Yue would look at him differently now. Perhaps in the future, there might even be some special relationship between him and this beautiful sect master. He wanted to say more when, suddenly, a joyful shout came from the sect's entrance.
Report to the sect master. The young sect master has returned.
The young sect master has returned, safe and sound.
Upon hearing this, Murong Yue's entire body trembled. Her haggard expression immediately brightened with vitality. In her beautiful eyes, a joy far surpassing that of Xiao Fan's golden core appeared.
More.
Murong Yue immediately dropped everything in front of her, excitement filling her voice. Lifting her long skirt, she hurriedly rushed toward the sect entrance. It was as if she wished she could turn into a streak of light and fly over. Song Keofeng, Wei Xingtai, Elder Li, and the other elders were also overwhelmed with excitement and quickly followed.
The young sect master is back.
As long as the young sect master is safe, let's go, we must see him.
I've been so worried since the young sect master went missing. Look at me, I haven't eaten in over 15 minutes.
In an instant, a large number of elders, deacons, and disciples surged toward the entrance. The number of people left around Xiao Fan was reduced to a mere handful in the blink of an eye. He could count them on one hand. Moreover, standing there were Liu Yuanfeng, Liu Yunxuan, and Liu Fei, the whole family. All three of them stared at Xiao Fan with complicated expressions. Xiao Fan, who had just been basking in the glory of his success, suddenly found himself frozen in place. Reality had given him a harsh slap in the face. Murong Yue, Song Keofeng, Wei Xingtai, and the others didn't care about him. The only person they cared about was Shen Mo. He had been fantasizing about some special relationship with Murong Yue, but now that seemed like nothing more than wishful thinking.
Xiao Fan, where did you get the foundation for your perfect golden core?
Liu Yunxuan suddenly asked. Liu Fei, on the other hand, stared directly into Xiao Fan's eyes with a look of pure hatred. Xiao Fan let out a few awkward laughs, stammering but unable to respond.
Forget it, no matter what, he's still my disciple. Don't pressure him so much.
Liu Yunfeng waved his hand.
Xiao Fan, go rest. You must be tired after forming a perfect golden core.
Yes, thank you, master.
Chapter 145. It's fine if you don't get the treasure, but you must stay safe. Chapter 145. It's fine if you don't get the treasure, but you must stay safe. At the sect entrance, Shen Mo had just landed when Murong Yue arrived with a group of people surrounding him. His beautiful master appeared haggard, clearly having been worried for quite some time.
More, you've finally returned. As your master,
Murong Yue's eyes reddened. There were things she, as the sect master, could not say openly in public, but she knew that Shen Mo understood her heart. Shen Mo nodded.
Master, I had some unexpected encounters, which delayed my return. I made you worry. Please punish me.
Murong Yue shook her head and took his hand.
As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Come, let's go to my place. We need to have a good talk.
With that, she grabbed his hand, and the two turned into a streak of light, swiftly returning to the sect master's courtyard at the mountaintop.
Now that the young sect master has returned safely, I can finally relax.
Elder Li sighed in relief. Everyone disperse back to your duties, Song Keofeng waved his hand.
Lu Xinyu was killed by that man in the fire-marked mask, and the White River sect is now in chaos. We can seize this opportunity to gain some advantage.
Wei Xingtai whispered.
Exactly, the sect master surely has the same idea. Let's gather the other elders and take as much as we can.
Song Keofeng nodded repeatedly. Elder Li quickly added.
Count me in. I still haven't forgotten the harm White River sect did to our Qingxuan Sect all those years ago.
The three of them continued discussing as they strode out of the sect gate. In the sect master's courtyard, Murong Yue held Shen Mo's hand, carefully examining him. Seeing that he was indeed safe, she finally breathed a sigh of relief.
More, I was worried sick these past few days. You're the young sect master, the future hope of our Qingxuan sect. The position of sect master will eventually be passed to you. Please don't do this again. It's fine if you didn't get the treasures in white stone, but you, as a person, must remain unharmed.
Her words were filled with care and concern, her tone surprisingly gentle, quite different from her usual cold and elegant demeanor. Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Murong Yue looked puzzled.
What's so funny?
Shen Mo chuckled softly.
Master, you don't seem like a master. Right now you're more like an older sister.
Murong Yue's face flushed slightly.
What are you saying?
She raised her hand as if to hit him, but after thinking about it, she couldn't bring herself to do so. With a cold huff, Murong Yue said,
Tell me, where exactly have you been these past 10 days? I mobilized all of Qingxuan Sect's intelligence networks, yet we couldn't find any trace of you.
Shen Mo smiled.
I did enter White Stone, but I wore a mask and concealed my identity. That night, the air was filled with the scent of flowers, and everyone was fighting over treasures. Seeing how complicated things were, I decided not to get involved. In the end, I witnessed the man in the fire-marked mask kill Lu Xinyu. After he escaped from White Stone, I followed him, thinking I might be able to recruit him as an elder for Qingxuan Sect.
Murong Yue's eyes sparkled.
If he could kill Lu Xinyu, he must be incredibly powerful. If we could recruit him, he'd be a great asset to our sect. Did you manage to catch up with him?
Shen Mo, seeing her excitement, couldn't help but laugh again.
Of course not. Not only did I fail to catch up, but he also warned me not to follow him. I had no choice but to back off.
Murong Yue looked a bit disappointed, but didn't say anything.
It's fine. He's probably used to the freedom of being a rogue cultivator. It's normal that he wouldn't want to be recruited by a sect. The fact that he didn't attack you is a good thing. I was worried that your approach might provoke him into killing you.
Shen Mo smiled faintly. Though his story was entirely fabricated, seeing Murong Yue's shifting emotions amused him.
And then, what other encounters did you have?
Murong Yue asked again. Shen Mo shrugged and immediately recited the story he had prepared earlier.
Not much else. While chasing a golden-seeking mouse, I accidentally found a hidden cave where I discovered the corpse of an ancient cultivator. From him, I obtained a pure essence replenishing pill. I spent the past few days refining that pill, and in doing so, I reached the late stage of core formation.
In truth, Shen Mo had already reached the late stage of core formation some time ago. However, he had kept it a secret from everyone. Now, he was not far from completing core formation, so revealing his progress wasn't an issue. Murong Yue was stunned. A pure essence replenishing pill? You were fortunate enough to come across such a rare pill.
The essence replenishing pill can be refined by the 5 great sects of Xunjiang and is mostly circulated within these sects.
At most, they might release a portion of the pill to reward first-rate sects. As for the great essence replenishing pill, even the 5 great sects cannot refine it. They purchase it from the major sects of Yuzhu. As for the pure essence replenishing pill, it is extremely rare in the entire Xunjiang territory. To date, less than 5 have ever appeared. It is said that even within the major sects of Yuzhu, the pure essence replenishing pill is a very precious item and rarely leaves their hands. The more Murong Yue looked at Shen Mo, the more satisfied she felt.
Good, good. You've reached the late stage of core formation so quickly. It's only a matter of time before you surpass me.
When you reach the peak of core formation, the position of sect master will be yours.
Shen Mo chuckled.
Master, you're still young. Why are you so eager to give up being sect master?
Murong Yue shook her head.
I'm indecisive by nature. Under my leadership, Qingxuan Sect will at best maintain its current state, but it won't rise to greater heights.
But you're different. In you, I see the hope of Qingxuan Sect's rise.
Looking at his beautiful master, Shen Mo felt a warmth in his heart. His master truly cared for him.
Let's set that aside for now. What has been happening in White Stone City recently? I heard the White River Sect has fallen into chaos. Has Heavenly Water Sect made any moves as well?
Shen Mo asked casually. Murong Yue nodded and began to explain.
Of course, according to the information we've received.
At Heavenly Water Sect Shengshui Peak. This was where the sect master, Zhang Mo, resided. Normally, Yin Zuj also lived here. However, Yin Zuj had recently become disillusioned and moved to another peak. Now, Bai Ziyu had taken up residence. At this moment, in the sect master's courtyard, Bai Ziyu was practicing his swordsmanship. His sword moved like a nimble snake, quick, agile, and deadly. Clearly, he had grasped the true essence of this sword technique. Zhang Mo watched from the side, her eyes sparkling.
Under the shadow of Yin Zuj's brilliance, I failed to notice a genius like Bai Ziyu. Although his constitution is somewhat inferior, his determination and diligence more than make up for it. In just half a month, He's advanced from the 6th to the 8th level of the 9-serpent sword technique, and he's only one step away from the 9th level.
It seems I was wrong from the start. I should have focused on nurturing Bai Ziyu, not Yin Zuj.
Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, knocking interrupted Zhang Mo's thoughts.
What is it?
She asked, slightly displeased. Reporting to the sect master, Lu Xinyu, the sect master of White River Sect is dead. Zhang Mo's eyes widened, and it took her a while to regain her composure.
Come in.
An elder hurried inside.
What happened? Tell me everything.
Zhang Mo asked coldly. The elder nodded quickly.
White River Sect intentionally spread rumors that the 1,000 Miles fragrance was appearing in White Stone City, hoping to lure Shen Mo.
They succeeded. Shen Mo indeed left Qingxuan Sect for White Stone City, but as soon as he arrived, he disappeared without a trace.
A few days later, the 1,000 Miles fragrance did appear, and White River Sect, Stormy Rain Sect, and Purple Star Sect all fought for it.
However, a man wearing a fire-marked mask suddenly appeared and took the 1,000 Miles fragrance. Sect Master Lu immediately chased after him, but in the end, the masked man killed Sect Master Lu and left without a trace.
Chapter 146. The fame of the demon armor spreads find him. Chapter 146. The fame of the demon armor spreads find him. Upon hearing the ancestor's report, Zhang Mo was visibly shaken. She knew full well what kind of strength Lu Xinyu possessed. Spreading the rumor of the 1,000-mile fragrance and deliberately luring Shen Mo to White Stone City was a plan she had devised in collaboration with Lu Xinyu. If Shen Mo hadn't fallen for the bait, they had other plans ready. But
What about the ancestor from the White River Sect? He didn't intervene.
Zhang Mo rasped. The ancestor responded in a low voice.
He did. The man with the fire-patterned mask killed Lu Xinyu right in front of him.
The ancestor was half a step too slow to catch him.
Zhang Mo couldn't contain her inner turmoil. Under the Heavenly Water Sect's command, 3 first-rate sects had been destroyed. Flying Frost Sect was wiped out by Qingxuan Sect, and the master of the Blood River Sect was killed by Shen Mo from Qingxuan Sect. And now, the last first-rate sect, White River Sect, had its master killed by an unknown rogue cultivator. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous.
What does this rogue cultivator look like?
Zhang Mo took a deep breath to calm herself. The ancestor thought for a moment.
He's tall and well-built, wearing a half-face mask with fire patterns.
His voice is raspy, though that could be a deliberate disguise.
But the most striking feature is his right arm. He wears a purple-black demonic armor armguard that can transform into ice spikes, greatly amplifying its power.
Zhang Mo paced back and forth, her expression gradually becoming calm, revealing neither joy nor sorrow.
Spread my orders. Find this person throughout the entire Qingxuan prefecture.
The ancestor nodded solemnly.
Yes, we will find him and kill him on the spot.
Zhang Mo frowned.
Who said anything about killing him?
The ancestor froze. Zhang Mo calmly explained.
If he could kill Lu Xinyu and escape from the ancestor's grasp, his strength must be exceptional. It would be best if we could use him for our own purposes. If not, then we can consider killing him.
The ancestor's eyes lit up. As expected of a sect leader, her vision was far beyond his own.
Understood.
The ancestor nodded respectfully.
Remember, negotiate first, act later.
Zhang Mo added.
Understood.
After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Mo continued.
I remember the vice sect leader, the first elder, and the second elder of White River Sect are all equally powerful.
In the past, Lu Xinyu kept them in check, so they could barely maintain peace. Now that Lu Xinyu is dead, they will undoubtedly fight fiercely for the position of sect master.
Keep an eye on them. Whoever shows the most loyalty to our Heavenly Water Sect, push them into power. Ensure that White River Sect is stabilized within a month. There can be no more disturbances.
The ancestor nodded repeatedly.
Understood, I'll handle it immediately.
After the ancestor left, Zhang Mo softly called out.
Ziyu, come here.
Bai Ziyu sheathed his sword and obediently came to her side, standing respectfully.
Sect Master, do you have any instructions?
Zhang Mo smiled.
From now on, you don't need to call me Sect Master. Call me Master.
Bai Ziyu was stunned, then his face lit up with joy. He immediately knelt down on both knees and bowed deeply.
Yes, disciple greets master.
Zhang Mo asked.
What do you think of Qingxuan Sect's unstoppable rise?
Bai Ziyu cautiously glanced at his stern and sharp master, quickly noticing the dangerous glint in her eyes. He immediately understood Zhang Mo's intentions.
Master, I have some thoughts, but I'm not sure if I should say them. Speak, don't hold back.
Bai Ziyu nodded.
I believe that our Heavenly Water Sect must take action personally. With Flying Frost Sect and Blood River Sect both destroyed, and now the Master of White River Sect dead, the sect is in chaos, and its strength will significantly decline in the short term. We've lost our strongest allies and must act immediately to hinder Qingxuan Sect's rise. Otherwise, in 2 or 3 years, when Qingxuan Sect absorbs Flying Frost Sect, Blood River Sect, and part of White River Sect's assets and people, they will undoubtedly become the strongest sect under the 5 sects of Xuanjing. By then, confronting them would cost us dearly.
After speaking, he quickly lowered his head, awaiting Zhang Mo's reaction. His words, frankly speaking, were bold and presumptuous. The 5 sects of Xuanjing had always prided themselves on being the righteous guardians of the Xuanjing prefecture. No matter what they did behind the scenes, they always maintained a spotless public image, never leaving any leverage for their enemies. For the Heavenly Water Sect, as one of the 5 sects, to personally go after a first-rate sect would break precedent. From now on, the other 4 sects could also take action personally against first-rate sects. This would undoubtedly cause panic among many first-rate sects who would bear a grudge against the Heavenly Water Sect. After all, it was the Heavenly Water Sect that started this. Bai Ziyu felt uneasy. However, Zhang Mo merely patted his head gently.
You're not wrong. What you said is very true. However, we still lack a direct excuse. Whether it was the destruction of the Flying Frost Sect or the death of Feng Lishan of the Blood River Sect. In the end, they were only subordinate sects to our Heavenly Water Sect and had no direct connection to us. Even if we intervene personally, we must have a justified reason.
Zhang Mo spoke calmly. Bai Ziyu's eyes darted around.
If the Qingxuan Sect killed someone important to us, or even if one of our people simply went missing on Qingxuan Sect's territory.
Zhang Mo looked at him, half smiling.
Do you have someone in mind?
Bai Ziyu froze. A name immediately flashed in his mind.
Disciple doesn't know.
He quickly shook his head. He knew who should be chosen, but he couldn't say it.
You truly are smarter and more ruthless than Yin Zuj.
Zhang Mo smiled. Bai Ziyu remained silent. Zhang Mo waved her hand.
Go and rest. Once you've mastered the 9th level of the 9 Serpent Sword Art, I will teach you the Heavenly River Heavy Water Scroll.
Bai Ziyu was overjoyed. The Heavenly River Heavy Water Scroll was a closely guarded secret of the Heavenly Water Sect. It was an Earth-tier technique, and upon mastering each level, one would gain an offensive or defensive martial skill. This technique was highly profound, and only the sect leader and the future sect leader could practice it. The implication of Zhang Mo's words was clear. She had acknowledged his position. Given time, he would undoubtedly become the next sect leader of the Heavenly Water Sect. Second only to one above thousands.
Yes, your disciple will train diligently and live up to your expectations, Master.
Bai Ziyu bowed deeply and left respectfully. In Giant River City, at the Xuanjing Prefecture office, Jai Shilong listened quietly. His main ability seems to be that demonic armor with ice spikes. Let's just call him Demon Armor. Chapter 147. Xiao Fan is about to awaken his past life memories. Chapter 147. Xiao Fan is about to awaken his past life memories. In the Jujube courtyard, Shen Mo stretched lazily and strode out of his bedroom. From this vantage point, he could gaze upon the vast Qingxuan mountain range, seeing the lush mountains and rivers beneath the expansive sky. Shen Mo nodded slightly to himself.
I remember that Xiao Fan is supposed to have a swordsmanship enlightenment opportunity today, right?
Enlightenment in such a situation only required the right combination of time, place, and people, which made it a potential opportunity that could be intercepted. Time referred to natural phenomena, such as thunderstorms or clear skies. Place referred to locations of natural beauty and energy, majestic mountains, great rivers, a bamboo forest, or even a pond or jagged rock. As for people, that naturally referred to one's own perception and understanding. In terms of perception, Shen Mo possessed three fate-defining attributes.
Scorching sun flame body.
Exceptional perception.
And
Sword Dao prodigy.
making his comprehension superior to Xiao Fan's. If Xiao Fan could reach enlightenment, then surely Shen Mo could as well under the same conditions. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Mo left the Jujube courtyard and headed straight for the bamboo forest near the entrance of the Qingxuan Sect. Along the way, elders, stewards, and disciples all greeted him with respect. The bamboo growing in this forest was a special breed, carefully cultivated by the Qingxuan Sect, known as emerald bamboo *. Emerald bamboo had many drawbacks: slow growth, brittle texture, and an insatiable appetite for spiritual energy. But it had one redeeming quality: its shoots contained abundant spiritual energy and were incredibly delicious. Even when eaten raw, the taste was refreshing and fragrant. At this moment, several outer sect disciples were busy harvesting bamboo shoots, carrying baskets on their backs. A one-armed steward was overseeing their work. When the steward saw Shen Mo approaching, he greeted him with delight.
Young sect master, what brings you here?
This man was Zhang Weihu. Previously, he had lost an arm during an attack by a heavy weapon sect elder. Since then, he had spent most of his time within the Qingxuan Sect, no longer going to other properties as a reward for his loyalty. This was how the Qingxuan Sect honored those who had made sacrifices for them. If those who risked their lives for the sect received poor treatment, morale would falter, and no one would be willing to serve the sect anymore. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Ever since Murong Yue's return, the overall environment of the Qingxuan Sect had been improving. The arrogance and bullying of people like Lei Yang had gradually disappeared. Even figures like Wu Huern, who would shamelessly withhold rewards meant for outer disciples being promoted to inner disciples, were becoming scarce. Shen Mo smiled at Zhang Weihu and said,
Yes, I'm just taking a walk today. Who knows, I might even find some fortuitous opportunity.
Zhang Weihu chuckled heartily.
Young sect master, you must be joking. This emerald bamboo forest sees plenty of people passing through every day. If there were any opportunities, they'd have been snatched up long ago. How could they wait for you?
Realizing that his words might be disrespectful, Zhang Weihu quickly coughed and corrected himself.
No, that's not right. The heavens favor you, young sect master. Surely there's an opportunity here just waiting for you.
Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh. He knew Zhang Weihu was straightforward by nature and didn't take offense. Shen Mo smiled.
No worries, but I suggest you have the outer sect disciples pack up and head back to the sect soon. A heavy storm is about to hit, violent winds, thunder, and lightning.
Zhang Weihu looked up at the scorching sun and the clear, cloudless sky. A storm. There wasn't the slightest hint of rain. Just as he was about to speak, the sky darkened at an astonishing speed. In an instant, ominous clouds gathered, weighing heavily upon the sky. It was as though someone had spilled a bottle of ink across the heavens. The outer sect disciples, who had been digging for bamboo shoots, looked up in shock. The weather had changed as quickly as a snap of the fingers. Zhang Weihu was astonished.
Young sect master, you truly live up to your title. You predicted this perfectly.
He quickly shouted to the disciples.
Pack it up, let's get back to the sect. Yes, sir.
Zhang Weihu then asked.
Young sect master, aren't you coming with us?
Shen Mo pointed deeper into the bamboo forest and smiled.
I'm going to practice my swordsmanship.
Suppressing his curiosity, Zhang Weihu nodded.
All right, I'll be off then.
Emerald bamboo under 100 years old was quite fragile. Even a disciple in the body tempering stage could snap it easily. But once the bamboo was over 100 years old, it became harder than jade. The deeper parts of the bamboo forest were filled with century-old bamboo. Some disciples would indeed use these bamboo stalks to practice martial techniques. Shen Mo watched as Zhang Weihu and the others left, then made his way straight into the heart of the bamboo forest. Martial techniques, while easy to grasp at the entry level, became increasingly difficult to master as one progressed, especially when aiming for the highest realm. The only martial technique Shen Mo had fully cultivated to the highest level was the four-sided mysterious gate. As for the Nine Suns' divine phoenix technique, it was not something he had painstakingly cultivated from scratch. Instead, he had gained insight into the first two forms during his time at the Phoenix Nest Pavilion. His subsequent practice was merely to increase his proficiency, making the technique more fluid and responsive when activated. As for his other techniques,
The Thunder Shadow Sword technique is a mid-tier profound tier martial technique. If I can cultivate it to the third layer, I'll gain access to an additional sword move.
Shen Mo briskly walked deeper into the bamboo forest. Before long, he arrived at the center of a clearing. And there, a figure was already present. The sound of footsteps from behind caught the person's attention, and they turned to meet Shen Mo's gaze. Their eyes locked. Shen Mo remained expressionless. The figure standing before him was none other than Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's expression, however, was far more complicated. Why is he here again?
Greetings, young sect master.
Xiao Fan cupped his fists respectfully. Shen Mo remained calm.
I hear that junior brother Xiao has successfully condensed a perfect golden core and has been appointed as an inner sect elder.
Xiao Fan nodded.
Yes, that's correct. Very impressive. I hope junior brother continues to strive forward.
Shen Mo said with a smile.
Thank you.
Xiao Fan hesitated before asking.
May I ask what brings the young sect master here?
Shen Mo smiled.
I've encountered a bottleneck in my Thunder Shadow Sword technique. I thought I might come to this emerald bamboo forest to see if I could find an opportunity to break through.
I see. In that case, I'll give this place to you, young sect master. I'll find another spot.
Xiao Fan said, cupping his fists again before quickly departing. Shen Mo watched as Xiao Fan swiftly transformed into a streak of light, fleeing the emerald bamboo forest and disappearing into the Qingxuan Mountains, as if afraid to stay a moment longer. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. When he glanced at Xiao Fan's life panel earlier, he had noticed something quite intriguing. Recent fortune? Upon waking this morning, Xiao Fan will discover new and unfamiliar memories in his mind, slowly realizing that he is a reincarnated soul.
It seems Xiao Fan is on the verge of awakening memories from his past life. A former divine transformation realm cultivator.
Chapter 148. After searching thousands of times, he was in Qingxuan Sect's seclusion. Chapter 148. After searching thousands of times, he was in Qingxuan Sect's seclusion. At this moment, Shen Mo seemed to have an epiphany. The thunder sword in his hand moved even faster. In the blink of an eye, it became as swift as thunder. His speed reached the point where the naked eye could no longer follow. Zila! Shen Mo suddenly slashed down. Lightning burst forth, cutting through the middle of a jade-green bamboo. As the strong wind blew, a cracking sound came from within the bamboo. In the next instant, it snapped in two. The cut was incomparably smooth, without the slightest burr. This was the strongest technique of the Thunder Shadow Sword technique. Instantaneous Thunder Shadow. It looked like a single sword strike, but in reality there were 9 strikes. 9 swords struck the same point at the same time. No matter how sturdy the object, it would be split in two. Moreover, by integrating the essence of fast and slow swordplay, this move would become even more elusive and unpredictable.
The third level of the Thunder Shadow Sword technique.
Shen Mo smiled with satisfaction. With a casual wave of his hand, spiritual energy surged, isolating the heavy rain from him and in an instant his robes were dried. A few days later, Shen Mo stood halfway up the mountain, looking at Luo Xuanghen and the others. Beside Shen Mo stood Murong Yue. Murong Yue frowned.
The 6-month deadline has arrived. It seems they've come to deliver the rewards. Do you think they'll pull any tricks?
Shen Mo shook his head.
Jai Shilong won't play tricks on this. After all, he's the governor.
Murong Yue nodded. Shen Mo gazed at Luo Xuanghen's life panel from a distance. Recent opportunity 1, following Jai Shilong's order, searching for the whereabouts of the rogue cultivator codenamed.
Demon armor.
But still unable to find them. 2 months later, while passing through the Feiyu City auction house, Luo Xuanghen will attempt to purchase necessary items and, at an extremely low price, acquire 2 pieces of paired water amber. Upon splitting them open, he will obtain Thunder Essence. Recent opportunity 2, continuing the search for the whereabouts of
Demon armor.
4 months later, while passing through the Thorn Forest, Luo Xuanghen will accidentally discover a place where sword energy soars into the sky. He will immediately go to search for treasure. During the treasure hunt, he will encounter a masked Xiao Fan. The two will fight, and Luo Xuanghen will gain the upper hand. However, Xiao Fan will use a demon beast to seriously injure Luo Xuanghen and ultimately steal the forest sword art. After reading, a hint of joy appeared on Shen Mo's face. Thunder Essence is a valuable item. When cultivating Thunder attribute techniques or martial arts, Thunder Essence can speed up one's comprehension. In the depths of the Thunder Crystal mines, if a Thunder Crystal can withstand high temperatures and extreme pressure, it may transform into Thunder Essence, which contains vast amounts of Thunder spiritual energy. However, since obtaining 2 pieces of Thunder Essence in the past, he hadn't encountered any more. If he could acquire those 2 pieces of Thunder Essence at the Feiyu City auction and use them to comprehend the 8 directions Thunder movement, he was confident he could reach the 8th and highest level of the technique within 1 or 2 months. As for that forest sword art, it should be a part of the true forest sword art. Shen Mo already possessed 3 fragments of the forest sword art. When combined, these 3 pieces were far more powerful than any earthly spiritual weapon. Moreover, he noticed that when these 3 fragments came together, they almost fully formed the character.
Forest.
Missing only a small part in the lower right corner. Now, the forest sword art fragment in Luo Xuanghen's opportunity might very well be the 4th piece.
I wonder what will happen once I gather all 4 pieces of the forest sword art.
Shen Mo suddenly smiled again.
Come to think of it, these 4 fragments of the forest sword art originally belonged to Xiao Fan. Who would have thought I'd intercept all of them halfway?
He chuckled softly. The first fragment of the forest sword art came from a bandit stronghold. That stronghold was supposed to be wiped out by Xiao Fan. The second fragment came from a rogue cultivator, who Xiao Fan encountered during a secret meeting with Aoyang Qian. The third fragment came from the Alchemy King's mansion, which Xiao Fan should have obtained. And now, the 4th fragment was initially acquired by Luo Xuanghen, but was eventually stolen by Xiao Fan with the help of a demon beast.
Fate truly has its ways.
Shen Mo laughed lightly. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. The various sects and factions of Qingxuan Prefecture, including the local government, were all searching for the rogue cultivator who had once struck down Lu Xinyu with a single punch in Beishi City. At first, the cultivators had called him by various names. Eventually, they all settled on calling him Demon Armor. To find Demon Armor, the 5 major sects of Qingxuan deployed their intelligence networks. Top-tier sects were particularly eager, putting in substantial effort. If they could recruit such a figure into their ranks, it would greatly enhance their sect's high-level combat strength. At the very least, they would have more confidence when facing other top-tier sects. However, their search was all in vain. The real Demon Armor had been in secluded cultivation at Qingxuan Sect for the past 2 months. How could they possibly find him? In the courtyard of the bamboo tree, Shen Mo slowly stood up. His entire body emitted a series of cracking sounds as his bones shifted. For 2 months straight, he had taken a great supplementing pill every few days. During this time, he didn't move at all, solely focused on his cultivation.
No wonder they say that in the mountains, time means nothing, and in cultivation the years pass unnoticed. 2 months, and yet my realm hasn't progressed much. I always feel like I'm just one step away, but I can't seem to cross that threshold.
Shen Mo smiled helplessly. And that was with the aid of the great supplementing pills. He couldn't imagine how much time those cultivators without such pills would need to advance.
It's time to head to Flying Fish City.
Without alerting anyone, Shen Mo quietly left the Qingxuan Sect. Halfway through, he took out a water-patterned mask, put it on, and headed straight for Flying Fish City. Flying Fish City. This city was built beside the Golden River. The Golden River was a branch of the Qingxuan River. Most of the common folk in the city made a living by fishing. They caught ordinary fish and shrimp. As for the cultivators, they could catch fish and shrimp of the yellow or even mysterious grades. Many of the river's fresh products were shipped from here to various places in Qingxuan Prefecture. Thus, Flying Fish City was especially prosperous. In the past, Flying Fish City had been under the control of the Qingxuan Sect. But now, it was a city under the name of Qingxuan Sect. Due to the wealth of this place, the elders of Qingxuan Sect held a council and decided to send a resident elder to this city. In addition, many deacons and disciples had also come to assist in managing the city. As for the city lord, a loyal supporter of Qingxuan Sect had been carefully selected for the role. Now, Flying Fish City was like an impenetrable fortress, with no other sect able to gain a foothold here. By the time Shen Mo arrived in Flying Fish City, it was already evening. After determining his direction, Shen Mo headed straight for the Grand Auction House of Flying Fish City. Naturally, the Grand Auction House was a Qingxuan Sect property. This auction house had been built by the Qingxuan Sect back in the day and was grand and magnificent. A single glance at it would instinctively make one hold their breath. Surrounding the Grand Auction House were the properties of various sects. Since it was an auction, it wasn't limited to just Qingxuan Sect's items. These sects had set up their own outposts in Flying Fish City to trade with Qingxuan Sect. As it was evening, many cultivators were already flocking from various parts of Flying Fish City, eager to enter the Grand Auction House. At the entrance of the auction house, 2 cultivators in the Qi condensation realm were maintaining order. Both were disciples of Qingxuan Sect.
The rules are the same as always. If you want to enter the Grand Auction House, you need to present a ticket. If you don't have a ticket, you'll need to show spirit stones to prove your financial capability.
100 mid-grade spirit stones will grant you entry to the intermediate auction hall. 100 high-grade spirit stones will grant you entry to the advanced auction hall. Chapter 149, The Strange Water Amber at Flying Fish City's Grand Auction House. Chapter 149, The Strange Water Amber at Flying Fish City's Grand Auction House. The cultivators showed remarkable discipline with no pushing or shouting. Instead, they patiently queued up, taking turns one by one. Naturally, they didn't dare cause any trouble. After all, Flying Fish City had a Qingxuan Sect elder stationed here. Those without tickets could still gain entry by showing enough spirit stones. Shen Mo definitely had 100 high-grade spirit stones. However, he knew that Luo Shuanghan hadn't entered the advanced auction hall, but had instead participated in the final Amber Gamble event at the intermediate auction hall. So he only took out 100 mid-grade spirit stones and entered the intermediate auction hall. Upon entering the auction house, 2 disciples were already waiting.
Those attending the advanced auction, please follow me.
The disciple on the left called out loudly.
Those attending the intermediate auction, please follow me.
The disciple on the right also announced loudly. Everything was orderly, with no sign of chaos. Shen Mo was quite impressed. It seemed that the elder stationed at Flying Fish City had some real skill. Soon, Shen Mo was seated in the intermediate auction hall. The seats were made of goose down, soft and comfortable. As soon as Shen Mo sat down, someone immediately brought tea, offering excellent service with no faults to find.
Luo Shuanghan.
Amber Gamble event at the intermediate auction hall. So he only took out 100 mid-grade spirit stones and entered the intermediate auction hall. Upon entering the auction house, 2 disciples were already waiting. "Those attending the advanced auction, please follow me," the disciple on the left called out loudly. "Those attending the intermediate auction, please follow me," the disciple on the right also announced loudly. Everything was orderly, with no sign of chaos. Shen Mo was quite impressed. It seemed that the elder stationed at Flying Fish City had some real skill. Soon, Shen Mo was seated in the intermediate auction hall. The seats were made of goose down, soft and comfortable. As soon as Shen Mo sat down, someone immediately brought tea, offering excellent service with no faults to find. Luo Xuanghen.
With such strength, it's unlikely he's just a simple rogue cultivator.
Shen Mo mused. After a brief moment of commotion, all attention turned to the stage. A stunning woman in a red dress with a striking figure gracefully stepped onto the platform. Next to her was a cabinet being pushed by 2 slender young women. The cabinet was covered in a red cloth, concealing whatever was inside. After saying a few polite words to stir up the crowd's excitement, the woman in red quickly lifted the red cloth. Revealed beneath it was a fish tank. Inside the tank swam a small, palm-sized fish that was blood-red from head to tail. What was remarkable was that it had 2 exceptionally large fins growing on its back. Sensing the gaze of the many cultivators, the blood-red fish suddenly slammed itself into the tank, producing a loud thud. It opened its mouth, revealing rows of densely packed sharp teeth, which were quite unsettling.
Is that a blood essence flying fish? I've heard that a lucky fisherman caught a blood essence flying fish yesterday, and now seeing it today, it truly lives up to the rumors.
Tusk, this blood essence flying fish is no small thing. If you keep it at home and draw its blood regularly for consumption, it can gradually strengthen the body. If cooked, it can accelerate a child's intellectual development.
The cultivators were astonished, and the atmosphere grew even more intense. The woman in red smiled and said,
"Everyone, this is the first auction item of the day, the blood essence flying fish.
The starting price is 30 mid-grade spirit stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 1 mid-grade spirit stone. Let's begin."
As soon as she finished speaking, bids came in instantly. Within 10 breaths, the price had soared to 60 mid-grade spirit stones, doubling in a flash. Hearing that this beast's blood could be consumed, Shen Mo gave it a closer look. However, he soon lost interest when he realized it was only a 3rd-tier demon beast. He had long tested that the only blood capable of catching his demon armor's attention was either his own or that of at least a 6th-tier demon beast. Ordinary blood wouldn't even be absorbed by the armor. Sometimes, the blood would even be repelled. It was as if the armor was saying,
"You're trying to feed me this trash, get lost."
Before long, the blood essence flying fish was sold to a rotund man for 71 mid-grade spirit stones.
Next, we have the second auction item.
With a gesture from the woman in red, another cabinet was brought up, similarly covered in a red cloth. She swiftly removed the cloth, revealing what lay underneath. It was a massive blade over 10 feet in length. The back of the blade was thick, and its handle was long and narrow. From the tip of the blade to the handle, it was marked with countless signs of battle. In some areas, there were even cracks. Yet, instead of diminishing its appearance, these battle scars only added to the blade's fierce and imposing aura, casting a cold, murderous gleam. As soon as the blade was revealed, it immediately caught the eyes of many ruthless cultivators. True warriors knew that raw power was the path to victory. A weapon like this was the perfect fit for their personalities.
This blade is called Bear Mountain Cleaver, a mid-grade profound tier spirit weapon. However, the seller is not asking for spirit stones, they require profound tier medicinal herbs in exchange.
Chapter 150. Taoist, don't choose paired water amber, they never contain anything good. Chapter 150. Taoist, don't choose paired water amber, they never contain anything good. Shen Mo felt a slight stir in his heart. Just by listening, he could tell that the medicinal herbs mentioned were all used for treating internal injuries. Clearly, the seller was auctioning this blade to save a life, perhaps his own or someone else's.
This blade is obviously his prized spiritual weapon, but he's forced to sell it due to urgent need for herbs. What a pity.
Shen Mo shook his head slightly. For low-level cultivators, their ability to withstand risks was too fragile. One serious injury could cost them everything. Those with some foundation could auction spiritual weapons or techniques to earn spirit stones. Those without such resources could only resort to desperate measures like robbery and killing. Thus, they fall into this vicious cycle. The massive blade was quite popular, and soon, a sturdy cultivator exchanged 3 pieces of profound tier medicinal herbs for it. The seller stood up and cupped his hands in gratitude. One auction item after another followed in succession. Most of the time, Shen Mo merely observed. During the auction, he only purchased a single sword pill. Previously, he had obtained a sword pill that, after refining, had greatly enhanced his realm and provided insights from its former owner. By integrating the essence of fast and slow swordplay into his Thunder Shadow sword technique, its power had increased significantly. This new sword pill was likely to have a similar effect. Shen Mo looked forward to it. Said the red-dressed woman, who was visibly tired after hosting the auction but still managed to smile. The cultivators became even more excited. Most of them had attended the intermediate auction solely for this final water amber gambling event. With a wave of her hand, the red-dressed woman signaled 4 sturdy men to carry up 4 large chests. When the chests were opened, they revealed palm-sized objects with pitch-black surfaces. They looked like crystals, but in fact they were not.
Water amber, it's finally here.
Haha, I've saved up more than 10 mid-grade spirit stones just for today to gamble to my heart's content. Be careful you don't lose everything. No way, I'm definitely going to make a huge profit today and reach the pinnacle of my life.
The excitement in the air intensified as the cultivators eagerly fixed their gazes on the items inside the 4 large chests. The woman in red smiled and said,
Although many of you Taoists here are regulars, there are probably quite a few newcomers as well. So, allow me to explain the origins of water amber and introduce how the gamble works for those new Taoists.
She then calmly explained the rules of water amber gambling. Shen Mo scanned the room and shook his head. None of the cultivators present, himself included, had much luck with water amber gambling. The best case was Luo Xuanghen, who had previously uncovered 2 pieces of Thunder Essence Dew profound tier supreme treasures. Most others ended up with broken formation flags, shattered spiritual tools, or useless pills. Shen Mo wasn't in a rush and instead waited for Luo Xuanghen to make his selection. Meanwhile, the other cultivators had already begun choosing their water amber and handed them to the specialists on the platform to be cut open. Disappointed sighs echoed throughout the hall. Occasionally, there was a joyful shout. Some were incredibly unlucky, opening several water amber in a row with nothing inside and losing all they had. Some of them, driven to desperation, borrowed money and continued to gamble. After a while, Luo Xuanghen stepped up onto the platform, walking among the water amber, carefully selecting the piece that caught his eye. Shen Mo, too, strode up to the platform. While he appeared to be choosing water amber, his gaze was fixed on Luo Xuanghen. Before long, Luo Xuanghen stopped in front of 2 paired water amber, seemingly intrigued. As he extended his hand to pick them up, a hand from the side reached out and grabbed them first. Luo Xuanghen, visibly displeased, turned to face the intruder. Their eyes met. Luo Xuanghen instinctively took a step back. Those eyes gleamed with a soul-piercing power, making him feel a natural sense of dread. It was a gaze he had seen before. Back when Shen Mo had killed Feng Lishan, Luo Xuanghen had been sent by Jai Shilong to recruit him at Qingxuan Sect and had felt the same oppressive gaze. Although Luo Xuanghen was quite jealous of Jai Shilong's regard for Shen Mo, he had to admit it. He definitely wasn't a match for Shen Mo.
Maybe I was mistaken.
Luo Xuanghen averted his gaze and stopped making eye contact with the other party.
You want these?
Shen Mo asked in a hoarse voice. Luo Xuanghen shook his head.
Paired water amber rarely contain any treasures. Since you want them, they're yours.
With that, he resumed selecting other water amber. Shen Mo picked up the paired water amber and walked to the woman in red.
I'll take these too.
He tossed over 2 mid-grade spirit stones as he spoke. The woman in red looked slightly surprised.
The chance of getting something from paired water amber is very low. Are you sure you want them, Taoist?
The elderly man who cut the water amber scratched his head.
Yeah, I've been cutting water amber here in Flying Fish City for over 10 years, and I've cut through at least a few thousand. Paired water amber almost never contain anything valuable.
Taoist, have you read the guide to selecting water amber? The authors specifically warn against choosing paired water amber.
Shen Mo chuckled. He had indeed read the guide to selecting water amber and knew exactly what it said. But he had seen these paired water amber on the life panel, essentially glimpsing the future. No matter how useful the techniques were, they couldn't compare to directly seeing the future. Still, these two people had good intentions, trying to dissuade him.
No need, I'll choose these.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. The woman in red sighed softly.
Master, go ahead and cut.
The elderly man shrugged his shoulders.
Ignore the advice of the old and suffer.
He didn't even finish the phrase when his first cut released an astonishing burst of lightning. The sudden flash of light immediately caught the attention of all the cultivators in the hall.
Someone hit the jackpot. Judging by that light, it's at least profound tier. Incredible, this might be the best treasure found in the last 2 months.
And it came from paired water amber.
Could it be that the guide to selecting water amber is wrong?
Luo Shuanghen, who had been picking other water amber, froze in place. He had almost chosen that paired water amber earlier, but decided against it after recalling how everyone said they rarely yielded anything. Who could have known that person would end up with such a find? The elderly man exclaimed.
Taoist, you've got a good eye. Inside is a piece of thunder essence, a supreme profound tier treasure.
His voice of amazement spread through the hall, eliciting waves of envy from the surrounding cultivators. A supreme profound tier treasure. Such an item was priceless, with no market for it. What's more, this was an extraordinary treasure for condensing a lightning attribute golden core. If Shen Mo announced its availability, many would be willing to pay a high price to acquire it. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Go ahead and open the other one. There might be another treasure.
The elderly man, half doubting, made another cut. Crash! Another surge of dazzling lightning appeared.
Another piece of thunder essence.